welcome back, y'all. I apologize. I don't know what just happened. The stream just completely crashed and then it wouldn't let me back in. So can somebody hop back over if the other stream is still up? Can somebody hop in there and let people know that I'm up on a second stream? That one should die shortly. I don't know why it just crapped out. Damn it. But welcome back, PCRW. Appreciate those thumbs up, y'all. That sucks. We had a good stream going there and YouTube just took a shit in our plate. But welcome back, everybody. Carl, what's up, Carl? Don't forget to re-like the stream. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. The stream just completely crashed. YouTube crashed. And when I went to try and restart it, I couldn't resume that stream anymore. So it should die off. In fact, I'm gonna try right now to see if I can kill it. I don't think it's gonna let me though. Give me a sec here, guys. I left message. Yes, it's still up. Thank you. Hey, Tatum Thomas, welcome back. 20 people still in there. Yeah, that sucks. We had like 111, 120 people in there, and the stream just crashed. Oh well, it happens. I'm trying to kill it right now. Lost a huge brain. Well, oh man, that sucks. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining again. We're having some technical difficulties over here. YouTube just completely crashed and killed our stream. I really need to get our new stream set up going so shit like that doesn't happen. So I apologize. The other stream should die at some point here. Yeah, it won't let me kill the other one either. I hate it when it does this. It just like leaves one chat in a broken state. But welcome back, everybody. We are on apparently part 2 of our marathon stream here today. Unintentionally, YouTube app just completely crashed, disappeared on the phone. And then when I went to restart the stream, it wouldn't let me resume it. So I had to start a new stream. But thanks for rejoining. This is Pishkun Reservoir in north central Montana. We started the stream at 6 a.m. this morning, so we've been live almost 4 hours. We have caught 7 northern pike. We've lost, I think, 3 or 4. We will be live all day. If somebody could periodically hop back over into the other chat while it's still up, I would super appreciate it and let people know that that stream crashed. Click on my profile and find the new stream. It will not let me kill it. What's your biggest fish? 22 pounds, 42-inch northern pike. Hey, Goldie, welcome to the stream. Joshua, welcome back. I'd share you my community post, but I don't think those people until like the next day for some reason. That's all right, Fishy. Yeah, the notifications sometimes are really wonky on this app. Set lines at 5 a.m. this morning and 4 to 5 foot waves. It was freaking rough. God, yeah, that's scary. We're in moderately rough water over here on days, but nothing like that. That's just obscene. All right, we're gonna turn back around and head in the other direction. GPS was jammed, just routing you all the fish now. Maybe. It does seem confused as to what we're doing sometimes and where we're going. Drives me nuts. We're working on it though. It is a new toy for us, so I'm still learning and working out the kinks on it. I would imagine some of it is operator error, though. I don't know. Fishy Things with the star, the 100 and the sparkles. Let's go, Fishy Things. Thank you, Fishy. Lake Michigan right now, Uper, restarted stream. JV Joe, yeah, the stream crashed on me. I couldn't get back into the old stream. And it won't let me kill the other stream either, which is ridiculous. Well, welcome back to the stream, y'all. We are out here for another marathon. We'll be out here till sundown. The plan is to do a catch and cook tonight. We are camping over. So we'll do a little bit of, we'll do a very rough how to fillet a pike tutorial live on the stream. I will show you my very simple method that I use to cook pike. Anyone can do if you got aluminum foil, some pepper and garlic salt and some fire. I'll show you how I do it. Real simple. But again, thank you guys for joining me again for your Independence Day weekend. Happy 250th, y'all. We've caught 7 pike so far today in about 4 hours. We haven't had a bite in a minute here. We've been battling with some technical difficulties for a minute. Yeah, the trolling motor did spaz out while I was trying to restart the stream. Not sure what's going on. It's the 4th or 5th stream I've used it, and I've not had it ever do that before. I feel like we're getting like solar flares or something, and it's just spazzing my electronics. I don't know. Because everything's on separate batteries. It doesn't make sense for it to be system related. Yeah, I bust them into four pieces basically. You have a back strap, you take the Y bone out, and then you have the main fillet from each side. So there's 2 strips and two normal ones. Fishy, you don't need to add anything. The catches will carry over from the last stream. Must have roller coaster mode turned up. Maybe there might be a magic setting in there that I wasn't aware of. That's all right. You fat fingered it every time, so the typos made it so it didn't actually happen. All right. Our Uber driver has been rehired. Unfortunately, I think we should have given him a breathalyzer first. Born 22 with a $49.99 super chat. Let's go. Definitely trolling too fast. You hear that? Born says we're trolling too fast, y'all. We are trolling a little fast, to be perfectly honest. I just bumped our speed down. I'm running the outboard with the trolling motor right now. It seems to help when the wake gets like this, which makes us troll a little bit faster. But Born, thank you. I appreciate your support. All you all that send donations, come hang out and chat and fish with us all day. You're awesome. But donations like that go a long way to help pay for the Starlink Mini every month. So thank you, Born. God, my lips are dry. Best fail ever. Fishy, you have Nightbot, the biggest one out of any channels. Yo, thanks. Super chat rod. Heck yeah. How fast are you trolling? We're doing 2.6 miles an hour right now. I'm gonna bump her down just a touch. I was going faster because we were going with the wind at our back, which actually lowers your presentation down. I'm bumping us back down to like 2.2. Love this guy, he's hilarious. Well, I'm glad you find me hilarious. I'm pretty pea-brained at times, but I know, I'm trying. It's kind of a ritual. I light it, or struggle to light it. I get a drag off of it, and then 2 minutes later, it's out again, and I'm back to square one. Sometimes you will watch me for literally an hour with the same cigarette in my mouth. Fish whistles engage concept. I think it's about that time. We need to christen. Our stream died. It crapped out, so we had to start a new one. So let's do a round of fish whistles, y'all. Christen our fresh, clean stream here, and hopefully it will not die on us. We have about another 12 hours of streaming left to do here still today. What's the temperature where you're at? It feels a little warmer now. It's actually getting a little toasty. I should probably put on some sunscreen. I'm gonna get baked out here. This morning it felt like it was in the mid 40s. It feels like it's probably now closer to 60. Oh. Woo! All right, if that don't catch us a fish, I don't know what will. You heard it. Born said you're trolling too fast, and we just blew the fish whistle. Slackers. Let's ride, heck yeah. 1.5 is great speed. For pike, go have fun. I typically never troll that slow for pike. Rod's the man. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you. It's very kind of you. I do the same thing. I'll keep a unlit smoke in my mouth for like an hour straight while fishing. Half the time, by the time I go to light it, it's like, oh man, I slobbered all over this shit. And I gotta tear off the end of the butt so I'm not trying to suck through an hour's worth of me drooling on it. Where you be today? Chase, we're at Pishkun Reservoir again. Everywhere else looked like it was, the wind's gonna be sketchy here today, but everywhere else looked super sketch with thunderstorms and rainstorms. We're supposed to, if I swear to God, if we get freaking drenched again this stream, I'm gonna be livid. Montanica, like our own world up here. Something like that concept. Can't you go up to, oh, much faster than that, Lake Erie Lee. Usually my top speed that I go is 2.7 to 3 miles an hour. But people throw for pike upward to 5 to 7 miles an hour. A pike is an incredibly fast freshwater fish. They, from what I understand, can cruise comfortably at well over 10 miles an hour, and they have burst speed that they can do for over a minute at like 20 miles an hour, like fast. They're darts. So there's really, in freshwater, there's no such thing as trolling too fast for a pike. Other species, yes, trout will struggle. You go, too much over 2 miles an hour, 2.5 miles an hour. A rainbow trout typically will struggle to keep up. They have burst speed, they can get to it, but if they miss it the first time, oftentimes they don't have the oomph to catch back up. A pike will zip at it, zip away, go do circles, they'll zip back at it. Like, I'm doing 3 miles an hour and this fish is treating the lure like it's standing still. It's like watching a hummingbird. They have that much quickness and just get up and go to them. I drove 5 miles an hour with Rapalas for big trout. Really? See, maybe it's, I don't know. I've never caught a trout going that fast, but you're probably talking big trout. And again, those big trout probably have that burst speed to get up there, and maybe a little bit more stamina than the little guys. Five to 7 miles an hour. You hate to see my fuel bill. Right? 100%, Lee. Pike, yeah, so a faster troll will tend to get a better bite for pike. Not always, but in a lot of circumstances. The biggest thing with pike is they're curious. They're curious of everything. They check out anything falls in the water, pike are looking at it. If they hear it or they saw it, they're gonna go look at it. And the biggest strike trigger for a pike is it thinking whatever it's trying to figure out what it is getting away. If it thinks it's getting away, it'll bite it. It bites first and asks questions later. It's like, I always equate it to a toddler and you drop something on the ground, or a dog and you drop something on the ground. Their initial instinct is to grab it and put it in their mouth. And they're trying to see if it's food. So if a pike thinks, it'll follow something for literally, on these catch cams, I'll have 10 minutes that the same fish has followed the lure out. As we're out here bobbing around, and at some point, it'll either decide it doesn't care anymore and it'll swim away, or the lure does something different. It goes faster, it jerks, and the pike will just slam it. But yeah, they're fast. What we've been catching them at today has been anywhere from like 2 to 2.4 miles an hour so far. So we're kind of sticking in that same general vicinity, or trying to. Right now we're 2-1, 2-2. Our speed varies quite a bit as we're turning, as we're going into the wind. There's no such thing as truly trolling at a fixed speed. So it's always, I mean, you set your mid-range and you kind of go up and down from there. So what I'm targeting right now is 2.2 miles an hour, and we're going a little bit above, a little bit below. Do you prefer freshwater or saltwater fish? TLX, I've only ever fished saltwater from the shore. I spent a few months down in Florida when I was like 17. But that's the only time I've ever fished it out of the ocean. So my preference is what I know. It's freshwater. Saltwater kind of scares me. There's shit in there that I don't want on the end of my line necessarily. Whereas pretty much anything in freshwater, I'm happy to give her a poke and pull her out and see what we got. Saltwater fish scare me. You ever fish Bellsville? I have no idea. Where's that at, Maverick? Is that in Montana? I play with fingerboard, said hi. Welcome to the stream, I play. Speed trolling for pike was what we would do in the hot summer in Minnesota. We would run our 5 horsepower outboards, our quarter, almost half throttle, big spoon, and go for it. Yeah, They call power trolling. I've tried it a handful of times. I've never been super productive at it. It's always been a fun concept for me though. Just fuck it. Throw her at 5-7 miles an hour and throw some flashy honky thing out the back and let her roll. I would imagine you probably catch bigger pike that way too. Big pike there at that lake. Yeah, there are good sized pike in here. The average size fish that you catch out of here is fairly small. Perfect eater size. This is a place, if you want to come and limit out on pike and fill your freezer with pike, this is the place to do it. I fish here because I've had a couple of toads on my line here. Biggest one I've ever got in the net was around 15 pounds. But I've had bigger on the end of my line. 100% know it. And that's what I come back here for, is there's 20 plus pounders in here. They're harder to get to bite, and there's not as many of them. Blue Gatorade? I drink a bunch of different, I have a blue one, a red one. I don't drink it often, but yeah, I usually go with either the blue or the red. I don't really care for the greens and the yellows and the oranges. And if I'm drinking Powerade, I get the white one. It's kind of a weird tasting one, but I don't know. I find it refreshing. Last week, someone got a solid 50. Dang, Maverick, that is an that's what I'm looking for here. Rodbot down. Rodbot probably is out of quota for the day. We've about 4 hours in. Though if my other stream is still up, Rodbot might still be stuck in that other stream. I didn't really, I haven't built in logic to tell it what to do when the stream splits. God damn it, that other stream is still live. How do I make it stop? Largemouth, I am on Pishkun Reservoir in north central Montana. I'm guessing there's a Berkley dredger. Silver, there is, and that's all 7 fish that we've caught so far today, and the 3 or 4 missed bites that we've had have all come on the Berkley dredger. The other line, we're on our 3rd lure now, and it hasn't been touched. We have a gold Kastmaster out on the other one right now. No, so the other one, fishy, I can't get into the other one. So like when I go, you know when you're resetting your stream or swiping out, you can click the plus and it'll say you have a stream in progress, do you want to resume? That's how you get back into your stream. Sometimes it won't allow you to resume a stream, and this is one of those cases that I can't get back into it to kill it. And from within Studio, if I were on my desktop, I could do it. If I were logged into the website, I could do it. But from the Studio app, I'm not aware of a way to make it to end that stream. It only works on the frickin' website, not the app. Do you ever fish for largemouth bass? From time to time, yeah. It's not a huge species that I target, or a species that I target often, because it's not in a lot of water bodies in central Montana. There's a couple of ponds near my house, Larget Bend Pond and, oh, what's the one out between Cascade and Ulm? Dana Point? No, not Dana Point. Something Point. I'm having a brain fart. I don't remember what it's called. But there's two places near me that there's largemouth bass in, but they don't get super big. The biggest that I've ever pulled out of them is like 2 pounds. I've seen people pull 3, 4, maybe 5 pounders out from time to time, but they don't grow very big bass in them. We do target them from time to time, though. I stream from Larget Bend. I haven't done many streams. I think I might have done 1 stream there this year. We've been on the boat every chance possible this year. Any biggins? No, today they've ranged anywhere from like 16 to 23 inches. Nothing good sized yet. All good eater sized, but appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. We are in a new stream, so if you give me a thumbs up before, you can give it again. You don't have to, but you can. And you can always take it back later if you decide you don't like me anymore. Or if you stop having fun. But we've put 7 fish in the boat so far. It's slowed down a little bit, which often happens. The morning bite here comes 7 to 9 a.m. is kind of the productive oftentimes. Though this morning it started at 6. The moment we put the pole in the water, we had a fish on it. It does die down a little bit once the sun starts to come up, but we oftentimes can find them again. I think they move. So we're gonna move around a little bit and see if we can find them again. How deep is the water? 80, 90 foot at its deepest. We're over about 20 to 25 foot bottom. We're kind of moving back and forth, and that's where we've been catching them all morning, is that 20 to 25 foot bottom. And we're fishing, the lure's about 15 foot, so we're just a few feet off of bottom on this pole, and this is what has been biting all morning. We have a Castmaster, a gold Castmaster on the other line that we've been running for a little bit. Drives me nuts when the thumbs drop. I was like, who took a thumb back? Why? I know, Fishy. Like, what kind of angry ass petty bastard goes into a YouTube and is like, man, I hate you so much. Like, I could get it, the brain rot shit you scroll through. Like, just, no, but come on, man. I don't know, maybe some people don't like that I smoke. Some people don't like that I swear. I mean, it is what it is. But honestly, it takes just as much, it takes less effort to just scroll past than it does to thumbs down something. But I always tell people, you give the thumbs up now, and if you decide later you want to take it back, feel free. Didn't know you measure instead of weighing. Never caught something like that in Georgia. Pike, fish for largemouth, hence the name. Yeah, the easiest, so normally the blue, I don't know if you can see it back here, the blue stick back there, it's a bump board, it's a measuring stick. So the easiest thing when you catch stuff, the quickest, is to just throw it on the bump board, get a length on it. Usually if it's quite large size, potentially a PB, I'll bust out the scale and I do throw it on a hang scale, but that's much more intrusive. It takes more time, it's more error prone, you end up dropping the damn fish more often than you already do to begin with. This guy. So we normally just throw it on the bump board. It's quick, you lay them down, you get a rough measurement on it, gauge the size, you can guess the weight from there. But again, I know my PB on the largemouth bass and the smallmouth because it's my PB. I put it on a scale. I got a big one live, Sonny. Not trying, it was going catfish and ended with a muskie. Hell, I'd take a muskie fishing for a catfish. Sign me up. What are you aiming to keep for tonight? For tonight, probably just one small one. Closer to when I'm ready to cook it. I don't want to drag it around on the side of the boat all night. But tomorrow while we fish, I may keep a limit. Christy did ask for some pike. I'm sure my mom would take some pike. I just have to, I hate bringing a whole stringer of them home because it takes a long time for me to fillet 10 pike. Pike are toothing wild, a lot easier to measure than weigh them. 100%, yeah, oftentimes it's a fight to get the hook clip in their mouth to weigh them, and then it's usually just as much, even more of a fight to get the damn thing out of their mouth afterwards, so. Catch muskie on accident, it's really hard to catch them on purpose. See, there must not be as many of them. I mean, they gotta be just as aggressive and ridiculous as a pike. And a blind man could catch a pike. A blind man with one arm. They're not a hard species to catch in water bodies they're prevalent in. And that's the key. Pike can be difficult to catch if there's not a lot of them. And I think that's the problem with a lot of the water bodies that I've tried catching pike in here in central Montana, is just they don't have the abundance of them like Pishkun does, and it makes them harder to catch. I mean, just at the end of the day, the more fish you're running your lure past, the more fish you're gonna catch. If they're sparsely populated, you gotta know where. And that's my problem, is this water body, I know 2, 3, 4, 5 different places where I've caught a ton of them in the past, and if they're not here, they're probably there, and if they're not there, they might be over here. A lot of the water bodies I fish, I've never caught enough of them to really be able to be like, all right, well, if they're not here, let's go try over there. I'm just kind of flying blind. Get that pike mouth clamp and hook the scale to that. You can do that, but again, it's slower. It takes more time. They're already kind of finicky sometimes about swimming away when there's really no reason that they shouldn't. So again, unless it's a potential PB or a record for me, the scale stays in the bag. I don't bother with it. It's quicker, faster, and easier on everybody involved to leave it in the bag. Pike look like they make cool aquarium fish. You'd have a chiller. William, we were talking about that earlier. I held it up to the camera. They're always such cute fish. They always, like watching them on the catch cameras, they're honestly funny. And I joked that I wish I could have one as a pet, and somebody mentioned that a pickerel would be better because they don't grow as big, and then somebody mentioned something else that's of the same, family that's also smaller. So there are a few in the pike family that would make okay or interesting aquarium pets. A pike, I think, they grow too fast, too big. I don't know, I guess you would stunt their growth, though, if you kept them in a smaller tank. Pike do tolerate warm water quite well. They can, yeah. I'm gonna restart my mic here real quick, guys. Give me just a sec. The cats would love a pet pike. What are you catching, brother? Just wondering how much do they usually weigh? Hubert, we've excuse me, we've landed 7 northern pike so far this morning. They average about 2 to 3 pounds. They're on the smaller side. We're in here looking for northern pike much bigger. They get to be 10, 20 plus pounds in here. They're just much less frequent catches. Just me, somebody and I recommended freshwater barracuda. Freshwater barracuda, okay. Sorry, Fishy, you know how it goes when the chat gets crazy and shit's going on. It's hard to remember who said what sometimes. Fish whistles don't help. Freshwater don't those get big though? Freshwater barracuda. Well, welcome everybody just joining. This is another Wanna See My Rod, excuse me, burping while I'm trying to introduce myself. Wanna See My Rod marathon live stream in central Montana. We're out here targeting northern pike today. We're gonna be streaming sun up to sundown, celebrating our holiday weekend here. We will also be camping out here tonight and streaming again, hopefully tomorrow if weather permits. But thanks for joining. 63 thumbs up, let's go. Let's see if we can get that back to 100. Our poor last stream, it's still going. There's still 3 people hanging out in the old stream. And it won't let me kill it. I really need to devise a method to kill this. I know I can do it. I can delete it and it'll kill it, but I don't want to delete it. Because then nobody gets to see the action. 7 to 8 inches. Okay, you did say that. 7 to 8. Okay. Are they pretty hardy? I kill everything. I don't know what it is. The only thing I can keep alive is a cat, apparently, and myself. Every time I have fish, they die. The kiddo has had 2 beta fish now, and they both croaked. We caught a salamander, had him for a couple of years, but then we accidentally killed him too. I don't know, yeah, bad at fish, bad at amphibians. Just let it ride. There's also time delay. Timing makes my comments seem weird sometimes. I'll be responding to something you just said, and then you read it a few minutes later. Yeah, I'm perpetually behind in chat. What is it? Rod Squad 803. We have a... Is this our first official groupie? Did Wanna See My Rod get its first groupie, y'all? Let me know in chat right now. Is Rod Squad 803 the channel's first groupie? Rod Squad 803. I love it. They're hardy. I didn't use heaters or bubblers and test my water. Stayed alive for years. I had 2 fish tanks as a kid. Maria Mack, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Maria? I caught a state record mud puppy once. I let it go before I looked it up, 14-incher. Just that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. I would be torn on getting my name in the record book. Because the only way, truly the way to do it, unless you have a fancy boat with like a really good live well and, you know, your squirty squirts to keep the fish healthy and your bubblers, and you kill it. I'm like probably 90% plus of the state records that get recorded in the state of Montana almost certainly never made it back into the water body that they came from, which is a goddamn shame. It really is. Those are the prizes that you want and need repopulating the water bodies. You want to grow more records, but to get your name in the record book, you got to have a picture, it weighed on a certified scale. You got to measure the length of it. You have to have an eyewitness that signs a like affidavit, or you have to have a fish, wildlife, and park official on site that can, you know, vouch for it. So the amount of time that they're out of the water in most cases is, you know, just egregious, and they die. Hit the like button and watch for the strike. That's right, Ty. It has been a minute since we've had a bite, but we are moving right back up. In fact, this camp, these poor campers over here, I think we've caught 3 fish right in front of their campsite so far today. Every time we pass in front of them, we catch a fish. And they hear us out here screaming and hooting and hollering. And I've seen them, they have 2 boats, and I haven't seen them catch anything. Maybe I've missed it. Hopefully I've missed it. Hopefully they're catching stuff too. I always love seeing other people catch fish. 9 aquariums and 1 terrarium. Oh, that's cool, fishy things. I mean, I guess the name, you're not just about fishing. I love fish tanks. My parents used to have when I was growing up. Man, they had, my dad set them up. There's like a 1,000-gallon and like an 800 or 2 just massive like wall tanks, saltwater tanks. And they had such cool shit in there, live coral and anemones, a variety of fish. And at some point in time, there was like a bristle worm infestation, and it got all serious, and fucking fascinating. I love that shit, but there's no way I would be able to keep that shit alive. I don't have the dedication to it. It interests me, but not enough that I'm gonna devote that much of my time to it. Caught a common carp that was 10 pounds, 27 inches off a 6-pound line test. Nice, Bryson. Yeah, the carp get big. They're fun to fight. That is a dangerously light line for big carp, though. They like to wrap themselves up on things, and who scared away all the damn fish? That's what I want to know. What's going on here? Wake up. Wake up. Should put a snap weight on that Kastmaster. In fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put a snap weight on there. We had to get that guy down a little deeper in the water column. Bristle worms will F you up. They eventually get massive and they're mildly poisonous. Yeah, it's one of the, I don't know, it was my dad's project and he was super into it, but one of the live coral shipments that he got, you know, they quarantined him, he quarantined him. Apparently it wasn't long enough, and 1 or more bristle worms got in the tank. And yeah, they're crazy looking. I didn't know they were poisonous though, that's interesting. All right, we're gonna reel this into about, let's say 45 foot. And then I'm gonna throw a 1 ounce snap weight on here, just to bring this Kastmaster down a little bit further in the water column. Maybe we'll get a little more interest. I think it's only a 1/2 ounce or a 5/8 ounce. And then we'll let out it out to, what do we do, 45 foot, so we'll do another 45 foot. Let's do it to 90. Or 100. That works. I almost lost 2 of my fishing poles because of flathead catfish both pulled them in the water. Bryson, yeah, you got to get a good pole holder and loosen your drag. Catfish and carp will steal your shit. Uper, the biggest one, probably Lake Winnebago by Oshkosh, Fond du Lac. I almost lost, or read that Winnebago is the largest inland lake in Wisconsin. Find leeches are great for catching pike, even a muskie. Bob, I've caught a handful of leech from pike. I've never caught them trolling a leech though. I've caught them jigging with a leech. Lake Mendota is a gem. The whole Madison chain of lakes are some of the best in the land of cheese. You guys got so many water bodies over there. It's crazy. I gotta take a layer off here. We're getting a little roasty toasty. I should put some sunscreen on. I'm gonna set my mic down for a minute. Somebody remind me that I need to put that back on, please. Always bring layers. Layers, layers, layers. That is the key to staying warm, key to staying cool. And in Montana, in the course of 8 hours, you might need to add layers and remove layers multiple times, often in reversing directions. Mike, thank you. And the vest. Find your lighter. We're still going. She's smoldering. Ice fishing. I get my boat on Winnegra in the fall for muskie. Fishy things. Do you just run? Are you running a small boat with a back tiller, or do you have trolling motor and graphs and all fancy shit? I think I've seen you in your boat. Don't you have a smaller? Well, smaller, I mean like mine, you know, 16, 17 footer with just a tiller. 79 thumbs up, let's go. Happy holidays, y'all. Hope you guys are enjoying your 4th of July weekend. Stay safe, everybody. Go out there, have some fun, catch some fish, light some fireworks. Don't blow up any of your neighbor's shit. Don't set stuff on fire. Be nice. Enjoy our freedom. Don't shit on your neighbors. Just another public service announcement from your buddy Rod over here. Hopefully we can get back on the fish here. We're struggle busting it here for the last, what was this? So we got 7 fish in the first 3 hours, and now it's been almost 2 hours with dick. Pardon my French. $14 foot, okay, so you're a little bit smaller. V-hull with an electric 5-horse and a trolling motor. Okay, so you got two. Interesting. And you're fishing that on bigger water, huh? Water cold, okay for swimming, safe. Bob knob, it's if you're talking about here, 62.6. It's a little chilly. I don't swim in lakes. If it ain't a heated, clean pool, I ain't dipping my ass in it. This here is for the fishies, not for the rod. My girl Esther was built in 1970 and she's still floating. Nice, okay, so you got yourself a classic. Frank says, Big Rod, what's up, Frank? Welcome to the stream. Mostly fish the river, okay. Yeah, see, I would love to fish the Missouri more in the area where I live. It drives me nuts. I can only have one rod. They only permit one rod, 2 hooks per person. I feel like I'm fishing with one hand tied behind my back. I always fish with 2 rods. Whether it be, you know, a bottom rig, you know, soaking and me casting. I'm fishing for a carp, I'm fishing for a trout, like, or when I'm trolling, you know, multiple options. So trolling with, or fishing with one rod, it just drives me crazy. So I don't fish it as often as I would like to. If I felt more comfortable taking this boat in a little faster current, I would fish more down, well, basically eastern Montana, down below Maroney Dam, anywhere from, you know, Fort Benton to Loma area. King Kai 145 and Searsy Poo, Potentially Awesome, I think is his channel on YouTube. He streams down, he fishes down and launches at Fort Benton or Loma. He's got a nice big river boat, though. You ever visited Chico Hot Springs? Dave. I might have driven past or near it, but I've never been there. Justin says, I have a Lund Pro 1775 with a 75 horsepower tiller. That's a good sized boat. 1775. Yeah, it's you got a foot longer, you got, God, 20 inches more, and you probably got nice walk around. That's a V-hull, you got nice tall sides on it. Yeah, that's a good stable boat. What's up, fishing NR, N4R? Welcome to the stream. Honestly, I low-key sneak a 4th rod inch. Don't tell no one. Yeah, see, I try not to. I try to follow the regulations. Came back from drinking my water. Welcome back, Bryson. Tim Dow, 10 gifted wannaseemyrod memberships. Tim Dow coming in hot. Let's go. Thank you, Tim Dow. I appreciate your support. Who got them? Electric Bike Rider, Saving Grace Outdoors, Michelob, AA Fishing, Facing Demons Daily, Christopher, Death, Steel City Fishing, Christina Beck Suggett, Yakking with Dem Dogs CS. Congratulations, you all received one free month membership in the Rod Squad. Again, Tim, thank you very much. I appreciate your continued support of the channel. You're awesome, dude. How you doing today, Tim? What are you up to for the 4th? Keeping you under the 18-foot rules. It's roomy, it's stable. Oh shit, that's right, Justin. I completely forgot about that. When I first got my boat, I was reading and trying to wrap my head around the regulations. until you just mentioned it, my brain, I guess, completely forgot that it's a different class of boat, and they start requiring different lighting requirements, a few more safety requirements. I completely spaced that. Bryson, welcome to the Rod Squad. Let's go. Thank you, Bryson. I appreciate your support, buddy. What's up, buddy? Happy 4th. Right back at you, Tim. Kayak Dangler, the fireworks. Hooked Up Arizona says me. Cooking steak and drinking beer. Good God, man. That's what you come hang out at my campsite. I was thinking last night, I started a nice fire. I cooked myself, I cooked some bacon and eggs while I was fishing from the shore after I got here last night. I'm like, man, where's the party at? It's just me and my lonesome out here watching a movie on Netflix, waiting for my rod to explode. I had such a good fire. And there were these little mice that kept coming over and fucking with me. Kept getting in my bucket. Like, what is that goddamn noise? It took me like an hour to figure out it's these little field mice climbing up the side of my bucket. So I had to set it up on the bench. Great new members. A few of them are regulars on my channel. Yeah, Fishy, a lot of them are in here fairly often. I would definitely do that, but I'm in Ohio. Well, if you're ever in Montana, Tim. Hooked Up Arizona. What's up, Hooked Up? Haven't taken my camper out once this year. For the weekends, it's a dumb weekend to even try. Yeah, I was honestly expecting every campsite here to be completely taken. And I got here and there's almost everybody's in the primitive camping spots. They're all out here at the water's edge, which is the better way to do it. But the campsite that I got is one of the few. It's right by the boat ramp, so it's super convenient. I can pull my boat right up on shore where I'm camped and anchor up for the night. There's at least one hole that I can cast a pole out into. Ricky Bobby, I bring the wife and kids in Minnesota where we only get one rod, more rods, trolling, limit, more lines. The Justin, yeah, that's the way to do it. All right, that's what's different. Let's try this. So we're killing the outboard right now. We're gonna sole just straight. I forgot that the wind died. We were bucking waves over there, getting beat up 45 minutes ago, and I'm still in that mode. So I just killed our outboard. Now we're trolling. Whoa, all right, easy there, buckaroo. Our trolling motor is taking us on a ride again. I don't know, we might, now that the daylight's up, we might bump into slightly deeper water. I don't know, we'll run with the trolling motor off here for a little bit and see if that, or excuse me, the outboard off and see if that makes a difference. Holy trolling motor, now that's how you trigger a bite. Right, Silver? Yeah, it lost its propulsion from the outboard, so it took it a minute to realize that it also needed to give speed and steer. Plus, we are still also, every pass that I make is a little closer to the shore. So we're, again, with the way that I'm drawing these maps, it's a little wonky. When we run in a section that I've already mapped good, it's perfect. It does a nice little S pattern. But she definitely takes us for a ride here sometimes when we don't have a good clear contour to follow. Tornadoes popping off here. Oh dang, really? I've never been in or near a tornado. We've had hurricane, class winds here in Montana. hail, you know, the size of golf balls. Scary, scary weather, but I've never been in a tornado. Ricky Bobby, do you stream fishing? Anyone heard from Jimmy Boy since his fishing accident this morning? Hoping he's okay. Rusty, I don't know who you're talking about. He does, Justin. Justin, yeah, I stream fishing bass tournaments. Oh, nice, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, a lot of people are like super into bass. They're fun to catch. I've just never really had an opportunity to catch big ones. Here we are on the hunt for the lighter again. There it is. New pocket this time. All right, we need a fish. Hi, Rod, big fish off again. Errol, yeah, we're, did you bring them? Did you bring the big fish? Mythic. I almost read that a different way. Mythic. Where are you at? North Central Montana, Mythic. This is Pishkun Reservoir. In the background here you can see are the Rocky Mountains. We're on the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, the Continental Divide. This in the background here is the high point that splits Eastern and Western America. So we're at a high altitude mountain lake here. Well, kind of. We're in the foothills. The high altitude mountain lakes are up in the mountains. But we're out here fishing for northern pike. We've put 7 in the boat so far. It has been, our bite kind of died off. And it does that here. You get a good morning bite. The afternoon bite can kind of peter off. We still catch them from time to time. But a lot of what it is, the sun, when the clouds go away, the pike, I find it harder to catch them. We might have to go poke around in one of these back pools over here and see what's lurking. We're over a ton of fish. This water body is just loaded with fish. Some days they just don't bite. Some areas they don't bite. We'll keep switching things up and moving around until we find them again. But we had a real good bite this morning. 6 a.m., 10 minutes into the pole was in the water, we had our first bite. I think we had our first 3 fish in the first 15 minutes or 18 minutes. What a view. I could sit there all day and not catch anything and be fine with it. Youper, I know. The fish are a bonus. It's relaxing to be out here. It's kind of a hidden gem out here in central Montana. It's out, I mean, it's about 20 miles outside of Choteau, Montana, which is a pretty small town in Montana. It's about 19 miles of dirt road. So it's a bit of a rough ride getting out here. And I think the reality is I don't think as many people in Montana like fishing for pike like they do trout. Trout is kind of what everybody in Montana fishes for. Everybody comes to Montana to fish for the trout or the sturgeon. But pike are one of my favorite species to target, and this is one of my, if not, it is my favorite spot to target them. It's not where I've caught my biggest pike, though I do believe firmly that one of these days I will get a new PB out of here. They are in here. The average fish that I catch out of here, 2 to 3 pounds, 16, 24 inches, 18 to 24 inches. It's not totally uncommon to pull, 30 plus inches out of here. I've never personally pulled anything over 40 inches. I think the biggest that I pulled out of here was about 38 inches and 15 pounds. But there are big ones in here. You just got to be persistent. And it might be time to change up our tactic here a little bit. Oh, I missed a bunch of chat here. Sorry, guys. What a view. I could sit there all day. Jimmy Boy will randomly call me 5 to 6 a.m. Feel bad when I miss it. Got crappie in there. No, Northwest, not in this particular water body. We do have white crappie and black crappie in a handful of different water bodies around Montana, though. I've only ever caught a black crappie. I've never caught a white crappie. They retreat to the weed beds when it's sunny, methinks. That could be. I know that oftentimes when I'm not streaming, I go back in some of these back ponds when the sun's beating down like this and I'm having a tough time getting a bite. And these back pools, especially this time of the year, oftentimes they're just up there sunning, and if you ain't catching them, Rod, no one is. Oh, maybe Tim, I don't know. This water body, I wish that somebody would do a tournament on this water body. I'd probably do pretty good at a Pishkun tournament, at least for the pike. But I know some other people who catch a decent amount of fish out of here. And pull some decent sized fish out of here too. A lot of them though are spot lock and casting. I mean, they're jigging, they're not trolling. I was watching, God man, the European pike over, the eastern side of the world. The pike gets just so ridiculous over there, and I've been watching, I forget his channel name. He slow trolls for pike. 1.2 to 1.5 miles an hour with just ridiculously big, 12, 13, 15-inch lures. And he just says, a lot of days I go out there and I don't get a bite. But when I do, he's pulling in 30 inchers, 30 pounders, 50 plus inchers. And he said, I'm not out there to catch a lot of fish. I'm out there to catch the big ones. And I just, as much as I would love to do that, I don't think, I don't know, what do you think, chat? Well, I guess our last stream, we had that poll. The one that's still probably going. The majority of people just want fish. They want to catch something. They would rather go out there and catch a bunch of little fish or just anything rather than just hunting for one big fish. And some days I do fish here. That's how I fish. I've run just redonkulous lures. And you just know that when you get hit on it, it's going to be something interesting. Zach, we're after northern pike. Been tuning in for a few months now. You're doing an amazing job creating and love the direction you're going with your content creation. Keep up the great work. Can't wait to see the YouTube plaque in the background. Mr. Ace, thank you. I appreciate that. I try to put out a quality stream. We struggle sometimes. I'm still fairly new at it, but I enjoy the hell out of it. And I think that's the biggest thing for me is I do this because I enjoy it. A plaque would be cool, a big channel would be cool, but that's not the goal, that's not the aim. We're just out here to fish, have fun, and hopefully you guys can enjoy the adventure along with us. But I appreciate that. That means a lot, Mr. Aces. It would be cool someday to have one of those plaques. I've seen some pretty crappy channels with them hanging. It always blows my mind, but people like their slop. Justin, you're talking about Michigan fishing a tournament, last tournament. Chico Goen Lake, I don't know what that is. Said hi. Alan, welcome to the stream. What can you catch there trolling at night? Northwest, I've only tried a couple of times trolling at night here. I caught a couple of pike, it wasn't great. I hear rainbow will bite at night. I've never really had a good rainbow bite at night. People have told me that kokanee can be caught at night. I've never caught kokanee at night. I've caught perch at night. You'd probably have perch would probably be your best bet. Perch and the pike, if you could figure out what they want. Tim Dow with another 10 gifted memberships. Tim, you're awesome, buddy. Thank you again. Who got him this time? Everlast 69, Steven, First and Goal, Tina, William J4F, Nate 19, I'm a Sneaky GG, Chris Schwan, CJ Markley, Down and Under Drift, YouTube, Fishy Fingers Jackson, congratulations to y'all for 1 free month in the Rod Squad. And thank you again, Tim. Appreciate your continued support. Looks like Upper Peninsula, my guess was Northern Michigan. Thank you, Tim Dow. Check your rod. Jace, the rod is fine, I promise. JG said hi. Welcome to the stream, JG. William, how you doing, William? Welcome, welcome. Run a tournament club in Northern Wisconsin, Upper Peninsula. Oh, heck yeah, Ricky. That's, oh, come on. All right, I think we're back again. YouTube is spazzing on me again. I don't know what the heck. I updated the YouTube app. I rebooted my phone. YouTube's just been wonky for me lately. Openish, can I be bought? No, we don't. I have very few mods in the channel, and most of them are people who are here every stream hanging out. If you want to become a mod, hang out. Become a regular here. Learn how to use the bot commands, help people, answer questions. When the bite starts, it gets chaotic. We may have periods of just dead time. I mean, it happens while you're trolling. But when the bite turns on, we'll get back-to-back action. The polls light up. It gets crazy and chaotic. And when that happens, my mods step in and they answer people's questions. They add catches. They very much help take care of the stream while I'm trying to keep from crashing into the shore and falling in the water. YouTube is wonky, period. Ball it is. I'm baffled at what is causing so much instability for me lately. It makes no sense. The Starlink signal is strong. We don't have interference. I don't have, crossing Wi-Fi bands. It's not power because it does the same thing plugged in or not. YouTube is just, I don't know. And it seems like for me recently, the longer the stream goes on, the more erratic it becomes. But we're going to keep at it. We're not going to complain. It happens. We'll roll with the punches. We'll figure it out. But thank you guys for joining us out here today, spending your 4th of July weekend, fishing with the Rod Squad out here in central Montana. Hang out. We'll be here all night. I feel like the bite will almost certainly come back. It usually does. You get on, off kind of throughout the day. And I kind of lose the fish sometimes and have to re-find them. Again, all part of trolling. I think we'll turn around here in a little bit. Run back the other direction. YouTube, install signal anytime they want. Yeah, it gets unstable sometimes. Like we started a stream at 6 a.m. this morning, and oftentimes YouTube may crash, or you may need to reset the stream by swiping out. But when you go back on it, it tells you there's an active stream. Do you want to resume it? You can click the resume button, and it lets you go back into the stream that was having the problem. Problem now resolved. Well, YouTube crashed on us earlier, and it won't let me resume that stream, but it also won't kill that stream. So right now we actually have a second stream going from this morning that won't die and people keep going into, but it won't, there's no way for me as the streamer to force it to end. Normally after a few minutes of it noticing that the connection is gone, it will kill the stream and it doesn't go on forever. For whatever reason today, I think that stream is still up, and I have no way to kill it aside from deleting it, which then deletes the replay of the live stream, which a lot of people do like to go back and watch. I go in and I try to put timestamps for all the catches, lure changes, You know, I include different tactics, you know, me explaining depths that we're going, why we're going at the depths, how the lead core line goes. So I go back through and put, you know, timestamps for people who want to go back and click through and not have to sit through 15 hours or 12 hours to get the good parts. Fueled by Mountain Dew and cigarettes, that's right. Fishy things you and your, you ever think about starting a bumper sticker company? Postcards, I don't know. Bob S with the happy poop. What's up, Bob? Man, it's getting toasty. I think I might have to bust off my jacket here. I need to put sunscreen on. Let's do that. While this bite is slow, remind me to put this back on in a minute. And these things last forever. This battery's still, we're good. What have we been on? 6 a.m. to 11, so 5 hours. Now, because I took my jacket off, in 10 minutes it's gonna rain. Watch. I'm gonna have 25-mile-an-hour gusts because I took my jacket off. Lake Effects Blues, Rod, how are you? I'm doing absolutely awesome. We're out here enjoying the weather, enjoying the holiday weekend. We've put 7 fish in the boat so far. We've lost a few, but we're doing all right. The bite's kind of died off here since the sun came out. We might have to change our tactics up here in a little bit. Fishy things we know. You are grounded, Emmykins. My name makes people think I'm a troll, so their expectations of me. There you go. What's Rod? How goes the battle? Pat Dirk, we're doing good. We're having an awesome morning out here. We're at Pishkun. We're fishing for pike. This is quite literally. Oh, big fish here. Oh. Look at it. He's eating shit off the top of water. Oh, is he still there? That was a big trout. Huge trout. He was just gulping shit off the top of the water. Man, I never can grab the phone quick enough. There are some fat trout in here, you guys. Like, that was probably easy a 6 to 8 pounder, like a good sized trout. Big ol' kite, big ol' hook jaw on him. Big ol' buck. I always miss it. I need a damn chest cam on. Where are you at? Canyon Ferry pops to mind. Bill, we're actually in north central Montana, up by Shodo. This is Pishkun Reservoir, or right along the Rocky Mountain front. Canyon Ferry's a good guess, though. Similar terrain. Mia, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't get the camera turned around fast enough. How you doing, Mia? I just tuned back in and there are no swells. It looks like it got above 70 there. You moved to a different state in the last 30 minutes. Silver, pretty much. As the saying goes here in Montana, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. And that's especially true here in central Montana. We went from it being almost cold enough to see my breath this morning to 70 degrees, and again 30 minutes ago it was windy and bucking us all over the place. And throw a whopper plopper? I could. Well, we would have to go back to the boat launch. I left both of my spinning rods in pole holders next to my tent. All I have is my my trolling rods, and while they are technically bait casters and you could cast them, I can't cast them. I would bird's nest the shit out of them. I've tried this one. I trolled Pishkun. One of the times that I camped here, I probably trolled for a solid 10 hours with one of my big whopper ploppers behind the boat. I could not get a goddamn thing to bite on it. I was trolling super shallow too. Thanks for the stream. Gets boring out here on the road, truck driver. Oh, nice, Bart. Well, I'm glad to be your riding buddy there, hitchhiking along. I always joke as I'm driving away from the lake. People are telling me I'm trolling too fast. Or are you catching anything? And I'm like, explaining how I got a rod out the window over the cliff and we just have a really big planer board on. But I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Drive safe, my friend. Enjoy your holiday weekend. Be careful out there. There's a lot of drunk, crazy drivers on the holidays. That goes for all of you. And if you are drunk or fucked up, don't drive this holiday season, y'all. Stay home, find somebody else to drive for you. Hang out. You don't need to go nowhere. Call an Uber. God, man. Where were we? We streamed at Swan Lake recently, and I drove from Vaughan, Montana to Swan Lake, which is up kind of by Flathead, Kalispell. And I don't know, over the course of the drive, it's about a 4-hour drive. There was just a patch of highway. And here in Montana, I don't know if they do it in other states, but in Montana, when somebody dies in a vehicle accident on the highway, they put up a little white cross. And there was a stretch of highway between here and Swan Lake that, I mean, I don't know, I had an emotional reaction to how many crosses were on that. Just kills me inside thinking about how many people lose their lives needlessly. A lot of it is weather related, granted, but a lot of people, drunk drivers, people crashing their shit. Stay safe out there, y'all, especially on the holidays. It ain't worth it. We still running for pike? Yeah, Wes, we haven't been bit in a couple hours now, though. Week-long tournament starting tomorrow, team tournament next weekend. Ricky, nice. Are you, so what formats of tournaments do you do, Ricky? Are you one of the tournaments that's doing, like people with an app, you know, you put it on a bump board, you snap a picture, and you're just doing length, or do you do length and weight? Do you require them to stay in a live well to be turned in? Like, I'm always curious. A lot of tournaments are moving towards methods to keep those fish alive longer, which unfortunately leads to cheating in a lot of cases. But I hate seeing so many fish die during tournaments. How many lines out? We have 2 out, one on each side of the boat. In fact, we probably could move our planer board out. Let me get caught up on chat here. I'm behind. Trout raised here. It maybe flies soon. Yeah, I was eating something off the surface, but he came up and was gulping multiple times. I thought it was a pike at first, but then you see the kype on it, and pike don't get that. It was a big old buck. Honor system or get shot. We're always packing. Fishy things always packing. Probably a pot up from the ice. Yeah, they do that here. Somebody really, I'd rather walk than take an Uber. Yeah, just whatever you guys do. Have fun out there this weekend, but be safe. All right. What are we doing here? We need to change something. Should we keep the Castmaster out? What is it? It's 11:16. I'm gonna let you guys pick. Well, we got the Castmaster pole. I think we're gonna leave our little Dredger down. He put in some work. He always puts in work. We always have our one comfort rod, and then we have our fuck around rod over here. You guys amongst yourselves decide how we're gonna catch the next fish. What should we do on our other pole? Are we running spoons? Are we running lead core line, planer board, crankbait, lake troll? What do you guys want to see? You can, we'll run for 45 minutes an hour. We'll run a rod that you guys can, blue and silver Kastmaster. Corbett, we already have a gold Kastmaster on. I don't know if people are gonna want another Kastmaster. It's been almost an hour. We haven't been touched. We tried running it just raw, you know, so probably 2 to 3 foot. And then I put on, we've had probably a half hour now, the snap weight on there, so it's down, you know, 10, 12 foot. Flicker shad, spoons, crank. Let me see, let me figure out how to do a pull here. No. Man, I wish they would make it so mods could start a pull. I need to build a pull functionality into RodBot. I don't know how to do it. I know how to do it on the, is it the gear? Nope. Is it, oh, add a QA sticker. No. I don't know how to do it. Jeffrey, grow up, man. Sorry about that, y'all. The second, crank up the crankbaits. What kind of crankbait, though? We got a couple for flicker shads. Kokanee, keep the Castmaster, just change the color. Streamer on planer with a flash reward. Planer with a flasher with a fly. When do you start using the reef runner? Yeah, it doesn't. I ordered it. It'll probably be in the mail today. I ordered some smaller reef runners. All I have is the Reef Runner 800s, and they're a 27 foot diver. So I gotta be fishing, you know, 30, 35 foot bottom usually to run those, because there is some undulation. I mean, you don't want them dragging on the bottom. You can have them tick, but the bottom here is fairly weedy, so every tick you're picking bullshit up. I try to run those when I'm fishing, you know, 30, 35 foot bottom plus. And right now, the bite, the last couple of times has not been that deep. We're in 20, 25 foot of water is where we've been catching them. So I ordered some 600s because they don't dive quite so deep. I don't have them yet, though. I have a couple of scatter wraps, yeah. Something with a blade on it. Do you do any muskie fishing? Dawson, we don't have true muskies here in Montana. We have tiger muskies, and I do fish. Keep an eye out for our Ackley Lake streams. That's usually where I go to target tiger muskies. Shad, rab, gold. Man, everybody wants something different. Big ass trout pattern. DT16 in perch. Jeff is trolling just like mackerel shad. Thanks, mods. We need that. Do you have any luck with Gulp Alive series? Jigging, yeah. I've never trolled with them. Why do so many people think? Bomber wobbler. I've never fished the bomber wobbler. Sorry, Jim, I don't know that I've ever fished with that one. Pop gear with a Swedish pimple, so lake troll with a tiny spoon. That would be good for trout or kokanee. It's just that midday sun pounded down as soon as the angles pick up. I think it's such a cool thing. I don't know, man. God, chat keeps jumping all over the place. What do tiger muskie look like? They're really, really cool looking. They're kind of like a muskie, but if you inverted their colors. They have the stripes on them, but the base body color is light and the stripes are dark, as opposed to a muskie that the base body color is dark. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that what it is? Muskie are dark with white on it, and tiger muskies are white with dark on it. Thank you. God, it's so hard to keep up on chat when people are just normally chatting. Let me fix my mic real quick. Have you caught anything? Dawson, we've landed 7 northern pike so far, and we've lost, I think, 3 or 4. We're just discussing what we want to put on. Our bite has kind of died off, so we're going to switch up one lure. And everybody wants something different. Looks like someone is locked in mom's basement. Dawson, they ranged anywhere from 16 inches to about 23 inches. We haven't caught anything real sizable yet today. All great eater size, perfect eater size, but nothing sizable yet. Hell yeah, brother, love to see the fishing. Need to get out there now. Comment, heck yeah, it's the perfect weekend to do it. There are going to be a lot of people out, but beautiful weather out here today in central Montana. This is one of the few places that looked like it was going to have really good weather. But we'll see. Yeah, we got somebody who's real insistent upon disrupting the stream here. Bigger fish are funner to catch, smaller fish taste better. Dirty, 100%. Yeah, I usually don't eat, try not to harvest anything over 2 to 3 pounds. Doesn't matter what the species is. 2 to 3 pounds is usually about the size that most fish grow in 3 to 5 years. Anything bigger than that is usually fairly old and not great tasting. Muskie come in a bunch of color variations, clear, striped, spotted, tiger, bands and spots. Yeah, I guess that's another thing. And I was trying to do some research. Like, so rainbow trout, for example, have a bunch of defined strains that everybody grows, everybody stocks, they trade them. Like, I was looking to try and find northern pike strains, because a northern pike caught in this water body doesn't necessarily look like a northern pike caught in the Missouri River. Definitely doesn't look like a pike caught, you know, on the East Coast. Like, there's so many different northern pike variants, and I couldn't find any real information about what they're called. Like, if they have actual strain names, or if those are just, but I don't know. Or if it is truly the same strain and it's just a matter of diet and, you know, like, what is making them all so different? Most people don't understand the older and bigger the fish, the more toxins and mercury in the meat, which cause undesirable flavors. Dirty, a lot of people don't get that. Everybody wants to keep the big fish, and it's, those are the worst. Not only are they bad for you in most cases, like really bad for you, especially if you consume a lot of them. I mean, it's not a big deal if you only eat fish every once in a while, but beyond the fact that they're just bad for you, the texture is worse, the flavor is worse. They're not as good. View count hasn't moved since spammers came in. Yeah, they disrupt it. There's not a whole lot you can do. I appreciate you mods helping take care of that. Y'all are awesome. They have you check the pores on the lower jaw for species ID in the pike family. Well, Justin, yeah, but that's because there's different kind of pike, but that's not necessarily strain-wise. I mean, pike versus muskie versus tiger muskie are all part of the same family. Pickerel, you know, chain pickerel, and there's, not only are there northern pike, there's also eastern pike, or excuse me, southern pike. You know, there's that weird Amur pike, the white one with the black. What I'm talking about is all northern pike just the different strains. Like you have rainbow trout, we have Arley rainbow trout, you have Kamloops rainbow trout, you have Gerard rainbow trout. They're all stocks of rainbow trout that are taken from different native areas, and they produce wildly different coloring, sizes. As like I guess maybe it's because pike isn't bred and distributed like trout. That's the only thing that I can think of as to why I couldn't really figure it. Pickerel can actually crossbreed with muskie as well. Interesting. Well, I mean, that's where the tiger muskie comes from, is, you know, pike and muskie. A pickerel. What the hell does that make? We're now into designer poodles here? Is that a shadoodle? What is a pickerel muskie? Appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. Let's go. I didn't even notice. We're at 118 likes. Y'all are awesome. We're still looking for the fish. I'm now on the north end of the reservoir. We're kind of over by where the boat dock is. There is an absolute party going on the boat dock right now. There's almost no boats out. I think besides like these little paddlers and stuff. Let me see if I can show you guys this. There's like 900 people on the dock over there. I think this shit is bigger than the last Trump rally. What do you think, y'all? Sorry. But no, there's we're on the north end of the lake now. We're looking for the fish again. Yeah, we still we didn't decide what. I asked what you guys wanted to fish, and like everybody and their brother gave a suggestion, and I think there were the only thing that got more than one vote, I think, was flicker shad. Everybody wants something different. Can you troll a shad wrap? We have shad wraps. Pickerel. Designer pike. Kamloops program here in North Shore, Superior, but they gave up a few years back. Yeah, so quite a few water bodies in Montana, and it looks like in the 60s and the 70s, they stocked Kamloops, or a variant of Kamloops, because there's now variants of variants, designer trout. And a lot of them, since like the 80s, they started stocking them with Gerard instead. Georgetown, Lake, Little Bitterroot Lake. A lot of them have Georgetown in them now. Redfin pike are all we have here in the south. If you catch 12 inches, it's a wall hanger. Oh, they're little itty bitty. Interesting. Redfin pike. I'll have to look that up. I don't think I've seen those, Dirty. The little pike are the cutest. I almost never catch them, but I get just as excited to catch the little ones as I do the 20-pounders. They're like the most adorable. I want to take them home every time I catch one. Yeah, what's up, Harrison? God, let me catch up on chat here. Sorry, you guys. Blackfish basket, catfish. You pick a box rod, we pick a... That would probably work better. That's where we need to just spoons versus cranks versus... And then we'll dial it down from there. Troll a chatterbait? We could do that, Dylan. Chatterbait's an option. Anything perch color? Well, I do also have... I don't bust this one out often because it doesn't fit in most of my tackle boxes. I troll this from time to time here. It's one of my biggest perch baits. I bought this with the intention of catching a fat pike off of it. It's been bit a couple of times. I've never landed what bit on it. Besides, I take that back. I caught a 5-inch yellow perch off of this. A littler perch trying to eat the bigger perch. It's a Rapala, just a jointed, I don't even know what the hell it is. It's a bigger one though. It's gotta be 7 inches. You guys wanna try should we switch to the fancy perch? Fly me out and I'll help wear them out, Joe. Never seen a 20-pound pike. Yeah, they're not common, but they are a sight to behold. I'll show you a picture of mine here in a little bit. She was just fat. Just like a hot dog. I like that. That'll catch a big one. That perch was trying to mate with your lure. Big baits, big fish, go big, sure. Thumbs up. Just posted a screenshot to your community page. It said you had 13K viewers. 13K, Hammy. Biggest bait you got, run it. I have bigger baits than this, and I'd have to dig for them, my musky baits. But I brought this one. It's been hanging on my wall for a little while. Let's run this guy. Let's, I don't know how deep this guy dives. It's a Rapala. I forget, I don't know what the hell make or model it is. It's a fat ass Rapala jointed. It looks like it's probably a fairly shallow diver. I don't know what it is. But I think it's time to bring in our Kastmaster here. I always have high hopes for the Kastmasters. Kastmaster for me is kind of like the flicker shad. Everybody catches shit on Kastmasters except for me. Got people in my boat jigging with them, catching shit left and right. I could put it on their pole, they'll catch a fish with it, but if it's my pole, it ain't gonna get touched. What are you doing, trolling motor? Every time the trolling motor does that, in the back of my head, it makes me feel like I'm in an Uber or a taxi, and the taxi driver takes that turn and you're like, this isn't the way to my house. And then like horror movie theme music sets in. Like, that's how I feel when the trolling motor does that. It's like, this isn't where we're supposed to be going. Yeah, this looks good. Let me see if I can do this. Never mind, I'm not gonna do it. Every time I do that one-handed, I accidentally kill the stream. I was gonna show you guys the action on it. Nice reel. Yeah, they're the Okuma Cold Water A series. They're really nice. They just came out last year. I replaced most of my trolling rods with these. I used to have the older Cold Water series. These are the 30 DLA model. And they're great. Improved drag system on them. Really nice loud clicker. Really, really smooth. I dig them. What's the orange above the leader? Wesley, that's called a snubber. So that rod is running straight braid, 65-pound Suffix Advanced braid. And braid, unlike mono or fluoro, has zero stretch to it. So oftentimes when you're trolling with braid, it's a good idea to add it's a snubber. It's basically, think of it like a bungee cord. It gives your line some stretch, so when that fish is fighting, thrashing, they're not fighting against a fixed point where they can get leverage or really pull harder. There's always some bounce to it, which helps, in theory, land more fish. They don't pull off as often, though it does still happen. And when a fish starts thrashing, they thrash with such strength a lot of the times that they just literally tear straight through their lip. Or in some cases, tear their lip straight off. But that's where we're camped. I don't know if you guys can see. There we go. There's my truck. We're camped right in the trees. I got a little hut over there. It's a nice spot right up all along the water. Like 100 yards or so from the boat launch. If you're any y'all are in the area and want to come hang out and camp, pull up. We'll be here tonight and all day tomorrow. Yeah, it's right on the water. Truck backed right in. I don't know how well you guys can see that or not. Our tent is like in the trees. Pretty cool spot. So we got lots of shade, got a nice fire pit. Tent is tucked in between trees, so when the wind gets blowing, it doesn't rip her out. And again, I can pull the boat right up in there and chill. If I left now, it would take me 30 hours to drive there. Lake Lee, we might not be here still, but you never know. Get a lot of slot fish, weak hammy, lots of water. Dude, I used Braid for trolling because it's so small and it'll let bait cut deeper in the water, and I run a fluorocarbon leader. I was losing so many fish in my youth. I invested in some Snubbers. Yeah, a lot of people silver. Whoa, trolling motor, what are you doing? I don't know, the new train of thought, a lot of people are saying, oh, ditch the Snubbers, just get a rod with more be that rubber band. And I immediately ask myself, how big a fish are these guys catching with those rubber band poles? You know, when you're running a whip instead of a, you know, something that's got some backbone to it. I mean, this is only a medium strength, moderate fast pole, but it's got a bit of a backbone to it. When you get a 20-pound fish on the end of your line, do you really want the tip of your pole? Like, I mean, it makes me feel like you're fishing with an ice fishing rod. But that's what a lot of people are like, oh, I don't use Snubbers anymore. I just use a really, you know, really bendy pole. Huge parabolic bend. And to me, I'll stick with the Snubbers. They seem to help. I might come out tomorrow. All right, Matthew, we'll be here. We'll be fishing all day today, camping tonight, and I plan on, if battery and weather permits, we'll be out here on the water for probably the majority of tomorrow. Medium, fast action rod, that's what I run. Okay, so similar. Mine's medium, moderate fast action. So that's a little more bendy. I'm gonna bring this in a little bit. Let's try adjusting. I'm gonna run it at 60 foot back. So we'll bring it up a little bit in the water column just in case. I am seeing a lot of fish in like the 10 to 12 foot. We might be fishing a little deep. This guy should be more in their range. In fact, let's do this. Being as I'm gonna throw our wind died down. Let's put our board back on for the hell of it. You guys can see both. All right, we got both poles back in your view. Still trolling in 20, yeah, we're about 20 to 22 foot bottom right now. I'm packing the truck up, should be there in 19 hours and 45 minutes. Silver, you will get here for a few hours of fishing. Sounds good. I'll meet you then. What's the count? 88, we're still at 7 pike landed and 3 or 4 lost. How's Willow Creek treating you over there, 88? No, we didn't get bit on the Castmaster. We ran it for about an hour. We just took it out. We replaced it with a giant jointed perch crankbait, shallow diving crank. That's what's running on our planer board back there. Do a huge big flasher in line in front of lure work there. Corbett, I have never had great success on flashers here in central Montana. The only place I've ever had a good bite on flashers is Flathead Lake. We caught 1 lake trout off of a flasher fly. I've run them at I've run them here, I've run them at Holter. I ran them a little bit at Francis. I don't know what it is, why the flashers, why I can't get much off of the flashers. A Dodger, Dodger and a fly, Dodger and a worm harness rig tends to do fairly well. Butte's launching a 16-inch shell that weighs 56 pounds for the 200. 56 pounds? Good Lord. It's a long trip. I know, Silver. Sounds like a 400-pound smooth ray. Hey, bro, I'm new to fishing. I got a reel from Walmart for 25 bucks, but I'm ready to spend more. What do you recommend? I mean, why are you replacing it? What's wrong with the $25 one? I mean, what is your budget? Because, I mean, I fish with fairly cheap stuff. You could take a look at on Amazon for it's called a Piscifun or a Piscifun, Piscifun. Carbon X3 they just came out with, I believe within the last 6 months or a year. I run on a lot of my spinning reels, the Carbon X2, and they're great reels. They're like 50, 60 bucks. You can get them cheaper on sale too. In fact, right now there's probably great deals going on them. But check out the Carbon X3. They're in either the 200 or 300 size. Budget's like $250. Oh, then you can get a whole variety of things. I tend not to spend a whole lot of money. If you want to spend a little bit more money, there's a local Montana brand. And in fact, they're made out of Great Falls, Montana, and they're sold through North 40. It's called Swate, S-W-A-T-E. Check out the Swate Black Label. Later when we get to camp, I can show you one. No, that one has a Piscifun on it as well. I use them on my Catfish rods. They're an excellent reel, but they're a little bit more spendy. They're probably closer to 200 bucks. And that would be what I would recommend. If you want a cheaper, good reel that you can beat up and it'll just keep going, check out the Piscifun Carbon X series, Carbon X3. If you want to spend a little bit more money and get a nice quality Montana-made reel, check out Swate, and they're called the Swate Black Label. Swate, if you're watching, I would love some gear. I'll tell everybody all about them. I would love to fish your stuff. For now, though, we're going to be pushing the Piscifun because they're cheap and they're nice. How often does your rods go into the water? Voidcaster, we had one water body. Holter Lake owns 2 of my trolling rods. That's why we now have leashes. The very last stream of last year, our Christmas stream, at the very end of the stream, I dumped one over the side of the boat. So that was dead homie number 1. And then our very first stream back to Holter this year, after I had just got done telling the story about dead homie number 1, dead homie number 2 ended up in Holter. Now we have rod leashes. I hate them. They're a giant pain in the butt, but I also hate having to spend $250 every time I deep six one of our rods into the lake, so. Average is 1 year, 1 rod a year, about that, that's, yeah. Silver, so I've never tried any of Okuma's just regular spinning reels. I love their trolling rigs. I mean, you see, that's basically all I run is all Okuma for all my trolling rigs. I have legitimately never tried one of their spinner reels. I'll have to try them out. Yeah, we lost our first and hopefully only rod of the year at our first Holter Lake stream this year. We pay our respects every time we pass through. Matthew Weaves, what's up, Rod? How you doing, Matthew? We're having an awesome day out here. We've caught 7 pike so far. It's fish whistle 30. I ain't never gonna catch up on chat, so we might as well. We're still trying to get back on the bite. I'm doing laps right now. We might have to poke into one of these back ponds here and take a look. Ugly Sticks, the best dock runner. Yeah, so for a cheap pole or a good pole, I run the Ugly Stick carbon fiber. Medium light, fast action. I believe it's a 6'6" or 6'8" one piece. I only fish one piece. The only rods that I have that aren't one piece are my Catfish rods, and they're just simply too unwieldy to be one pieces. Rod almost ended up in the water. Yeah, that last one, it was a tough choice. It was either me and the rod go in the water or just the rod goes in the water. So, sayonara, my friend. It's been nice knowing you. They're okay, they get tangled up. Rip fallen homie, right, Dave? I have a 2509 Okuma reel for walleye, and that thing's drag is still top notch. Honestly, that reel was a gift. Been satisfied with Okuma. I also own some Shimano. Okuma reels get tangled a lot. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I don't know, I've never fished them. Dave, you catch what you're looking for? Mine does anyway. Have you tried different line on it? Or is it any line you put on it? All right, we need another soda. No, we don't. We have one right here. We need to find the fish, or we lost the fish again. $131 thumbs up, let's go. Thank you guys for joining us out here today. We'll be streaming all day. We are probably gonna do a catch and cook tonight. If we catch something near the time we get out of the water. We are also gonna be out here fishing again tomorrow, if weather and batteries permit. Knox Robbins with the flow state. Thank you, Knox. How you doing today, Knox? Any line? Okay, interesting, Hudson. Well, that sucks. That'd be frustrating. I fished 3 Okuma reels in the dark casting for walleye, and I never get tangled or anything, but that's probably because of the same color rods I use. Yeah, a lot of it could have to do with rod. I know that some reels pair better with certain rods. Never have quite understood why that is, but it is a thing. Not a bite. Gonna pack it up in 15. Oh, dang. Redneck Amusement, welcome to the stream. 10 months in the Rod Squad, let's go. Redneck, one of my OGs here in the channel. Always appreciate you stopping through, my friend. How's the fishing been for you over there? I haven't seen you stream in a minute. I miss so many people's streams. I try. YouTube never gives the damn notifications. All right, so we're still over anywhere from like 22 to 24 foot bottom, 25 foot bottom. Meandering through here, our trolling motor is dancing away. We are marking a decent amount of fish, anywhere from like 10 foot down to 20 foot. So there's a fair amount of fish in here that we're running these through. I would estimate this, the bigger perch, I think that probably only dives down 6 to 8 foot. I don't think that one's a super deep diver. Our Berkley Dredger is a 14.5 foot diver, and it is run on lead line, so we're a little bit deeper. Water temperature has warmed up. The north end of the lake is now 64.4 degrees, so we are 1.5 degrees warmer than what it was when we got here this morning. So it's getting a little toasty out. But still, for this time of the year, it is not incredibly warm. Oftentimes this time of the year, I come up here and we're closer to 70. Lake Erie Lee, 3 months in the Rod Squad. Let's go, Lee. Thank you for your support. What's up, dude? Fishing slow. Been so damn busy. I hope to get out soon. I know how that goes. Well, I hope you get out there. Good to see you. I hope you can get on the fish. We've, last weekend we fished here. I think we caught 8. I think we caught 8, and we lost about that many. We got soggy. But it was incredible because we've been here 2 times earlier in the year and the bite was just, couldn't get anything to bite. We caught 1 fish out of 2 streams. So it's awesome that the pike bite is on here. And sometimes you just gotta wait for it. Sometimes you gotta go look for it. We found a channel, a depth that they're passing through or holding, and that they are active. We got on a good bite this morning. It slowed down, but I suspect we will probably pick back up at some point here. Then you need to get a flexible solar panel, small charge controller to keep your battery charged up, especially on the sunny Montana. Chase, I do. The black panel, you probably can't see it because of the chat there. But we're up here, buddy. They're not in great orientation, but that's a 50 watt solar panel, and I have one on each side. They're not at a great angle. They do get partially blocked by bags and shit, but it does put a fair amount. We got, you can't see it, 12.69 volts. We're holding pretty steady. But again, the trolling motor itself runs just off of the 24 volt, 200 amp hour Vertier. That's enough for us to troll for 3, 4, 5 marathons without needing to recharge. It's a monster battery. Everything else are electronics, the HDS 10 Pro, the Elite FS9, that all are lights. Everything else is off of our Optima batteries in the back here. But we do have those. Those are all tied in with the charge controller and into our house battery, and the ACR takes charge from the outboard and pushes it into both. I have a fairly robust power system here on this little boat. And then we run the Starlink Mini. Doesn't run off of any of that. That runs off of our DeWalt 8 amp hour battery packs. I just have, 4 or 6 or 8 I carry of these, and they're 5 to 6 hours of stream time on the satellite per battery. And in fact, it's almost time. Let me see here. No, we still got a little bit of juice. When this one dies, that's our primary. It will automatically fail over to our second battery, which then allows me to pull this guy out without disrupting the stream and pop a fresh one in. And then when the controller senses that the primary battery is full again, it seamlessly falls back over. It's all controlled in this box down here. It's a component out of a UPS, an uninterruptible power supply system for computers. I run a 100-watt panel, controller on my boat I can do, and a full day trolling with a battery full. That's awesome. Oh, that's cool, Chase. Yeah, unfortunately the panel is not hooked up to the trolling motor. We just have a huge battery. I need it because I run the iPhone, 2 graphs, the GoPro, lights, everything's off of, it's like a 60 amp hour Optima Blue Top. So both the outboard and the solar panels all go to help juice back up our house battery. If I had room to put another solar panel, I would love to. Either to add to that system or to push into the solar battery. Setup looks like a winner. Thanks, Jace. Yeah, we've been tweaking at it for a few years. It's getting better. It's not perfect, but we're definitely improving. Sometimes Pike just shut down. Sun came out, that might be why. If you have something that rattles hard, I'd try that, or try chartreuse. Billiard, yeah, it might be time to bust the squid back out. That one's got a rattle in it. It's super flashy colored. Pretty cool water temperature for July in the lakes here into the 70s. Youper it is, yeah, we had a really, we've had a cold front, rainy, that's moved through the last couple of weeks, and it's kept it quite cool. Need to get flexible solar panel. Already read that. Lake Erie Lee with the gold coin. Let's go, Lake Erie Lee. Let me fix my mic, y'all. I will be back in a moment. All right. Lip should match the words now. Sorry for the Kung Fu dub. I have it all here. I haven't tested it. Switching from Bluetooth mic over to the wireless receiver and transmitter. I'd planned on doing that for today's stream, but didn't get around to it. But welcome everybody joining. We're out here fishing for northern pike, enjoying the weather. Waiting for the fatty to come join us out here. Please tell me that other stream has died. All right, it looks like the first one is processing now. Maybe. Did it die? Please tell me it died. Okay, our first stream died finally. Yes. What's everybody up to? Anybody else going fishing for the 4th? Or is everybody enjoying the cool weather inside, sitting next to the AC? I know a lot of you guys are melting over there in the East Coast. I'm making that noise. I think I need to lube my trolling motor. It's making kind of like a clunk when it turns. Welcome back, Mia. Anything since the 21-inch? Nate, we're up to 7 now. It's been over 2 hours since we've had a bite. The bite just kind of shut off. We're trolling around the northeast corner of the lake right now. Again, while the bite is slow here, we're just kind of making passes, trying to... Oh, we're not doing this again. This is where we snagged up the last time we were here. I'm catching it before it happens again. All right, we're not so far out from the boat now. New stream, yeah, unfortunately, the first stream crashed. Like legit, the YouTube app just disappeared. And when I opened it back up and went to resume, there was no resume. It wouldn't let me rejoin the stream that had just crashed. So I had to start a second stream, but for the first like hour or longer that I had the new stream running, the old stream was still going, but I just couldn't get back into it. So there's like 30 people in the room watching a loop. Where are we at today? We're in north central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. We're out here targeting northern pike. Northern pike, rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, yellow perch. We've put 7 pike in the boat so far. We've lost about 3 or 4. The bite has been a little slow since the sun came out. I'll be back. Good luck. Thanks, Jace. Appreciate you. We'll be here, buddy. Any camping on this lake? Yeah, we camped here last night. We're gonna camp here again tonight. There are people camped all around the perimeter of the lake. We're one of the only ones with a boat in the water, which is absolutely crazy. Just started fishing recently, but we don't have many types of fish. Mostly bass, catfish, and sunfish. Well, those are still, I love fishing for catfish. It's one of my favorite species. I want to catch a trout though. Okay. Well, you got to find somewhere that has trout. Okay, smoke break. All right, fishy. How's Rod doing? It's been slow. We haven't had a bite in over a couple hours. We are just moving around the perimeter of the lake here, trying to map contours a little better while we look for the fish. Yeah, we catch a lot of trout here in Montana, Kepler. You gotta find a water body here in Montana where there's rainbow trout in here, there's kokanee salmon. There's supposedly brook trout in here. I've never seen them. You gonna take a crack at cats tonight? There's no catfish in here. We will, last night for a few hours I had a rod out. There are big suckers in here. There are big carp in here. The pike do bite at night. I've never personally caught a rainbow trout at night or a kokanee salmon, but I've heard lots of people say that they can and will bite at night. I don't know. So yeah, we'll fish for a little bit tonight from the shore after we pull the boat in. Probably targeting, again, either carp, sucker, or pike. King Kai, what's up, King Kai? We are at Pishkun today. Pishkun Reservoir, just outside of Shodo. We've caught seven pike so far, and we've lost like 3 or 4. The bite's kind of shut off since the sun came out. How you doing, King Kai? How's training going? I've been out a bit grinding the World Title 7. Heck yeah. Get it, man. It's worth it. You got isn't it August at Fenwick Park? Let the folks in here know when and where can they watch your upcoming title fight. So happy to catch your stream. Well, good to see you, man. Did you end up bringing the boat to Washington with you? Or are you gonna do any fishing while you're out there, or are you straight training? Wiggles Factor, what's up, Wiggles? Wiggles, I have to apologize to you. You super chatted a stream or 2 ago, and I accidentally deleted it. I clicked the wrong button, and I was going through my block list before today's stream, and I had banned you. I don't know if you noticed or not, but I unbanned you. I sincerely apologize. Bro here super chats, and I banned him. So welcome back. It was not personal. It was 100% a mistake. So, but I do sincerely apologize. It was, I thought at first that I had just accidentally deleted the message, but it wasn't until I was looking through and I was like, holy shit, how it wiggles. And then I remembered the deleted super chat and I'm like, oh shit, did I not delete his chat? I banned him? I legit banned the dude. Is this the place where that guy said people were catching walleye unexpectedly? No, that was Swan Lake. Though there are water bodies, the Sun River system feeds into here, and there are walleye in it. I've never known there to be a breeding population of walleye in here, and I've never seen them off of the Fish, Wildlife, and Park surveys. I have heard people say they've caught them out of here, but if they are, it's just the stray that makes it in from upstream, and they don't last because the pike eat them. Wiggles, I'm in Tri-Cities, fueled by Mountain Dew and darts. Yeah. Wiggles, next time, super chat more money. Yeah, that'll do it, Fishy. Message me. I'm just here for a few days. I gotta go for a run. Just wanted to say what's up and let everyone know I'm still around. Well, good to see you, Kai. Get back to training, man, so you can defend that title. Oh, Kai, you should tell Searsy to give him my number or something, or tell him to find me on Instagram. Tell him to message me. I want him to take me out to somewhere fancy with his big fancy boat. I'm stealing your boat ride while you're gone, Kai. See if he wants to go to Flathead or somewhere around there. I want to go catch some damn lake trout. What's you fishing for? Yeah, Castaway's fishing. We've been targeting northern pike. The bite has died off a little since the sun started beaming down on us. We're looking for the fish again, trying to find the bite. We've caught 7 pike so far. We've lost 3 or 4, but it's been a few hours since we've had a bite. We will be out here till sundown. We typically on this channel do marathon streams sun up to sundown. Stealing the king seat. I'm just keeping it warm. Just keeping it warm. Now, Sears had offered to take me out somewhere. I told him I would love to fish Flathead, but my boat is just scary there. He's like, I'll take you to Flathead. I'm like, sign me up, bro. Sold. Where do I sign? Posted on the community page. 7 pikes a good day. Yeah, it's not a bad day. Good days here, we normally will land 20 to 30 pike. Last year, towards the end of last year, the last 2 streams we did here, we landed over 30 and we lost 2 for every one we put in the boat. They were, you know, one of those days that are like 100 fish days. But we had a good start to the day today. We caught those first 7 fish in the first 3 hours. Just had a real good morning bite and then it just shut off. And we're waiting for it to turn back on, or I'm trying to find them. We're out playing with the trolling motor here. I'm mapping a little bit. Too damn hot during the day. It's not bad. Somebody type .w. I think the weather here right now is probably mid to high 60s. I think it's supposed to get up to 70 or 75. I want something over 20 pounds. That's what my goal is here today. Every time I fish here, I'm trying to set a new PB. I want something over 22 pounds, over 40, over 42 inches. They're in here. They're not a lot of them. Or I just don't know where the hell to find them. We've had a couple of big ones on the line and they just didn't make it to the net. We're trying though. 76, chance of rain, 1%. Don't you tell me 1% chance of rain, that's bullshit. Max wind 17.7, it's gonna get a little gusty. It was gusty earlier. I need rolling papers. I was fishing in the dark, 4:30 a.m., flashes and lures, set lines in the dark. I still have not figured out night trolling. I need more practice at it. I need to do more research. I don't know if it's because I'm missing the green light or I'm just using the wrong lures or I'm fishing the wrong strategy. I suck at, I can catch fish from the bank at night. I can't catch barely anything from the boat at night. Take that 1% and shove it, that's what I'm talking about. My bag, this brown bag here, is still moist from last week's stream. I had all the pockets blown out. I took shit out of it. I had it sitting out in the sun and like, I went to pack stuff up last night and I'm feeling around. It's like, man, that shit is still damp in there. Difficult, but even harder when we're setting in 4-foot waves. Yeah, I can't imagine. That's unfishable weather to me. But I'm just curious about strategy. Like, I know fish don't have to see stuff to sense it. Vibration works, sense work. I don't know, I've ran frickin', you know, lures that light up, lures that glow, lures gobbed with scent, and just banging it through fish. I can't get shit to bite. Every once in a while, I'll grab a pike. But I can never get the trout to bite, never get the kokanee to bite. Setting lines in 4-foot waves ain't no joke. Yellowstone, Lewis Lake has decent, or did you have good lake trout? Kind of dangerous. Yellowstone, Lewis Lake. I'm not familiar with. Now, I fished Flathead twice last year, 2 days in a row, and we caught one. No, the first day we caught 2 lake trout. Second day, all I caught was a pike minnow. But I went just recently for lake trout and couldn't get them to bite. We did get, I think we ended up with 1 rainbow. All right, we're gonna let this guy back out a ways. Lake of the Woods gets spicy past 7-foot waves, no fun. I watched the weather really close. Yeah. That'll teach you to pay attention to the forecast real quick. I check it religiously. My problem is it's never fucking right. And none of them ever agree, so I've been battling with ChatGPT for the last 3 months trying to build some kind of formula, some kind of process to more realistically and reliably check weather for various different locations in a sweep, and I'm pretty sure it's getting worse, not better. Cam looper spoons worked okay. Spoons. Running them super shallow? I mean, are you running just subsurface, 2-3 foot? Or are you running them on downriggers? I would assume closer to the surface so you're getting some, benefit from the moon, the flash. Speaking of which, there was an almost full moon, like blood moon here last night. It came peeking up over the horizon over here, and there were some people lighting off fireworks. I'm like, oh shit, did they start something on fire? Because it was just like an orange glow right at the cusp of the horizon. And over the course of the next 15 minutes, it went from just a little thing to like way up in the sky, and it was just blood red. Not quite a full moon, I don't think, but damn near. Lake whitefish should be coming up shallow soon on Flathead. Joshua, do you ever catch them trolling, or is it only jigging? Because there's whitefish. I know people have told me that lake whitefish is one of the funnest freshwater fish to catch, that they fight incredibly hard. They're nothing really great to look at. They're not the prettiest fish in the world. I hear they're good eating, but I hear they're excellent fighters. But a lot of the water bodies in central Montana have whitefish in them. Mountain whitefish, lake whitefish. I've never hooked into one trolling. The only time I ever see people catching them in most of my local water bodies is fly fishing, the majority of them that I see caught, or jigging. Just jigging, huh? It tastes good. I wonder why that is, why you can't catch them off of a troll. Are they like a walleye that they just sit on bottom all the time, or? They couldn't, because the goddamn fly fishermen catch them all the time. Maybe that's the mountain whitefish, though. I don't know. You have one? No, it's, you can barely see it out there. We're running a planer board. It helps keep the lure away from the boat, but it creates a lot of drag, and there's a little bit of chop in the water here, so that planer board is riding over this chop, which makes the front end of the rod dip. What you got to watch for is, or listen for rather, is the drag will zip out when there's a bite, or if you could see out there, it's kind of hard for you guys to see, there's an orange tattle flag on the top of it, and when there's a bite, that tattle flag is on a clip attached to the line on the end of it, so when the fish yank on it, that tattle, kind of like a bobber fishing, your bobber goes under, your tattle flag goes down when you're getting a bite. So you kind of have to ignore the bounce of the tip of the pole. That is gonna, the calmer the water, the less it does that, but the more chop you have, the more erraticness you're gonna get. So just ignore that, listen for the drag, or watch for the tattle to bounce. Bat, yeah, we've caught 7 northern pike so far. We're Tavi Patel, Taven? We're fishing for northern pike right now. We may switch at some point to target the kokanee salmon and rainbow trout. But for right now, we are primarily targeting the northern pike, trying to catch a big pike out of here. We've caught 7 so far. They've all been fairly small sized, eater size. We haven't caught anything really sizable yet. Isn't it hot there? David, type W. I think it's probably high 60s or low 70s right now. With a bit of a breeze, so it feels really, really nice. Have you just casted from boat and had lots? Have just casted from boat and had lots of luck. Okay. Where are we fishing at? Jamie, this is north central Montana. We're in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. It's called Pishkun Reservoir. It's about 20 miles outside of Choteau, Montana. And we're out here fishing for northern pike. Philip, welcome to the stream. Def, Fliper, careful out there. We will be careful, Def. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, it's been a good start to the day so far. Within the first 10 minutes of putting the rod in the water this morning, we had our first fish. The mornings here tend to be more productive than the afternoons. Fish kind of scatter or go deeper or maybe more shallow. They go somewhere when the sun comes out, and sometimes I have a hard time finding them. But we are actively looking. We're doing pattern around the lake right now. We're fishing over about 20 to 24 foot bottom. We're ranging anywhere from like 2.1 to 2.4 miles an hour. We are marking a decent amount of fish. We just haven't, just because you're seeing fish doesn't mean they're biting. So we're still looking for the ones that are biting. Jay and Dylan, welcome to the stream. Are you running with Rapala floating wrap? Starting to get into this with my boat. Andrew, the original floater Rapalas are an excellent trolling bait. You can troll them deep, you can troll them shallow. I love them, and the pike here love them too. I don't do as well early in the year with the bigger stick bait style for whatever reason at this water body. The shorter, fatter, like shad style do a little better for me early in the year. Later in the year, I start switching to the Rapala F18s, northern pike pattern, brown trout pattern, rainbow trout pattern, all work well. The purple dishes one works real well. I also like to run like the Reef Runner 800s. Again, those are more of a stick bait, a minnow, a long, skinny. They're a little bit unique though. They have kind of like a banana, like a bend to them, and they have a real nice aggressive waggle to them. Here comes the wind again. Is it a bite or a live bait? Philip, we're running a planer board, and there's a little bit of wake right now, which causes the front end of the rod to bounce. I was just explaining that. Listen for the drag to peel, you'll hear a zip. Or if you can see out there, there's a yellow rectangle with an orange flag on the top. That flag will start bouncing or drop when there's a bite. But what you really, just listen for the drag. It's only set to maybe 4 or 5 pounds. So when a fish pulls on there, you'll hear a nice audible zip. You won't miss it. Or again, that rod will really start bouncing. Any other boats out there fishing? I have not. I've seen one motorized boat. It's they've been on the shore all morning. I've seen a couple of people in kayaks and one like pedal boat. I'm the only boat on the water right now, on this side of the lake at least. Motorized boat. Absolutely insane. I expected this place to be a frickin' zoo today, and it's a ghost town. Posted a picture of our pike I got a few minutes ago. Notice the pattern. Our pike keep that pattern even when 10 inches or less. That's interesting, Justin. Yeah, see, ours here, all of the juveniles they look different than the adults. And again, oftentimes, it's especially prevalent in this water body. But we get people coming in here all the time, and on FishBrain, I'll post them on FishBrain, and every third fish I catch, somebody's like, oh, it's a tiger muskie. It's like, no, it's just a juvenile pike. I assume it has something to do with the strain of them. Or some people had mentioned, you know, diet can make colorations different. Interesting fact, a pike, I was reading the other day and it was saying, pike up until the point that they reach 8 to 12 inches, their primary diet is pike. They eat each other. When they spawn, the babies grow up and the bigger ones just eat the littler ones until the bigger ones eat those ones, and until they're roughly 8 to 12 inches, the most common food source of a pike, a growing pike, is other baby pike. And it makes sense. I don't know why it surprised me, but it made me stop for a second and be like, damn, that's rough. They're cannibals at birth. I'll take a look though, Justin. That's interesting. I want to learn more about that. What causes the difference? If it is just, you know, different native strains, because there is a lot of variation in what pike looks like depending on where it's caught. Flip, yeah, we've caught 7 northern pike so far. Can you turn your camera around? Yeah, I can give you guys a once around. Every time I try to pick up the camera, we get a bite though, so. Turn around. There we go. God, I don't know why that took 10 tries. All right, so, yeah, this is the eastern side. It's just rolling plains, almost like tundra. Not really anything fancy to look at. This is the eastern side. We're pointing north now. I kind of like that view because the water kind of disappears into the horizon. The pretty part here, not just the giant skies that look just incredibly huge, but we're along the Rocky Mountain front. Those are the Rocky Mountains there. We're in the foothills of the Continental Divide here. It may not look it, but those mountains over there are massive. We're 30, 40 miles away from those. And there are still, I don't know if you guys caught it or not, there is still snow up in the mountains there. Fairly high elevation. But that's our western view, the Rocky Mountains. It's absolutely gorgeous up here. You gonna do a catch and cook on live? Yeah, that's the plan tonight. Sometime around sunset, we will probably be docking the boat up. So sometime closer to then, we will try and harvest at least 1 pike, and I will try, like I said, I'm not great at it, I'm not really set up for it. But we'll do a fillet. I will show you guys how I fillet a pike. It's fairly simple. The more you do it, the better you get at it. And then we will do just a very simple cook on the grill. I have a cast iron pan, has some foil. We'll cook it up very simply. That black rod with yellow line going off. Bubsy, no, it's not. How deep is that lake? 90 foot or so at its deepest. We're over about 20 to 25 foot bottom right now is what we've been fishing at. Now, it's not a bite, it's just, again, the wind and wake causes this planer board out here it's just floating on the surface. It's creating drag and pulling the line away from the boat. And as it rocks over these waves, it causes, every time it rocks, the pole bends. Now, you will hear the drag ripping. If there's a bite, you'll hear the zip. Ignore the bend on the pole. Get the fuck away. I don't know what the fuck that is, but it does not need to be on my face. Fucking horsefly or something. Trying to bite my ass out here in the middle of the lake. What are you trolling for? Tom, we're after northern pike today. We've caught 7 so far. We're still looking for a big one. Catch and cook, and then we can talk Bigfoot and bear stories around the campfire. That's right. That's the plan, Stan. Welcome back, Cam Man Fishing. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. 150 thumbs up, let's go. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I know the action has kind of died off, which is unfortunate, but that is pike fishing. We are getting some clouds back in the sky, which is a good sign. I think once these clouds start covering the sun, our bite might come back. So don't get discouraged, y'all. It's exactly what happened to us last week. We had a good morning bite. The clouds were nice. As soon as the sun poked out, our bite really just shut off. And then once it started getting cloudy again, the bite came right back. Perfect day. Yeah, it's a little bit windy, but it's nice out here. Temperature's perfect. We're like low 60s, high 60s, low 70s. There's a decent breeze. Bigfoot bears are terrifying. There was something grunting outside my damn tent this morning. Like, I don't care, I'm sleeping, go away. And then the goddamn coyotes were right next to the camp, hooting and hollering. Like midnight last night, when the full moon came out, the red moon, the seagulls were just going crazy. It's like, it's pitch black out here other than the red moon, and these seagulls sound like they're at the dump on a hot sunny day. Chandler with the flow state. Thank you, Chandler. Hydrate and leash them poles. The poles are leashed. Well, the one is. We don't have a leash for the back pole yet. That one doesn't have the same problem. These pole holders are really easy to bump and knock out of them. The back pole holder is not the same way, but we are leashed on the front one. Thank you for reminding me, though. Beats the heat wave. Yeah, it's super comfortable. These are ideal fishing. Other than, again, it would be nice if we had a little bit of cloud cover here. Are you camping? Yeah, I camped here last night. We're gonna camp here again tonight and fish again tomorrow. John Massathan, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, John? Yeah, we're marathon streaming today. I will try, we're gonna try and catch a pike later tonight before dinner. If we don't end up grabbing one in our evening session, I will probably just cook some eggies and bacon. But the plan is to harvest one closer to when we're gonna eat, so I don't have to get my cooler all slimy or drag a fish around on the side of the boat for hours on end. Flip, no, unfortunately in this water body there are no catfish. So primary target here is northern pike. There are also very good sized Kokanee salmon, really big rainbow trout. We saw one eating off the surface earlier, big old buck with the kite jaw. There are decent sized yellow perch. They're not huge, or at least I've never caught a big one out of here. A very rare catch in here, but you can catch them. They're called Arctic grayling. I believe they're part of the salmon or trout family. I call them Pokemon fish. If you've never seen one, Google it. Go to Google and type in Arctic grayling. They have these big, weird dorsal fins that are like vividly colored. They're kind of a plain silver fish. The fins on them are just incredible. They look fake. I call them Pokemon fish. They're like an artist's rendition of what a fish in a rainbow would look like if they were mated together, or a fish and a unicorn. I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately there's no catfish. If there is, it's probably bullhead. I've never caught one out of here, but almost every water body in Montana has some kind of bullhead in them, but they're just, I mean, they're little. You might, a big bullhead is, you know, 8-9 inches. And you typically only catch those bottom fishing and after dark. As soon as the sun sets, the bullhead bite normally starts. I don't know if they're in here or not. But there are also supposedly brook trout. I know there's common carp, there's white sucker, a few different kinds of small prey fish. They look like they can fly, grilling. Yeah, they're a neat looking fish. I've never caught one. There are the next water body down, or actually it's two. There's a Split Rock Reservoir upstream from here, and then there's Tunnel Lake. Tunnel Lake has a good population of Arctic grayling, but you can't fish it with a motorized boat. You can kayak in it, or you can fish from the shore. The only thing I've ever caught out of there, I caught a couple of itty bitty little cutthroat trout. I believe they're Yellowstone cutthroat. Fishy things with the 100, the star, and the sparkles. Appreciate you, Fishy. Thank you, Chandler, for the gold coin. I don't know where the fish went. Well, there's like 30 campers over here. Look at these guys. They bring their campers and their dune buggies and motorcycles. I guess not everybody fishes. A lot of these guys like to come out here and run their ATVs. The whole camper caravan, one of these turns, you'll probably get a view of it. There's got to be a dozen or more campers all packed together over here. What are you currently dragging? So the rod that's caught everything and got all the bites today is a Berkley Dredger, which is, it's about a 4.5 inch medium diving crankbait. It dives down to 14.5 foot, and it's in 3D yellow perch color. That one always does well here. On the second rod, we've ran a bunch of different presentations today and haven't got touched on anything. Currently, we're running a big Rapala jointed perch crankbait. It's about 7.5 or 8 inches. I don't know if it's like a J18 or a J15. It's one of the bigger ones, one of the biggest jointed cranks that Rapala makes. It's a fairly shallow diving crank, if I recall correctly. I think somewhere between like 5 and 8 feet, maybe. But that's run behind the planer board. Good Lord, where are we going here? Dang, trolling motor, calm down. But that one's run on the planer board. We have about 60 foot of line out, then the planer board's clipped on, and then we have about another 60 foot of line out. So we're about 60 foot away from the boat, and it's diving down probably 5 to 8 foot. Don't spend the whole 8 cents in one place. No, I will try not to, Fishy. Have you ever hammered trout there, or mostly just pike? Lee, I've caught a couple of trout while trolling, and a couple from the shore. I've never been able to really get into the trout or the kokanee here. Most of the days when the bite is on, the pike are so voracious that they eat everything you throw down there. So like if I were to throw out my lake troll right now with a worm harness rig on it, targets more the trout, the kokanee, or the dodger and the fly, you know, and run them on a clip weight down 20, 30 foot, targeting kokanee. The pike bite it. So it's hard to get on those other species because the pike bite anything you throw out there. But there are absolute hogs of rainbow trout in here. I would love to get a hold of one of them. The one that we saw earlier today would have dwarfed my current PB. Biggest rainbow I've ever caught was right around 5 pounds, 24 inches, somewhere around there. That one was probably easily, 28, 30 inches, 8 pounds maybe. I mean, chunky, maybe even bigger than that. It was a big old buck, had the kite jaw on it, and he was just nomming stuff off the surface. I thought it was a pike at first, but by the time I grabbed the camera to flip it around, it had already nosed down. We spooked it. Yeah, they got a whole caravan over here. But again, that's just primitive camping. There's no designated camping spot there. It's just everybody pulls their camper RVs and they're all out here. I don't know if you guys saw it zip by, somebody on some kind of ATV. I don't know what the hell they're called. Biggest pike I ever caught was about 12 years old. Smelt. I rode my 10-speed home with the tail dragging on the ground to show my dad. 39 inches. Heck yeah, Youper. It's a fat fish. I probably would have done the same at that age. What you gonna eat and drink with them ribs, corn taters, and soda? It'll end up costing 30 bucks, right? Now we're gonna try and grill up. I won't care and eat 2 or 3 pounds of fish, or a pound of fish. I like 1 fillet. And normally when I fillet a pike, to remove the Y bone, you essentially make each fillet into 2. You end up with a back strapping and then a bigger chunk to get the Y bone out. So we'll end up with 2 back straps, 2 good fillets, and I'll probably cook up either, probably one of the back straps. We'll just coil it up and throw it in foil and griller. Somebody jet skiing, I hear that. It's this dune buggy or, it's some kind of dune buggy. There's a bunch of them out here. Most all of these campers had, 4-wheelers or ATVs or dune buggies. They're all out here playing in these hills. There's a bunch of trails and shit that run around here, going up over the hillside. $30 off, they were about 50 bucks. So ridiculous. 2 years ago, my aunt passed away today, and then a year ago, my dog. It's been with me since I was born, passed away. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Fishing with Blake. It always sucks to lose family and pets, which are family. It's part of life, though, unfortunately. Feel some Modelo, good day for a beer. Yeah, I did bring, I cracked open last night while I was sitting around the campfire by myself, staring at my pole that nothing would bite at. I cracked open, I drank one Corona. I think I got a couple more in the cooler. I don't drink very often. When I'm out camping is one of the only times. Camping, or if I'm ever at a bar or a concert, I'll have a drink or 2. But we got a couple in the cooler. Too many people out, I'm probably not gonna fish this 4th. Ah, Sebastian, yeah, there's barely anyone here at Pishkun. Lots of people camping. I'm legit like the only boat on the water though. Unless they're all over on the other side of the lake, which is possible. There's a lot of people camp on the west side. I rarely ever catch anything over there though, besides snags. That side is so much snaggier. You married, have kids? Not married. I have a girlfriend, Mia. We've been together. I don't even know, years. 9 years. Almost 10 years. Maybe 10 years. A long fucking time. But yeah, we have one kiddo. He's 10. I've been trying to get her to come out here. She wants to come, but she didn't plan or didn't have enough time to plan or felt like she didn't have enough time to plan, whatever. So she didn't come today to camp, but she asked if we could go next weekend. So maybe next weekend she'll come out and camp. I don't know if she'll come on stream or not, but we'll see. No, it is not fishy. It is not. In the state of Montana, you must not only live in the same dwelling, but refer to each other as commingling of funds. There are specific criteria that have to be met. It is 100% definitely not common law. Might try and get a line on the Missouri River tomorrow. Nice, fishy. How many rods are you allowed in your section of the Missouri? I only get one in Central. Kills me. Missouri River fishy or Mississippi? All right, we are gonna, in desperation, blow the fish whistle one more time, real loud, and we're gonna tell them. Somebody tell them. Are we trolling too fast? I don't know. Somebody do something. We've lost our touch here. We went from banging them out to whatever this is. I see this camp's got at least one rod in the water over here. Is that a bobber? I think he's got a bobber rig in. Where are you at again? Rod, increase your trolling speed to 12 miles an hour. Silver, I will get right on it. We're gonna have to we might have to throw our anchor down to keep our bait in the water, but we'll bump her up here to 12. Give me a minute. Going to Missouri tomorrow. No Missouri in Wisconsin, but what I understand, 33 hooks, so I guess technically 33 rods. God. And see, most of those law or regulations, when you have that many, is because a lot of people use set lines, trot lines. Can you imagine having 33 poles and pole holders? Which one is it? I heard a bell. I'd lose my goddamn mind. Central Montana, down by Loma, when we catfish or sturgeon fish, you're allowed 6 rods with up to 6 hooks per rod. And I've tried fishing 6 rods down there. Good God, man. You miss so many fish because you can't figure out which pole is doing what. And once you get a good fish on there, they come and they wrap all your shit up, and it's just like, I'm going back to 3 rods, man. 2 or 3 is plenty. 3 rods in South Indiana, okay. Yeah, in Central Montana and the Missouri, we're allowed 1 rod with 2 hooks. You go to Eastern Montana, in the same river, the Missouri River, you're allowed 6 rods with 6 hooks per rod. Western Montana, I think it's the same. It goes back to 1 rod, 2 hooks. But you go to a lake, a reservoir, or a pond in central Montana, and it's 2 rods with 2 hooks per rod. So it depends on the region in Montana where you're at. But that always pushes me away from river fishing because I don't like just running 1 rod. I mean, if I were spot locking and casting, sure, but still I would like to have another rod out the other side soaking, you know, cut bait or a bobber rig, or like I like to have one soaking while I'm doing something. Drives me crazy though, because the Missouri River, where that restriction is where I've caught my biggest walleye, I've caught my biggest pike, I've caught my biggest carp. All my biggest fish come from the most restrictive places. Southern Indiana is flooded. Morning, bro. From Colorado, from Montana boy. What's up, Ninja Pirate? Yeah, we're in north central Montana. This is, as we pan around here, you'll see the mountains in the background here. We're just on the east side of the Continental Divide and the Rocky Mountain front. This is called Pishkun Reservoir, and we're out here targeting northern pike. At some point, we're probably going to switch over and try and see if we can get a rainbow trout or a Kokanee salmon out of here. But we're having an awesome morning. We've put 7 in the boat so far. It was earlier this morning. I'm just waiting. We got some clouds coming over, you can see. It's thicker coming from the north, and it should be covering up the sun, I would expect, probably within the next hour. And I'm hoping that that cloud cover will turn the bite back on. Because it seems like as soon as the clouds disappeared this morning, the bite disappeared along with them. I'm gonna turn off our trolling motor. We got somebody out here sunbathing on a paddleboard that we're about to plow right over. So we're gonna run slightly deeper over here so we do not sink them. I saw Lake Monroe flooded over 45, 46. Where's that at? Lake Monroe. He's got shallow shad wrap jointed. Is that what it is? A shallow shad wrap, Justin? That's right. That's the one. It's got kind of a dished nose on it. Oh, you're fine. I'm moving. No, you're fine. Enjoy the sun. Watching a thunderstorm out my window right now. Nice. Keep it over that way. We don't want any. Jay Hardesty. Did training at Fort Leonard, and I was wondering how much line between the board and the lure, Justin? 60 foot between the board and the lure right now. We're 60 foot the board, 60 foot boat. So we're out 120 foot. I'm guessing that jointed Rapala has a dive depth of somewhere between 5 and 8 foot. It's a fairly small nose on it. It's been so long since I bought that one, I don't recall. Gonna go hit blow my fish foghorn for you. Hopefully it'll work. We need something, Dave. We're struggling over here. Our dredger stopped giving us fish. I don't know what's going on. Let's try a little bit deeper, you guys. Instead of going shallow, let's go a little bit deeper. Let's change our depth routing to, let's go 27 to 30 foot for the hell of it. We gotta switch something up. We're not getting anything out of here, what we're doing. Trying to get our depth routing turned back on here. Trolling motor is gonna buck us around here a little bit. All women are sunbathing. When you're back at camp tonight, are you gonna throw some lines in with cut bait for catfish? I do. There aren't catfish here, but we are gonna throw. We'll probably throw one rig in the water that has worms, and I do have some kind of nasty older cut bait, or I think they're actually little frozen shad that are kind of mushy that I dug out of the freezer. We'll probably throw one of those on the line as well. I need a nap. Fishy, go take a nap. Today's a good day for a nap. We're gonna be out here looking for fatty fish. No naps required here. When was the last time you went to Canyon Ferry? Ninja, I have not yet been there this year. We went to Canyon Ferry, oh God, it was probably last year. It was probably September, maybe, of last year. Oh, come on, you guys. You guys are about to run right into me. You're about to run right into me and my lures. You shouldn't go, you're supposed to stay at least 100 foot away from other boats in your area. Yeah, we've caught 7, careful of that. You see the yellow thing over there? It's gonna run right into you. We've caught 7 pike so far today. Better back her up, beep, beep, beep. She gonna get you. You guys fished it all yet? Did you catch anything? You caught a pike? Awesome. See you guys. They're just barreling straight at us. Not a care in the world. Row, row. There they go. They're out there having fun. We about caught a canoe full of kids. I don't think we would add that one to the catch count, though. All right, back to our depth routing here. Now that we have gotten off path again. That's cute. It was. They're just a little oblivious there. I think they were legit just gonna T-bone me. No F's given. Have a lead sinker ready to eat. Oh no, Detroit, I don't try to get too bent out of shape. They're kids, they're learning. I tell you what, I've done my fair share of dumb shit over the years, and a lot of it's accidental, so. How tall were the kids? I don't know, they look like they're maybe 12, 13 years old. A lot of inches to add to the catch count. Kids are feral. They're out here enjoying the 4th of July. I'd rather have them out here doing this than staring at screens all day. When I got older, lived up by Flathead Lake, that's where I finished, but I've also been out to Fort Peck and everywhere in Montana. Nice, Ninja. I've never fished Peck. Flathead, I fished for the first time last year, and it scared the shit out of me. I did catch two small Lakers and my first northern pike minnow. But the second day that I was there, not a very big wind, but a wind blowing the right direction from the south by southeast, blowing across the wake, and I was way up at the north end, and there were like 4 or 5 foot swells, and one of them came crashing over the bow of the boat, and I had 6-8 inches of water in the boat from one crash. I'm like, all right, we're gonna die out here, y'all. And there was just a mad swarm of people for the only 2 boat ramps at the north end there where I was launched from. And we were like at the end of the line, live streaming, mind you. And we're out there bucking these huge swells, trying not to get swamped with poles still in the water, and I caught my first pike minnow. We're out there. Some of the sketchiest shit I've ever been in, we still caught a fish in it. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Somebody got a number 8 smallmouth bass, an 8-pound smallmouth in a row. Set the state record. Wow, that's a big smallie. Trolling speed 2.2 to 2.4 miles an hour, Detroit, is what we were catching them at earlier, but we haven't been touched in hours. We're trying to find the bite again. I'm moving our depth out a little bit. I don't think it's speed. It could be. I think it's depth. I'm moving out into slightly. Here's our cloud. Yes, we have cloud cover. Hell Creek, Flathead Road, Suck Fishing was cool. Microphone stuff. Thank you. Trying to get our trolling motor re-engaged. All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can y'all hear me? Let me fix. Did that fix the sync, or am I Kung Fu dub mode again? Never been to the Great Lakes, but I heard the storms there are crazy. Loud and clear. Does 1, 2, 3, do my mouth line up with my word, or is it sync is good? All right, thank you. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate y'all. Grandfather told me when he was in World War, submarines getting restocked. All right, I'm gonna kill the trolling motor now. We should be able to get by without it, hopefully. Right where we are right now is where we've picked up most of our fish today, right in this stretch here. Cloud cover's back, trolling motor's out. I think we have a good chance of hooking up on something here. If we don't get something on this big crank here in a little bit, I honestly think I'm gonna try Squiddy Poo back out there again. That's the one that SoCal sent over. We had 2 really good hits off of it last week. And I think something obscure and just redonkulous like this might pull us a hog out of here. I guarantee that the fat pike in here have never seen anything quite like this guy. Squid in the lake, yeah, Roy, we caught 2 pike off of it last week here. We only ran it for, I don't know, a couple hours. Here comes the wind. Dang it. Oh, I like that lure. It's cool. It's got a nice angle to it too. Big, dramatic. Good part of Lake Erie's spacing between the rollers. It's a completely different wave. Yeah, I've never been in rollers like that before. They say Flathead Lake is only 203. You've seen holes that are like 1,500 feet deep with rangefinder. Really, Ninja? Yeah, I thought Tally Lake is supposed to be Montana's deepest lake, and it's like 490 some foot. All right, the clouds come out, the wind picks up, now I'm cold again. Jacket is going back on. Give me a sec here, guys. The temperature drops like 10 degrees as soon as that sun goes behind a cloud. We're up at high enough elevation here that it really makes a big difference. God damn it. I'm hoping it brings the bite back though. All right. Squidward for the win. What's up, SoCal? Fancy food for the pike. That's right, Mia. I've been in some nasty rollers by Port Clinton. Yeah, I'm in a 16-foot flat bottom John boat. It's a little tin can. It is not meant for big rollers. It's got no V at all in the front. It's just flat. So when those big waves come, you don't cut through them. They just crash against you. And we had one fat one of those rollers, hit just right and came over the bow, and it's just water sloshing all over the place. I was like, all right, flathead's fucking terrifying. And it was legit. There was maybe a 4-mile-an-hour breeze and maybe a 7 or an 8-mile-an-hour gust. It was just coming from the southeast across the whole length of Flathead. And it just creates these bigger and bigger building waves. But I'd never, rolling through them, trying not to go straight into it, trying to cut across to get back towards the boat ramp. Terrifying. I was white knuckling it half the time. 5-piece set of squids. I'm gonna give them a shot this evening. Oh, nice. Did they arrive, Bill? I saw that you responded to that and that you had got them. Heck yeah. Yeah, I've just been taking them, and I just the potskis, or if you have any attractant, all I've been doing is just dip it and get a little smudgy on the bill there. And I was running them. I ran them on my lead core last time, is what we were catching them on. I think so. Yeah, the lead line. And I think we were out 2.5 colors with it. But we just moved. We're over closer to 30-foot bottom here. We have been fishing 20 to 25-foot bottom and just haven't got bit. Though we should move back in, because now this cloud's passing over, the sun's gonna be back out in a second. So we'll stay where we're at. I hope you catch something on them, Bill. Guys, surf it come the November winds. Detroit, that was one of the things when I was researching about fishing it. I came across a handful of articles, and one was saying that it's like, surfers have these mecca places that they go, that they're just the legendary waves that every great surfer has to mark off of their bucket list. And Flathead Lake, Montana is apparently one of those pilgrimages that a lot of surfers make. I was like, what do you mean, surfers in Flathead? Then I started looking on videos on YouTube, seeing the legit waves that form there during storm systems. I was like, all right, they surf it, okay. That's crazy. Y'all are nuts, but okay. Making angry pike. Yeah, it's a ridiculous lure. And it's got a lot of good flash in it, a bunch of different colors. There's like mirroring inside. Doesn't really show well. And it gulps up water. I'm assuming it's meant to do that. There's like these little chambers that like halfway fill up. And it's just got an incredible sway to it. We'll get something fat off of this guy eventually. Cold too, I need to turn my AC down. Dude trolls us too much. What's up, Clippin'? We're always trolling here. Put some Lake of the Woods, walleye picks. Heck yeah, Justin. I don't know if you know him, but Chuck Anderson has 2 missing fingers from a pike that he caught in Smith Lake up west of Kalispell or Polson. No shit. I was just looking at a map, Ninja, and came across Smith Lake. I've never fished it. There's so many. Western Montana has so many frickin' lakes. But it looked interesting. Another lake that I was looking at that looks interesting is Cooper's Lake. I was gonna go somewhere more exotic, somewhere we'd never been for today's camping, this weekend's camping stream. And I was looking at either Tally Lake or Whitefish Lake or Little Bitterroot Lake. Everywhere, freaking rain and thunderstorms in the forecast almost everywhere. Like, I ain't doing that again. Smith Lake, huh, has finger-eating pike. That sounds like some good pike. I've never heard of him, though. Just leave the AC on, add a space heater, fishy. Ain't that the fucking truth? Got the heater cranked on full blast with every window in the house open. Anyone interested in squid, I put a link to them on Rod's community page. Gotta love Polson. Smith Lake, how much? I'm always looking. I want to hit up some. I know there's some hidden gem pike fisheries in this state. It's not a fish that a whole lot of people target. There are some tournaments here, so it's not like it's non-existent that people don't target it at all. But most people that I know that fish don't target pike, which I think is insane. It's one of the coolest fish you can catch here. But got the squids off Amazon, half Indian. I still have cousins in Polson and Browning. Nice, Ninja. She likes the AC blowing on her back, over her head, and the space heater on her feet. Apparently her body has different temps in different parts. I mean, whatever works. It's good to know. I heard drag. I didn't hear any drag. Maybe because I'm talking too much. I don't know. Would hate to pay the utility. Right, Lee? Do you have a sonar? Yeah, we're running the Lowrance Elite FS9 paired with the Lowrance HDS 10 Pro. And those are networked together with our Lowrance Recon trolling motor. A whole Lowrance package on this little tin can. Time of the year do they surf it? It's like, from what I was seeing, I mean, it's stormy season, so I would assume fall, maybe? That's a good question, though. What kind of live bait is available in your California, New Mexico? Sold water dogs for bait. They eventually became salamanders. Time on. So I've never. So reptiles and amphibians are allowed for live bait in a surprising number of places here in Montana. I've never seen any of the bait shops sell a reptile or a lizard live bait. You can go buy shit from the pet store, but I would feel bad using a lizard or a salamander. If I'm gonna use live bait, my version of live bait is typically net crawlers or leeches or crayfish. I'm trying to learn how to catch smaller bait fish to use as live bait. It's restricted in most areas here in Montana. You can't use it. Oh no, did I really? Please tell me. Shit. All of my cigarettes are in my truck at the dock on the other side of the lake, y'all. That's some BS. I think I just finished that pack, and I don't think I replenished any of my stashes here in my bags. Some bitch. Man, we just got here. This is the good spot. Well, we'll make our way over there. We'll have to make a pit stop. All right, we need a drink instead. I need something. Oh. Squid dive 9 to 12, depending on speed. Okay, SoCal. Colorado now because I have 2 kids. Their mom lives in Denver as a teacher, but I spent most of my life in Montana, and we buried my mother there last August, 6 generations. Okay, Ninja. Well, I'm sorry to hear for your loss, but always nice to meet another Montana native. This trolling motor has no concept of a smooth turn. It's like 90-degree angle. We'll do it, no problem. Who cares about the shit you're dragging behind the boat? We don't care if it tangles. I'm in Colorado now because I have 2 kids and their mom. I read that. Robert Smith. Okay. Yeah, that name doesn't sound familiar to me. State record pike came out of Smith. In Montana? No. State record pike comes out of, I have no idea. Is it Smith? I thought it's it's from the 70s or the 60s. It's got a weight but not a length. Somebody type dot record space northern space pike. I don't think it's Smith. You might be right though. St. Ignatius. Okay, I've been through St. Ignatius a bunch of times. When I lived in Spokane for college, and then I lived in Boise for college as well. So on trips back and forth between Washington, Idaho, and Montana, I would always go through St. Ignatius and stop at that giant-ass gas station there. A lot of hammer handle pipe. There are some monsters in there if you spend some time. I've seen old men pull them out that were like 55 inches or more. Ninja, I'll have to look. It's not a super big lake if I recall. It's a ways. It's a trek for me to get there. They target muskie by me, I'm sure. Catch a pike, won't complain. I would also recommend going fishing Upper Stillwater Lake. It's above Whitefish towards Canada. You can camp out there. Okay. Smith and Stillwater. I will remember those. Thank you for the tip, Ninja. I got in a 30-pound king salmon out of Maesty, Michigan about 5 years ago. That's such a hog. The only fish I've ever came even remotely close to catching that was over 30 pounds was a carp, and it was closer to 50 pounds. Saw a pike eat a duck haul like a grown-up full-size duck. It just jumped. Nom nom nom. I use sand toads as a bait. Pretty cool to see. Yeah, that's terrifying, honestly. That's cool but terrifying. Time for a smoke run. Yeah, we're trolling over that way. I was gonna go to the edge of this island and then flip back and do another pattern. Because it seemed like we were getting hit more going that direction, and we keep going clockwise instead of counterclockwise. And some days that's the difference between a bite and a no bite. If a pike are looking this way and you troll, you know, from their back to their front, oftentimes they won't do anything, but if you troll into them, they'll turn around and follow it. Some days it's like that. But we'll troll over. It'll probably take us 45 minutes to an hour to troll over to where the boat launch, or where our camp is, and I'll hop out and grab a smoke. I think the interesting, you know, people never see a pike don't realize that they're like tiny little alligators. Sure taste good. Yeah, a lot of people, well, like I said, a lot of people around here don't target pike or don't know how to target pike. When I joined Fishbrain, I think I started posting on Fishbrain 4 years ago, something like that. Posting them from the Sun River, the Missouri River, Pishkun here. I was getting just people messaging me over and over and over. How are you catching those? I've never caught a pike. I want to catch my first pike. So I actually helped a whole bunch of local people catch their first pike, and I love helping people and giving tips. But it's just not a common species that people target, and I don't think people realize that pike are in a lot of the water bodies that they fish. 40-inch on a perch jig. Yeah, my biggest pike came off of Callan's goggle eye, like a chartreuse jig head with, I think it was Collins or one of the other brands, just a very plain white paddle tail. I think 2.5 or 3 inches. Super simple rig. Tongue River Reservoir, there you go, 37.5. Broken in 96, alleged Smith Lake. I don't know what's real or not, but I saw the fish. Ninja, yeah, that's the thing with pike. I've been told that a state record pike has been pulled out of Tiber. I've been told a state record pike was pulled out of Canyon Ferry. I've been told a state record pike was pulled out of here. It's one of those things, everybody and their brothers caught a 50-incher, but nobody's got pictures. Nobody, it's never been legit. I honestly think if that record had been broken, it would be replaced. That record has held since 1960, 1970, what's the date on that? 71. 37.5 pound pike is fucking huge. And I know we grow some big girls here in Montana, but that's a tough one to beat. We're fishing for northern pike wrinkle. Big Sky Sanders. We're 20 miles southwest of Shodo in north central Montana. Behind us here you can see the Rocky Mountain front. We're in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. This is Pishkun Reservoir. Lee, unfortunately Rodbot is out of tokens for today and Nightbot doesn't know how to look up anything but Montana state records. Name of the lake is, but there's a mountain pond somewhere between Whitefish and Canada, the mountains. We caught Kokanee salmon in there. Ninja, Kokanee are stocked in a bunch of different places here in Montana. Not a lot of them ever turn into good Kokanee fisheries though. Pishkun, for example, they stock Kokanee here almost every year. And I don't know of anybody who Kokanee fishes here. I've never caught one, but I've seen them multiple times on the water wolf catch camera that I run, which we should throw out there. We're in deep enough water now. And they're good size. They're not quite on the caliber of Holter Lake. Holter Lake produces 5, 6, 7 pounders. The ones that were in here looked, I mean, based upon my looking at them on the catch cam following the lures, easily in the 2 to 3 pound range, probably bigger. Cooked up salmon right now, fingers crossed it'll be back this evening. Nice, John. Enjoy your salmon. Happy holidays. Are the clouds rolling in? Yeah, we've had some clouds start to come in. Temperature should start to cool off a little bit. Hopefully it'll bring our bite back. We did move, I migrated out 10 foot deeper, looking for the fish, being as the shallower ones weren't biting. Oftentimes when the sun comes out, it'll push fish deeper. They do still come up, but the ones that are kind of chilling, try to get to darker water, cooler water. That's a lot of what we've been targeting. But we may head back in shallower here in a little bit. But it does look like we have a good amount of clouds coming towards us from the north, the northwest. It keeps poking. The sun gets covered, then it comes out. I go from being hot to cold. I'm hot again, but I feel like that sun's gonna be hitting it again anytime now. "60-inch, and I would use 8-inch spoons at Smith Lake and catch pike all day. They're like 25 pounds. No shit, Ninja. 60-inch would be damn near a world record. Big spoons at Smith. Any particular area or depth? Anything else you can tell me about Smith Lake that might help me if we decide to target it? Oh God, we got a whole caravan of campers coming in now. Everybody's coming in for the 4th. JV Joe, still just 7. We haven't had a bite in probably 4 hours. There's clouds rolling in. Just like last week when the second batch of clouds came through, the bite turned back on. I'm hoping that that's the case again today. Fish next week. Yeah, this weekend gets crazy, Seb. Sounds good, but frying up walleye sucks because it's a nice day. Absolutely, Seb. Pike are invasive like that North Idaho too. Wife has a 49-inch, 28-pound pike on the wall here. Send a pic. Heck yeah, that's a fatty. Drop a picture of it on the Wanna See My Rod community page. Got a whole bunch of people that have posted some real cool catches. Cool lures, cool ideas. Y'all are welcome to hop over there. You do have to hit the sub button on the channel to be able to post on the community. But I hope Hope all of you guys are subbed to the channel already. If not, join on. We will be marathon streaming for the rest of the night tonight. We're going to try and do a catch and cook tonight, if weather permits. And we're hopefully going to be back out on the water again all day tomorrow. We'll see how my voice is. Normally after 15 hours of streaming, I sound like I swallowed a pine cone and pretty much feel like I swallowed a pine cone. But we'll see. We'll see if we can pull off a double-decker for y'all. Canada has... Oh, I know Canada has huge, huge pike, for sure. Wanted to try walleye fishing. There aren't any in my closest lake. John, I've been trying to get more into walleye fishing. I've never been great at catching them. We did catch a few of them on stream so far this year. Nothing real sizable, though. Really clean tasting. God, how far behind in chat am I? We catch 40 walleye an hour, no problem. Wow. Seen some friends catch South Dakota that seemed to only catch walleye. South Dakota, is it South Dakota or North Dakota that has Devil's Lake? I know that there's one destination walleye fishery there that everybody talks about. On a perch rod, only ones that get recorded are the ones that get reported. I've seen an elk in Montana that was bigger than Boone and Crockett record. That's very true, 100%. It's just, Pike is one of those records that everybody and their brother tells me a story about a state record pike being caught somewhere, but yet this dusty ass old record from 1971 that has nothing but a weight still stands. That is my goal in life, to fix that. We need a proper entry on Montana State Pike record. So I need to catch something bigger than 37.5 pounds. Y'all tell me where in Montana I need to go to catch it. North for devils. Okay, Justin. Couldn't remember if it was north or south. Welcome back, John. Devil's Lake is in northeast corner, North Dakota. Mostly farm country, sunflower seeds. Lake is incredible fishing. Sometimes it floods. Afternoon. What's up, Big Sky Angler? Welcome to the stream. Clouds look a bit cool. Hopefully they'll trigger some bites. Yeah, as soon as the sun gets covered, like literally the temperature drops 10 degrees, or it feels like it. But we're over a decent amount of fish. We probably should go in a little bit more shallow, but honestly, I think I'm going to take this depth all the way to the boat launch. We haven't, it's given us another clean pass on the outside of where we've been going. Trying to improve our map here a little bit to make the bucking bronco here turn it down a notch. Large fish fare better in cold conditions than some other species. Bigger body mass holds heat better. Cold conditions. That makes sense. Fort Peck. Fort Peck is so far, 5 hours. I need to do it. I really do, Big Sky. I need to find somebody who knows how to fish Fort Peck that will show me. That I can either hop on their boat for a day or two, or that I can bring on the old tin can here. That's such a big water body, and I could spend a decade trying to figure out Fort Peck and not even scratch the surface. I need some guidance there. Smith Lake, 6-inch spoon. We'll do it, Ninja. Worried about not being able to sleep because all the people partying. Are fireworks legal there? I don't think it's legal to set them off, though people do. I think the signs as you're entering explicitly prohibit it, but it's Montana. People kind of take the law as a suggestion a lot of the times around here. Rod's moving. The bouncing, that's just, can you see the yellow thing out there with the orange flag on it? It's called a planer board. That bouncing is the planer board rocking. Yeah, Fort Peck has huge fish. I know they do. I would love to fish it. They have everything in there. Big walleye, big pike, big lake trout, catfish, bass. It's just huge and scary. Lake Francis. I've only fished Francis 2 or 3 times. I've never caught. I caught a handful of walleye out of there. I caught one really fat rainbow trout out of there. I couldn't get the pike to bite. Everybody tells me Francis has really good pike, that it fishes like Pishkun. I take how I fish Pishkun and I go to Francis. I don't catch a damn thing. I definitely need to try it. Your rod is moving. Yeah, it's normal. We're trolling, and we're dragging a planer board. We're out at Flathead this weekend. Nice, Big Sky. I wanted to go over there. Isn't it pissing and storming? All the forecasts that I looked at in western Montana had way too much thunderstorm and rain in the forecast for me to go. But that's where I was trying to go. I wanted to go over to Tally Lake or Whitefish or... oh, there's a whole bunch of them over there. But everywhere I looked at over there, it looked like the storm was going to beat the crap out of them. Is the Raven still open? I don't know. It's cloudy with sunrise here and there. Hot as hell. Dang. Chase, still at 7. We haven't had a bite in hours. The sun is finally getting covered by some of these clouds. We're hoping that the bite turns back on here shortly. Let me check what we're running here. Let's run this out deeper. I'm gonna run this guy back to 90 foot. And we got to change that lure at some point. What do we got? 135. Let's give it another 10 minutes. If we don't get hit on our planer board, we're going to swap something else out over there. One of my favorite Caucasians. What's up, TLX? How you doing, my friend? Tally Lake. Yeah, I've never fished it. There's a whole... I've barely fished anywhere in western Montana. But I've seen some pictures, some video from there, done some reading about it. It looks like a really neat location. And I know that it produces some really nice lake trout. That's primarily what I was looking at going over there for. Cloudy or sunshine here and there. Hot as hell though. No, there aren't rain and thunderstorms forecast there? I hate goddamn forecasts. I swear they're all yelling at or lying to me. I keep digging for my cigarettes, realizing again that I don't have any, and then becoming sad again as we troll our way back over towards the truck. Pays to be a weatherman in Montana, can be wrong 95%, still have a job. Yeah, I mean, you might as well just wake up and make shit up every day, because that's about as close as they get. I just don't understand how every weather model could completely disagree. It's like I will literally be looking at the same location, same geocoordinates on 3 different forecasts. One of them's calling for Armageddon, rain, thunderstorms, hurricane winds. The other one's saying it's going to be, 75 degrees and a cool, calm day. One of them's like, it's going to be 90 degrees with, showers here and there. It's like, are we talking about the same location? Like, how can they be so drastically different? Yeah, we just blew the fish whistle. Raven is a restaurant and a bar with docks. You can take your boat to get hamburgers, beer if you want. Years, I don't know if it's still there. Yeah, when I fished, I don't know a whole lot about Flathead. I tried launching, I think it's called Woods Bay. Dragged my boat all the way down there, backed it up, and the wind was blowing from the west, and it was just creating this nasty wake against the eastern coast where Woods Bay is. And I couldn't get my boat far enough in the water without getting into the water to get out of my truck. So we pulled out there, strapped back down, and I drove all the way to the north end of the lake. And the first boat launch that I went to up there, they had torn out and there was a big crane and they were doing construction, they're rebuilding it. So I had to drive like another 10 miles to like the northwest corner, and there's another launch up there. That's where I ended up launching from, and I stayed kind of in a pretty close proximity to the north launch. We went down almost to where, well, like right to where Flathead River comes into Flathead Lake. That's about as far as we got before we lapped back around. This channel's awesome, man. Awesome to connect with a lot of people from Montana. Heck yeah, Big Sky. There's a surprising number of people that are either, you know, Montana natives, fish Montana, been to Montana, grew up here but don't live here anymore. A lot of people find the channel. I do try to, in most cases, use good keywords for, you know, the description and setting the location, so people can find it. But it always surprises me how many people from Montana actually do find the stream. You ride horses to work? John, I've ridden a horse one time in my life, and I think I was like 12 years old. I've ridden an elephant more times than I have a horse, which is a little weird to think about. Don, we're in north central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. We're out here targeting northern pike. All you do is ride horses to work in Montana. There are a lot of people around here that ride horses. Lot of farmers and ranchers in Montana still. And horses are heavily relied upon for ranch work. A lot of rodeo. There's a lot of the cowboy lifestyle out here in Montana. I don't get into any of that. It drives me nuts. You get 2 hours of just bang, 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 and then the fish are like siesta for the afternoon. A few more minutes and we're gonna swap out. We're gonna take that crankbait out. What do you guys think? Should we give the squid another chance, or should we try a spoon, or what do you think we should try? Camping tonight? Yeah, we're gonna camp out here. I camped last night. We're gonna stay again tonight, and we will fish all day tomorrow. Gone from Montana for almost 30 years now, and I still sleep with a cowboy hat on over my face. Nice, Ninja. They're still real cowboys, pretty cool. My cousin married a big rancher out there. Cool lifestyle to see. Yeah, it ain't for everybody, but it is definitely very much still part of Montana culture and the economy here. Again, farming and ranching and cattle and horses and all that is a big part of the economy here in Montana. Damn it, I keep reaching for cigarettes. Such a terrible habit. I can't believe I don't have a pack of cigarettes somewhere here. I probably do. Where, I do not know. Water's probably cold. What kind of fish are in those waters? Dawn, it's 64, almost 65 degrees at the surface, so it is still a bit chilly. We're just at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains here. What we're targeting is northern pike. There's also kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, brook trout. Oh, fish on, fish on! There we go. Oh, shit. Fish off. Fish off. As I say in sadness. Man. I are sad. I'm gonna mark that on the map as a big sad face. Y'all saw that, right? Damn it. It was gone almost as soon as I picked up the pole. I'm gonna bump our speed up here a little bit. When you're trolling too slow with pike, you often don't get a good hook set. But good to know we got a bite here out in a little bit deeper water. Yeah, that was the dredger again. I always wondered how the hell they get off those hooks. Big Sky Angler, if you haven't, I need to post more of it. I have a handful of videos out. Check out the shorts on my channel. Most of the shorts that I post are armchair expert type videos or underwater camera footage. If you haven't seen any of the underwater camera footage, watch the pike videos. They're like a little crackhead fish. They zip in and out and they smash against it and then they go away. They're just erratic. And it's usually the smaller ones that are like that. The bigger ones are more precise. They're more determined. When they bite, they get what they bite at. The little ones just are zip zoos on, they miss. So it probably had a bad hook set. It was thrashing around and it just spits the hook. They tear right through. Oh God, that sun's back out. Damien, we're in north central Montana, Pishkun Reservoir. What baits are you using? Berkley Dredger in yellow perch. And then on the other side, we're about to take this one in. We have a shallow shad wrap, Rapala jointed yellow perch. We're gonna pull that guy in and swap it out for something else here. I think we're gonna let's throw another dredger on y'all. The hell kind of weed is that? Normally don't see those. I don't know what that was. Maybe that came from shore or something. Oh, get off of there. Down the other pole. All right, we're gonna grab another crankbait out here. Give me a sec, guys. Let's see if maybe a color change here will give it. We've been doing a bunch of natural patterns. Let's do something with that sun we're getting. I think this pearl will do real well with the sun that's coming in and out. So again, another dredger. This one is also this one's a 17.5 footer. So this one dives just a little bit deeper than the other. I'm actually gonna swap this one to the other side of the boat so we don't have to use the planer board. Oh God, it's hot. So hot. These clouds are killing me. The sun comes out, I'm frying. The clouds cover the sun and I'm cold. All right, we gotta do it. At least it wasn't a pair of underwear. That's right, Josie. That's good. That's the first sign of life we've had in hours, though. So let's do this. Let's catch one more fish before we get to the camp. I need to grab a pack of smokes. I think I have like four packs of smokes in the truck. I forgot to put one of them in my go bag. Good luck, man. Thank you, Don. That was pretty funny when you caught the undies. Such a weird catch. I don't know why I gotta be the one to catch shit like that, but whatever. 195 thumbs up, let's go. Can we get it to 200? Double tap that screen if you guys are enjoying the stream. If you're just getting here, this is north central Montana. We're fishing Pishkun Reservoir for northern pike. We've caught 7 so far. We've lost 5 now. We did just get bit 5 minutes ago. We lost it before had it anywhere near the boat. But we're gonna keep at it. It's been hours since we had a bite, so that's our first sign of life in a minute. Trolling motor is spazzing a little bit here, so I don't know what we're doing. But we are gonna catch some more fish. Don't get discouraged, y'all. Oh God, that feels so nice. We will be back on the board here very soon, very soon. It's been windy and passing thunderstorms since last night here. Just hit the like. Thank you, Don. Real fishy, I'm doing awesome, getting ready to barbecue. Hope you're doing awesome. Man, I should have brought a frickin' steak or some ribs. Sounds so good. Let's go, 200 likes. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all's support. Thanks for coming and hanging out on your Independence Day, 4th of July weekend. 250 years since a whole bunch of people destroyed each other for independence. Wars are so stupid and crazy. Our history in this country is wild. But happy 4th, y'all. I hope you guys enjoy it. Please be safe. Enjoy it. Don't burn stuff down. Don't break shit. But go out, have some fun. Or hang out and enjoy the scenery. We are gonna get back on the fish. This is happening. We're not gonna get all of our fish in the morning and then nothing for the rest of the day. That's just not how it works. It's unacceptable. Am I reading this correctly? Mexico, New York? Is that a thing? Mexico, New York? Is there a New York in Mexico? $88 degrees, 17% chance of rain. It's not too bad. That's a little toasty. But you got a breeze to wash her down. That's fishing weather. On the warm side of fishing weather, but that's fishing weather. Oh, dang it, I forgot to dip our bait in some potskis. Oh well. Are you trolling or anchor? Don, we are trolling. We're moving about, oh, let me bump her up a little bit. 2.2 miles an hour. Here comes the wind again. This is where I get cold. Family has a cabin down there. Alan, Allegheny. That better not be goddamn rain. Clouds. Don't start this shit. They are looking a little gloomy over here. This ain't happening again. What do y'all think? What do you think the chances are that our 1% of rain dumps on us? They're looking a little fluffy. Not seeing anything dumping yet. Maybe a little bit of haze out there. So pretty over here. Your glasses tinted, make it look darker. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know, I can't see anything without the glasses, so. No rain from those? Hopefully not. Montana has to live up to its big sky country. That's pretty out here. Dang, that sucks after a long wait. I know, 88. It's all right though. They gave us a jolt, let us know they're still there. Keeps the dream alive. What bait fish do the pike eat? Oh God, they'll eat anything. My favorite bait to use for cut bait here in Montana is white sucker. They're prevalent in a lot of the water bodies, so a lot of fish know what they are. They know that they're good to eat, so they make really good bait. Bill Perry, we are running 2 Berkley dredgers. The one that's been catching everything is on this rod, 14.5 foot medium depth diver, yellow perch pattern. The second rod, we just actually put a second Berkley dredger on. It is a 17.5 foot diver, and it's in the Stunna Shad color. It's like a pearl white with a black eye and kind of a dark back on it. We've run a handful of other things on the second line here today and haven't been touched on anything. The yellow perch Berkley dredger's been all of our action today. Bluegill in distress is simply irresistible to most predators. Interesting. Yeah, I've never fished with a bluegill patterned bait. We do have them in a lot of the ponds. Some of the lakes have them. I don't think we have them in our rivers. Yeah, the Stunna Shad, I've run that one here in previous years. And it's done quite well. Some days it outperforms the perch. But just giving it the same style of bait, but just a different color, a little bit different presentation. So rather than looking natural, it's quite reflective. I think with the sun poking through the clouds here, that shimmer and shine from it might give us what we need here. We'll see. Bluegill in our rivers, lakes, creeks, ditches, puddles, sewers, they're just everywhere. They really are, it's crazy. Huh. Man, why the fish have to tease us like that? We almost had it. Hard to get a reservation license the last couple of years. We go to the PA end. Oh, it feels so nice out here, you guys. Come on, fishy, fishy. Yeah, again, we were trolling 20 to 25 foot depth. We moved to 27 to 30 foot depth, so we are a bit deeper than where we were. Again, just trying to change up a little bit, see why we're not getting bit. Luckiest fish in the world. Some days they are. What's the score here? We are 7 fish landed, 5 fish lost. We did just have our first bite in hours, I don't know, 15 minutes ago. It wasn't on the line for very long. Garmin type fish finder. Don, I'm running all Lowrance gear. We're running the Lowrance Recon trolling motor networked with the Lowrance HDS 10 Pro. Also networked with the Lowrance Elite FS9. So I'm actually running 2 graph units. One of them for charting and the other one for down scan and side scan. Mostly just charting. I look at the down scan and side scan, but it's not, I'm more interested most of the time in the depth, the contour, what I'm fishing over. So it's all Lowrance gear. And then I also just picked up, when I picked up the HDS 10, it came with the new 3-in-1 HD transducer. So I upgraded the transducer that I had from the Elite FS9 to the newer one from HDS 10. This trolling motor does some wild shit sometimes. It literally reminds me of watching Roomba. It's like super aggressive turns, corrections sometimes. Get all the equipment. Yeah, the HDS 10 and the Recon are recent additions to the boat. I got them on, I don't know, I think I finished my install 2 months ago, maybe a little bit longer. I've been talking about getting a trolling motor on the boat, or electric trolling motor, for years. I've been trolling just with my jet outboard, which works, it's just not great. It's hard to control. So this is definitely an upgrade. It networks all together. So right now I'm actually on autopilot. We're doing what's called contour following. It's being a little bit erratic right now because this water body is flooded 17 foot over where it was the last time I recorded here. So I'm fixing my maps right now to the flooded state, and while I redraw the maps here, it struggles a little bit trying to stay within the contours, but I basically tell it, find 25 to 30 foot bottom and stay there, and it just kind of S patterns all the way around the lake following 25 to 30 foot. So I don't have to steer or do anything. Really, really nice. It does mess up from time to time. It's not perfect, and I am still learning the quirks of it and how to use it. But it definitely does some funky stuff sometimes. Hunter Brady, yeah, Central Montana. Yeah, we're 20 miles outside of Shodo at a reservoir called Pishkun Reservoir. No, not 70, 17. But yeah, basically. They drained so much water out of here at the end of last year. It was borderline a fish kill event. It had to have been. And then they filled it up to the fullest that I've ever seen it. Literally a 17-foot vertical difference between low and high. And they added all that water over the course of like 2 weeks. So it went from empty to completely full. And then we came here and tried to fish it and couldn't figure out why nothing would bite. Thought you said 70. Yeah, autopilot. My Uber driver up here, it gets a little drunk from time to time, but it does pretty good. Kind of fish are in the boat. Don, we haven't put anything on the stringer yet. We're gonna be out here all day today and tonight. We will dock the boat probably somewhere around 10 p.m. I'm hoping that we catch another pike closer to that 10 p.m. Just a small one, and we'll do a small catch and cook. Catch, clean, and cook. And then we will be out here all day again tomorrow streaming. We're mainly targeting the northern pike today, or we have been. We may switch and try and target the kokanee and rainbow a little bit. Maybe, probably. Can you do course lock? Justin, yeah, it has course lock on it. I haven't figured out, I fight with course lock trying it. Like when I first turn it on, it like tries to steer me off. It's like, what course are you locked onto? You ain't the direction that we're pointed. Like I assume when I enable course lock, it should keep me where I'm pointed, but it doesn't. So I don't quite understand course lock. But yeah, it's got course lock, spot lock, the depth contour following. It's got some, you like set a point and it circles that point. There's waypoint mode where you can draw your own waypoints. There's like 6 or 7 different modes on it, but it's all controlled. I can do it through the dongle here, which I don't even really use right now. I can do it all through the graph, or I can do it through the app, or it came also with a wireless foot pedal. So it allows you to control the trolling motor. Once it's networked with the HDS-10 here, basically all of the different trolling motor features are exposed to the graph. Yeah, we're running Starlink Mini out here. It's the only way. There's 0 to 1 bars that flip-flop back and forth. So we're running the Starlink Mini out here to be able to stream from out in the middle of nowhere. I'll check the radar for you. Thank you, 88. I've asked him, maybe I've missed it. How are you doing at Willow Creek today? Are the fish biting? And are you in the boat or fishing from shore? Jet holes are hard for trolling motors to keep straight unless you have GPS pucks trolling in the wind. Your hull gets pushed around by the wind and the motor struggles to keep up. John, that makes sense. Yeah, so today I did, it was previously, and again, it's new for me. I'm still learning how to use this. I've never read the manual. I've watched a handful of the videos, and they're all confusing, so I've just been playing with it. But I switched the GPS to the head unit, that the head unit uses to the trolling motor instead of the GPS from the 3-in-1 behind, which seems to have helped. It's not been quite as erratic, but it does still do some weird stuff. A lot of that has to do with the fact that my map is all janky right now. I'm using CMap Genesis, and I'm overlaying a new map on top of my old map, and my old map was 17 feet or 15 feet below the water level that it is right now. So it's rewriting a whole bunch of shit. And where I have old map meeting new map, the recon starts doing weird shit because this side of the map says it's 15 foot. This side of the map is saying it's 30 foot, and it's like at a line. But the direction lock, the course lock, I don't get it. And then when I'm trying to adjust it, like if I tap it, it'll move, but then it seems like it goes back, and then it'll move, and then it goes back. So when I hold it, then it wants to take me at a 90-degree angle, and it's just extreme. Feel like I'm in the boat? Heck yeah, Don. That's the hope here. You guys you're coming along fishing. You're not just spectators. You're part of the show. But let me fix my mic here real quick. Give me just a moment. The forecast says wind there. Yeah, most of the forecasts were showing gusts anywhere from 16 miles an hour up to like 20 or 22 miles an hour. But none of them were consistent. Tomorrow, the gust potential, I think, is bigger, which is not great, but it is what it is. No rain on the radar around us, a little bit down near Deer Lodge. Okay. Oh, shit, we're passing our camp. Hold on. I'm missing my smokes. We gotta pull in. We're gonna make a pit stop over at the camp so I can grab a pack of cigarettes out of the truck. I'm jonesing over here. I was hoping we'd catch something between where we were and there. I guess not, though. So let's bring these lines in real quick. I will buzz over. I can bump right onto the shore over there. It is a little weedy and shallow, but we'll make it work. All right. We gotta make a pit stop over here. I do need to pull my trolling motor up here because it does get super shallow. Give me a second, guys. All right, trolling motor up. We're good to go. Longest I've ever seen him go without one. One of our streams out here, we ended up with Many hours to go and not many smokes left. I did have to ration myself to less than 1 an hour. Sometimes that is a struggle. All right, we're just buzzing over here. Hopefully this wind doesn't make it a pain in the ass to get into where I was docking last night. Yeah, we've caught 7 so far. We have 7 in the boat. We've lost, I think, 5 now. Just one more bite. We've had seven catches so far, but I just missed a bite. It's been slow since the sun came out. Oh. Oh, we went a little bit far, I missed it. Missed my turn, talking to these kids out here. All right, there's just this little patch between the trees and the weeds here that I've been... Right, but we're gonna punch on in here. We're over like 3 feet a foot. The fries are done. All right, give me a minute here, guys. Y'all hang out. I will be right back to the stream. I just gotta go hop over to my truck and grab some smokes. Be right back, you guys. We got a spare. All right. Yeah, they're 13 and some change here. How y'all doing today? I think I heard Washington is doubling the sin tax on them. That's crazy. Should grab snacks. I probably should, huh? Time is it? 2:18. All right, time to do our first battery swap. We'll show you guys. Yeah, that wind is really picking up. It might be kind of a pain in the ass to get out of here with the wind blowing directly at us. So we're gonna take this a moment to do a battery swap here and do a couple of things. So our Starlink Mini that we're using for our stream runs down and is powered by these two volt 8 amp hour batteries. There's a brain in this box down here, the gray box, that controls seamlessly switching between these two batteries. So this battery is now dead. It has seamlessly failed over to this battery. So I can pop this guy out, pop a fresh one in, and it will then sense that the primary battery is in place, and it'll seamlessly flip back over to this one. And that's all controlled. There's a couple of components that are in our box because they are not marine products. They're peripherals meant to be hosted in a rack environment, not in a boat. But 5 to 6 hours of battery. It's a convenient option. Again, I have a whole backpack full of DeWalt batteries. I use it for my lighting. I have power packs that some of my cameras run off of. So I carry around a backpack full and I use them for everything, but it's now seems to kill the stream every time I swap it out. Fish with no food, then eat the fridge when I get home, basically. All right, we're sitting right next to a big tree. I think it's impacting our stream here, so shove off. Wind seems to have died down a little bit. Let's try and back ourselves out of our spot here. Oh, I didn't get a very good shove off. All right, we escaped. We good. John Lutz, why not just have one big onboard battery? Because the Starlink consumes a shitload of battery. And I'm out of room for battery. We have a standalone battery for the trolling motor, standalone batteries for the Starlink system, one house battery that controls basically all the other electronics, and then a crank battery that does nothing but crank. It's better oftentimes to isolate those systems rather than have them all feed off of one battery. You get cleaner signals to things like your graph units. You don't want them the same as your trolling motor. It will create disturbance or a less than stellar picture. And again, a lot of them, they suit different purposes. Again, like your trolling motor, it runs 24 volt. Everything else in the boat is 12 volt. So that system, you can mix them with certain peripherals. But it's more complicated. There's complications with it. But a large reason is not only is it good to isolate them, but also to have just one big battery. There's nowhere in this tiny boat that you wouldn't make one portion of the boat super lopsided. So splitting your batteries for specific purposes helps you maintain a better balance in your boat. And in a little boat like this, your balance forward versus back, side to side is incredibly important for stability. That's why I run two batteries so my fish finders stay separated. Yeah, I mean, best practice here, it really is to keep your finders away from other noisy electronics. Not only that, but the wires for them as well, your transducer cables, you want to keep away from other hot sources or shield them. Line filters, ferro chokes. That's why I run 2 batteries. Working on the boat today, fishing Willow tomorrow. Oh, I misunderstood you, Willow, or excuse me, 88. Should have decent service there, so I'll be watching you and keeping you up to date. The wind forecast picked up, but it's coming out of the west by. Yeah, tomorrow, I think when I last checked it, it looked like it was definitely going to be a little sketchier tomorrow than it is today. Oh, like, why won't my trolling motor work? Can anyone take a guess why my trolling motor won't work? I'm like, why am I getting errors on my, I'm trying to set my path, and every time I tell it to go, it blips and it goes away. And I'm like, why won't it work? And I'm like doing it over and over again. Can somebody tell me what the problem might be? Any guesses as to why my trolling motor isn't working? Threw me for a loop, really did. Some days, y'all, some days. If I run, I read that. 5 house batteries, all lithium, crank battery, I have 2 live scopes, 36-volt bow motor, guide in New York so I could be in the water, sun up, sun down, 16 hours. Heck yeah, John. See, that's my kind of rigging, and that's how I've tried to build this boat. I don't guide or anything, but when I come out to fish, I come out to fish. And I don't want to run out of batteries. You know, I don't want to have to stop what I'm doing because I don't have the capacity to do what I want to do. Oh shit, that's what we should have done. Now we got a little over half a tank of gas still. I do have 2 more fuel cans in camp. Kind of got to be in the water to work right. I mean, they do put on the packages of things to not eat the package, and today and right now is one of those moments where Bill says, I bet it's not in the water. I can't fish without some food. Stowed, yeah. Decon, no muskie here. There are tiger muskie stored in some Montana water bodies. This is not one of them. All right, maybe that'll help. I don't know. What do you think, guys? I think putting trolling motor in the water will help it work a little better. Capacity does all I am. Travel 3 hours to fish, so I want to be able to last 3 or 4 days if I need to. See, now I wish I had that kind of capacity. I don't. Well, the trolling motor I do. I mean, this trolling for 10 hours on this boat at roughly 2 miles an hour. Trolling motor alone, no outboard. Used slightly more than 1% of battery per hour. And I have a 200 amp hour 24 volt battery. So I mean, theoretically it should last me, you know, 90 to 100 hours, 80 to 100 hours. I mean, I'd be happy at 50. That's 3-4 solid days of fishing. And it is a lithium, so you really shouldn't run it to 0. So, but yeah, I have that's about the only thing I have good capacity, a long enough. I'm still trying to come up with a bigger battery solution for the Starlink. It consumes quite a bit. It consumes anywhere from 26 watts to 1 hour. So it's got a fair bit of draw on it, much more so than anything else on the boat. So I don't tie it to anything in the boat. It's on its own isolated system. We've got our 250 watt solar panels that push a little bit of juice back in. When I run the outboard, this old outboard only has like a 6 amp rectifier. It has very little output. And again, that's at, you know, all wide open throttle. So we get very little juice back from the outboard, but it does help. Look at that, the trolling motor works when it's in the water. Fancy that. Might get about 7 to 8 hours of deep cycle lead acid. Yeah, so I don't run lead acid for anything anymore. I switched to AGM for my outboard, for my crank and my house battery. I get decent life out of it. Again, when it's sunny like this, there's enough juice coming in from my solar panels to heal me. I'm running my phone as well as a GoPro, 2 graphs, a second phone charging. So I have quite a bit of draw. But when I have the outboard running and I have the 2 solar panels on and there's sun, I stay pretty level. I might push a little bit back into the system. When I shut the outboard off or the sun goes away, I'm at a pretty constant draw. So I do have to kick the outboard on every once in a while to even it out. But right now I'm actually going to kill the outboard, so we are just trolling off our trolling motor. Let's get some rigs back in the water here. But yeah, that's one of the biggest constraints I found on this boat is power and where to put it, where to store the shit. It's hard to balance a boat with a bunch of heavy batteries. I mean, this 20 amp Vader Vitrier 200 amp hour battery weighs 80 some pounds. You know, the AGMs aren't as heavy as lead acid, but even still, those are, I think, 30 some or 40 some pounds a piece. I'm just getting a line back out. Been wanting to add solar. Yeah, my biggest, again, where to put it. I sacrificed, you know, any storage, anything fancy on you know, my sidewalls here, just to give somewhere. I had to. I mean, I have to be able to put some juice back into the system. I got to be able to recover. Otherwise, all my cameras would have to be on a separate battery bank. I wouldn't be able to run them on off my house. All right, we're out 75 foot. Let's get our second rig in the water. Let's dip this guy in Potskis. I should have done it with the other one too. It still had some on there, but never hurts to just give her a fresh little coat. 20% to 80% is best. So don't drain them down all the way, don't charge them up all the way. Nice cloud cover coming in. Yeah, I'm hoping that this stays for a while. Once it cools down a little bit, I'm hoping that bite picks back up. I feel like it probably should. Let's bump up our speed a little bit here. All right, we're gonna go a little bit faster. We're gonna bump it up to 2.4. The water's warmed up, these fish are warmed up. Holy crap, calm down there, trolling motor. Let's get our leashes back on. All right, which one y'all think we're gonna catch a fish on first? Yellow perch or Shad? 24-volt lithium, amped outdoor lithium. Love it, spent big money, worth it for trolling motor, only weighs maybe 25 pounds. But same size as a regular battery, so no gain on storage. Okay, CB. Yeah, see, I went with a massive one. I wanted to have the capacity to be able to come out for 2, 3, 4 days and troll at length every day. And it seems like this 200 amp hour is more than plenty to do what I need it to do. Mitch, she's blaming me for screwing up her anniversary, and I'm blaming you. Mitch, you and your old lady fighting over want to see my rod again. I've only charged it once since I had it, but I troll slow. Okay. Yeah, we're trolling, our speeds have varied today, anywhere from 2 to now 2.4. Walleye on Canyon Ferry, but perch too. Okay. Yeah, I've only fished Canyon Ferry a few times. I didn't catch a whole lot there. We caught a few small walleye. I think I caught a couple of perch, a couple of rainbow trout, everything on the smaller side. I know there's big ass fish in there. It's a huge water body, and when it gets windy, it gets scary. Red and white spoon with bucktail. Decon, the daredevil. Every stream somebody wants the daredevil. We never catch anything off of it. I know you're on a fish a lot. I just never get on when you get a fish. It's like going fishing on my own. Good luck, fish on. CK Night, yeah, some days it's like that. Earlier in the stream tends to be a good spot, and later in the stream. We are getting some cloud cover now. I would expect our bite should turn on at some point here. It did last week around this time of the day. But thanks for stopping through. I'm sorry we didn't catch a fish while you were here. Come hang out again later. We will try and catch a fish for you. I don't troll ever, but I live on spot lock. We jig for Lakers. Okay. Yeah, I've only played around with spot lock with the trolling motor a little bit so far. It is one feature I definitely want to learn how to operate better and more efficiently. Because I would love to learn how to jig for Lakers. In the past, all I've had is my manual spot lock, which consists of 15 pounds of iron or lead and a 100-foot rope. And I don't throw that to jig for Lakers. That's a shallow water anchor only. I want to catch some Lakers. Yeah, Lakers. They're on towards the top of my list to do more fishing for. I caught 2 last year at Flathead, but they were both quite small. I think the big. I want to catch me a 20 or a 30 pounder. We're out here targeting northern pike today. That's what we're after. We caught 7 earlier. We had a bite, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes ago. It almost immediately came off. The clouds are here though. Hopefully that gives us a little bit more activity from the fish. Lakers are a bucket list fish for me. Yeah, they even those little ones, man, they put up a damn good fight. That one that I caught, I think the biggest one that I caught at Flathead, my arms were actually aching bringing it in. It definitely fought harder than a pike for its size. And they dig, they're powerful. Not super jerky, just power. I mean, like a pike, even a good sized pike, oftentimes, once you get them coming in, they kind of just, they do a tumble in the water and they kind of glitch out. The Lakers that I pulled in, zero glitching. They were not happy and they fought the whole way. Trying to make it to Flathead ASAP. Yeah, I would love to. I fished Flathead 2 times last year. I want to fish some of the other water bodies around Flathead that are a little bit smaller, a little bit more protected, but also have Lakers in it. Tally Lake is one of them. Whitefish Lake is one of them. Oh God, what else is up in there? Some of you guys who are around Flathead probably know better than I do. But I think there's half a dozen lakes or so surrounding Flathead that also have, maybe not as big or as many, but sizable and catchable Lakers. Swan Lake. I don't know what the other ones are. Hate looking up Mackinac. Laziest fish over here. Oh, you hate hooking up on them. Turn on their side and get dragged in like... Really, do they for you? Huh. Yeah, the couple of small ones that I caught were good fighters. Flatheads in Kansas? Yeah, we don't have we have channel cats here. They're fun to catch. They don't get nearly as big as the flatheads, though. We just did a stream at the Missouri River a few weeks ago, fishing for channel cat and sturgeon. We didn't get into the sturgeon, but we did manage, I think we landed three channel cats. Biggest one was like 8 to 10 pounds, good size. Not a monster, but said that lake trout are the closest freshwater fight to tuna. Huh. Yeah, I want to get a good sized one on the line. And I know Flathead, what I need to do is I need to find one of the old heads that fishes Mackinac days. There's a handful of those dudes out there that every year they fish Mackinac days and they're catching 3,000-4,000 fish, you know, in the season. I need to befriend one of those old dudes that are just masters at Flathead lake trout. Have them teach me their ways. Teach me your ways, sensei. Flathead are beautiful creatures. My big one last year was 52 pounds. 52, good Lord. That's bigger than our state record here in Montana. That's crazy. Certainly not in my experience. Maybe it's just my luck, John. That happens sometimes. And it may have a lot to do with how you catch them too, how you reel them. A lot of people, like I try and always explain to people when I'm trolling for pike, when I'm trolling for trout, I keep steady pressure. When you get them turned around and they're coming towards you, if you can keep steady, calm pressure on them, a lot of times you can get them, they like you say, they turn over and you pull them in like a log. They're just, the pike are the same way. They'll just spiral in. You could watch them on the catch camera. They're stupid. They're glitched. But the moment, you know, a lot of the videos you see people trolling, they're doing the yank and reel, yank and reel. You fight that same pike and you fight it like that, every time you yank and go to reel, it head shakes and the fight is on. Yank and reel. So you're creating fight after fight after fight rather than just getting it to whirlwind India. I mean, I guess if you want the fight, you can make it. But maybe that's just you're reeling, the way you're reeling in your lake trout, you find a good way to kind of lull them in. The lake trout that I came in, there was no lulling them. They wanted to fight. Flatheads are beautiful creatures. My biggest last year, 52 pounds. That's a fat cat. Certainly not my experience, just my luck. Oh, I read that already. All right, we're right about where we hooked up on that last one. Our trolling motor is doing trolling motor stuff up there. All fish on my bucket list. A tug on the line is just enough for me. I love his fish fights, makes me jealous. Heck yeah, CB. It's all about having a good time out here, about the experience. Landing them is definitely fun, but just getting them on your line and getting to feel the raw power of some of these fish is more than plenty. That could definitely be a possibility now that you mentioned. Never thought of that. If you think about it, and again, you watch two people on a boat and how they're reeling, a lot of how that fight goes is how they're reeling, how they handle that fish. And again, I try not to lose the fish, and again, I would rather not destroy the fish and tear it apart. If you can get it glitched, and I mean, all the power to you. That is the easiest and best for the fish. It may not be the most exciting fight, but oftentimes the big ones, they don't turn limp sock. They turn, and it's hard to get them turned around to get them coming at you. That's where the real fights are, is when those fish are big enough that they can turn around with your bait and just go with it. And there ain't nothing you're doing to turn it around until it stops and you can catch it off guard. Those are the fun fish. And a lot of those, it doesn't matter how you reel them in, you gotta fight. They don't do the head thrashing and the jerking like the smaller ones do. That's where you feel the sheer power of them. Damie, has anyone ever lied about you? I don't know what that means. Probably, maybe, I don't know. That's what I love, get the adrenaline up. Heck yeah. It's like when we fished here last week, and we caught 8 fish. We lost about as many. But again, for those of you guys who have been here either last week or this week, most of them, they're fairly small. And I always describe to the stream what a bite looks like, because so many people that come in here are either unfamiliar with trolling or unfamiliar with trolling, types of lures that create erratic or rhythmic movement on the pole, and they always think that there's a bite. So I always try to explain to people, show them that it zips, and that when there's a bite, it will erratically bounce, or sometimes it will just bend and stay bent. And last week when we were here, we had one fish on the line that the pole bent over and it just stayed bent over. It was in my back pole holder, and I struggled to get the pole out of the holder. And those are the fish that I fish for. Unfortunately, it didn't stay on the line for very long, but just a completely different class of fish. I didn't think you could answer it. I don't know why. Why wouldn't I answer that, Damie? I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. I'm sure somebody's probably lied about me at some point in time. I know I've been lied to. Why wouldn't people lie about me? I mean, People do all sorts of weird shit. Walleye or wet socks. Yeah, I've never had a really good walleye fight. They're fun. I mean, they're not a super, I've never had a super powerful walleye fight. Then again, I've not caught a lot of big walleye. Most of the walleye that I've caught have been on the smaller side. Real CMJ, what's up, Crappy Mad Jigs? I'm done with this heat. Yeah, a lot of the East Coast over there, I think, y'all are frying balls over there, melting in the damn heat wave. It's like 70 degrees here. It was hot earlier. As soon as that sun pokes out from behind these clouds, it heats way up. But we finally have some clouds back. I am so stoked for some cover. Bro, we frying? Oh, man. You don't have AC in your shop either, do you? You just have fans. Helps, but not when it gets real hot. You're just moving hot air over hot bodies. I'm in the 30-inch walleye club. Not easy, apparently. Chuck, the biggest walleye that I've caught was just under 30 inches. Not super big though, long and slender. So it wasn't a real hog. I think it weighed like 6-7 pounds. I caught that one in the river off a bottom bouncer. Not the greatest fight. Yeah, the heat sucks. Yeah, I've got AC, but only does so much. Yeah. No, I'm still, one of these days I'm gonna get AC installed for my whole house. Right now I just have a portable AC that sits in the bedroom, and the whole rest of the house just has fans moving air around at hurricane speeds. .30-inch walleye are hard. I've got a lot of 28-incher, but never 30. Just, I think a lot of that, a lot of it I think comes down to where you're fishing for them. Some water bodies just produce bigger fish than others, and in bigger quantities. I know that, for example, at Tiber Reservoir and Fort Peck Reservoir here in Montana, 30-inchers they're not common, but they're not like, oh, I've fished here all my life and I've never caught a 30-incher. Most people who fish there, either of those water bodies with any regularity, end up catching a 30-incher. But again, the true, you know, size of the walleyes is those 30-inchers can get thick. And even though a lot of them come long, not a lot of them come chunky. Not bad in Bozeman. We got 4 ACs running in 3-bedroom single wide and 3 fans in the living room. Dang. Yeah, a lot of mobiles aren't insulated worth a damn, and that kills you. That's the problem with my house. Is I took out sheetrock everywhere, and as part of that, before I could do that for the ceilings, I had to go suck all the old nasty insulation out. So I have almost no insulation in my house. And then I have a black metal seamless roof on top of it, so it just soaks the heat in. I have all the insulation I need to install out in my shop. I just, you know, I'm fishing. It's hard to install AC or insulation in the attic when I'm on the water in the boat, so it gets toasty. One of these days, I'll find a good window fan facing outside, throwing hot air out. Yeah, it does. Just ventilation, moving air. I'd be sick sitting there going left then right. So we are on right now. A lot of that has to do with the fact that I don't have good contours written. Every pass that I make is either a little closer in or a little further out. I'm being really methodical about how I map this water body so I get a good, but anywhere that I travel in the band of where I've already mapped it well, super, super smooth. So a lot of the erraticness is just an affect of how I'm mapping. What I should do is spend a day out here going 10, 12 miles an hour and just map it and be done with it. But it's not bad. I just love the look, ma, no hands. I can get up and do and we're not death rolling. I'm not falling out of the boat. I can rock the shit all over the place and I don't spin. We have had the wind still catch us a couple of times, but this is easy mode. Steve McCann, $9.99 super chat. Hey bro, good to see you back on the water. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate your support. Good to see you as well. We are having such an awesome day out here. It's been a minute since we've got a good bite, but I feel like our bite should be turning back here sometime soon. We're making one wider band around, and then I think we're gonna move back up a little bit shallower again. But Steve, thank you very much for your support. I appreciate you. Glad you're here and enjoying the stream. That goes for all of you. Thank you for joining us out here on this Independence Day weekend, celebrating our 250th. We will be streaming tonight, camping here tonight, and then streaming again tomorrow if everything goes as planned. Is there a government website? Saskatchewan, Canada, here the website with most fish lakes are mapped by depth. So we do have, what is it? FWP, Fish, Wildlife, and Park.mt.gov. You can get a list of all of our water bodies here in Montana. You do have to click through to see the different species. Hell yeah, rock the boat. Don't have community maps to download just to get a start on it. I do, Real CMJ. The problem is what I'm running into well, this particular water body, there was no community map. I built the community map, but the map that I built was based upon a water depth that was roughly 15 foot lower than what it is right now. I spent a lot of the tail end of last season meticulously mapping everything, and then they filled up the water body and changes the depth of everything. So I'm rewriting my map. Again, I have a new transducer, so it's in better detail. I have more control at, you know, how I map it. So I'm making one really good high quality map that I'm then gonna upload to CMap Genesis. And then once I have that built, yes, I can then just use that map. I don't have to rewrite it depending on how high or low the water body is. It's part of my OCD. We're rebuilding the map for here, and as part of that process, we have to kind of struggle through it. But a lot of the water bodies around here, CMap Genesis doesn't have. There are certain water bodies that it does. Navionics does sell map cards for the Lowrents that does have some of these water bodies, but they're not in they're in like 5 foot and 10 foot depth intervals. The maps that I'm making are all in 1 foot increments, and I'm also mapping bottom hardness, structure, vegetation. I'm making super detailed maps of the entire water body and everywhere that I fish. Bathymetric, yes. I love your channel, Bo. Thank you, Steven. I'm glad you enjoy the stream. It's a pleasure bringing y'all along to fish out here. We just need to catch some damn fish. We had an awesome bite this morning, 10 minutes in. I hadn't even started the stream yet. I was trying to move from the north end of the water body to the south, and then I was gonna start the stream. And 10 minutes away from the boat launch, I had our first fish on, so I immediately hopped on and started the stream so you guys could catch the first fish with us. And in the course of the next 20 minutes, I think we caught our first 3. In the first 3 hours, we caught 7. And it's been dead since. We've had 1 bite in the last hour. So the bite, I think, is starting to turn back on. But it's just been hot, nasty sun all day. We finally have, for this last 45 minutes, hour, we've had a bit of cloud cover. Hopefully it'll turn back on for us here. So awesome you contribute such good data. Yeah, I try to. So again, for anybody that fishes Montana, Almost any water body you see me streaming at, I have built or am in the process of building very detailed maps, bathymetric maps. So if you use Lowrance and you use CMAP Genesis, the social maps, for example, you can go to CMAP Genesis and go to PishkunReservoir.com and you can download the most recent version of the map that I have uploaded. It combines all of my different recordings into one map. So anybody then can benefit from it. Drives me nuts fishing in these water bodies where I know people are mapping and they just don't shit. So I'm trying to give back, let y'all be able to use. Most of Holter Lake that's been mapped, I've uploaded it. All of Pishkun. A bunch of Hauser is my mapping. Francis has a little bit. Willow Creek. Almost everywhere I go, I record and then I push back to CMAP Genesis social maps. I don't have sonar, but I have maps and sonar. So I'm learning from you too. It's awesome. Well, I hope you pick up a few things. I'm not an expert on any of this. I'm learning as I go. But every time I come out here and do it, things make a little more sense and I understand it, I think, a little bit better. Oh. So we're almost at the central section of the reservoir here where it cuts across from the east side to the west side. There's a channel here. And this kind of bay, the basin area that sits in front of that cut across channel is where most of our bites have come from today. There's maybe a quarter of a mile on the north and then maybe a half a mile down to the south. And we've been kind of running the horseshoe here, or rather a half moon. Texas fumbled big fingers. No problem, man. Marking anything on the graph? Always. That's what drives me nuts about this place, and I still haven't figured it out. There are a lot of fish in here, but there's no way all of that is fish. I don't know. It's just constant at this water body, everywhere. Some of it's debris, some of it's perch, some of it's rainbow trout, I'm sure. There's a lot of little bait fish. I don't know if a lot of that is still junk floating around. It could be. We don't pull a lot of weeds out though. I mean, you guys have seen me pull my rigs in and out. We get weeds every once in a while. I mean, like that's the soft bottom there. We have some, that's a soft bottom. But I don't see, I mean, it's not legit just a layer of bullshit floating. So I'm telling you, there's tons of fish in here. But sometimes I don't know, I question whether all of that is fish. And I've played with the settings and it's there. It's not, a malfunction, it's there. Whatever the hell that is something. This drives me nuts. This is the only thing I hate about the autopilot. Constantly, every time it hits a waypoint. Small bait fish. Yeah, those are all smaller marks. What I'm looking for is the bigger swoops, the fatter swoops. You'll see the ones, I have it on the color setting. When you get 3 colors, it tends to be a lot bigger fish. But again, you got the A scope or whatever the hell it is. I mean, it's all shit. There's just clouds of fish in here. Marking the thermocline like bodies. I mean, I don't think there's a thermocline at 12 foot here. I really don't. In fact, I don't even think a thermocline has formed in this water body yet. I mean, I could be misinterpreting it, But again, there's all sorts of shit below that. Normally the thermocline, it looks different to me. John, you think that's thermocline? I do have a fish hawk. I could drop it off. I don't think it is, because again, you get breaks in it, and it's not like that everywhere. In certain sections, that goes away. That's what I'm saying, Lake Erie Lee. I would expect the thermocline to be much deeper. We're only at, I mean, 20, 25 foot bottom, and that's hovering at... And these recordings that I make, that's one thing. I would love to have somebody who knows more about down scan, side scan, take a look at some of my recordings, because it looks like fish. Almost all of it. It just drives me crazy, because that just means we're over that much shit. I don't know, I have a fish hawk. We could drop it down at some point in time. If there's a, you know, a wall or a big change of temperature right there, it very well could be. But I don't think it's a thermocline. And again, the thermocline, when I do see it, because at certain points in the year, this lake does form a thermocline. It's usually a more, like, not chunky like that. It's more of a haze, and you get a nice cleaner line where the haze is. And it kind of stays there no matter what depth in the water body you're at. It kind of hovers at that same level. Again, this goes from thick to spread out all over, back to gaps, and then... Does that graph look like that throughout the whole lake? No, not in all the places. The southwestern portion here, this basin, this bay where we've been catching stuff, all looks like this. But there are a lot of places in the water body that do look like this. Algae or minnows. The algae, 100%, there's always an algae bloom in here. Do you think, wouldn't it have to be a pretty thick bloom for the finder to pick up the algae like that? Because I mean, I run the water wall feed here. You see algae. There's always a green hue to it, but it's never like thick, patchy. Like if I fish Canyon Ferry or Hauser or Holter, you can tell when I'm pulling through a cloud of algae. You can see it on the camera. Here in Pishkun, it's usually not like that. It's more of kind of an evenly distributed, there's just an algae cloud everywhere. It's got that green tinge to it. It's not like you're pulling it through these big masses. That too, lures would be just full of it, you would think. Thermocline's easy to find, just swim down. I'll get right on it. I'll let you know what I find. Bait fish with perch and other feeding on them. That's just, there's so much stuff in here. It drives me nuts when I go home, especially on a day where I catch, you know, 1 fish or 2 fish, reviewing my recordings. And it's like, good, I'm overfished this whole time. We're right in the strike, you know, area. Why aren't we getting anything? Just take a quick swim. We'll let you guys know. Fueled by the fish whistle. That's right, Alan. How you doing, Alan? Welcome, welcome. We voted Rod is gonna swim down and check. You've decided, huh? That's the general consensus, is that I'm just gonna hop my happy ass overboard and go take a look-see-poo? What's up, Lando? Welcome to the stream. Ugh. No, come back, clouds. Don't go away. What is with crows, man? Why is there always that one tree? They pick the one dead tree in the lake and they're like, this is our tree. We live here now. Oh, fish on, fish on! Oh, good fish. Oh! All right, this one's feeling, we either got this one foul hooked or we might actually have a decent fish on the line. We're over 30-foot bottom, doing 2.4 miles an hour. And I'm gonna slow us down a tad to aid our, this is the yellow perch. Damn it. Same lure we've been catching them on all day. All right, we've got it turned around. It is wet socking on the surface here. We're gonna keep our rod tip down to try and keep it going. No, she's not too big. I think we just got this one hooked funky. Damn it. Man, that was a good bite. Been waiting hours for that. We're back on, y'all. We had a delay there of quite a few hours. Let's see if we can get her in the boat. See, I'm just slow and steady, and she's just twirling. Twirl, twirl. We're having a little ballerina lessons over here. Oh, it saw the boat. No, it's not twirling anymore. We have one hook in this guy. We're gonna try and be real gentle here. Try to keep it moving while I grab the net. Landed. Oh, and it released itself. Let's go. Well, that took a long goddamn time. But there is northern pike number 8 in the boat. Appreciate y'all's patience. We have landed one more. Oh, trying to get my hook out here. Whoa, that one is way bent. Somebody remind me to fix this hook before we toss it back out. We got one hook that is super tweaked on there. All right, let's give you guys a little look-see-poo. We forgot to mark that one, damn it. No, I did mark it, dang it. I just added an extra mark. Oh, pretty fish. Let me get a picture of this one for fish brain while it's still in the net. For those of you guys who have fish brain and want to find me on there, you can find me at Vox, V-O-X. Try and do this without dropping our all right, let's get this guy out. Ouch. Hooks are sharp. Ooh. Good fish. That, I think, is our biggest of the day so far. What do you guys think? I'm saying that one's a solid 24, maybe even a 25. Not a monster, but biggest of the day so far, I think. Place your guesses. Let's get a quick picture for fish brain. All right, let's get her on the bump board. Last chance for guesses. I'm saying 24 and a half. Oh, so close, so close. There you guys go. There you get a thumbnail picture here. Let's get her back in the water. Absolutely beautiful fish. See if he'll show her some teeth. Kinda. I'm not gonna wrench its mouth open. Gorgeous fish. This isn't our first adult of the day. We have the jelly bean pattern. Still kind of a stripy haze, but we do have distinct jelly beans now. We're gonna jettison. We're gonna drop it. Oh, as SoCal says, Rod ain't never met a fish he hadn't dropped. Off she goes. Oh, try to avoid that when possible, but sometimes trying to explain how to safely release it, it just has to be a pest. All right, we gotta fix that one. Best feeling when they unhook themselves in the net, yes. It's always a gamble pulling a pike out of the net. You might get a hook. They thrash so much. Big fucking eyes, right? Fishy things with the star, the high five, and the 100. Lake Erie with the happy poop. Thank you guys. Sparkles from Fishy. Crows or vultures? I'm not sure. Some kind of big black bird. I am not very knowledgeable about birds. Hooks are sharp. It's been a PSA from wannaseemyrod. Hooks are sharp. Fire is hot. Fish are slimy. 25 and a half, 26. Watch out, don't get that slime on you. You won't get rid of it. 26, 26. Nice. Ravens are even bigger. Beauty, 26. 26 and a half, 24.3. Steven is the closest. I guess 24 and a half. It was just a hair under. 24 and a quarter. 26 and a quarter. 24 and a half. Concept was the same as me. Or there's burbot in that water body. I don't think there are burbot in here. There's burbot in Holter, Hauser, Canyon Ferry, but I don't think Francis has burbot. Pishkun doesn't, as far as I know. 23, smash that like button, let's go. 26.75, I don't think so, Sebastian. At Vox fish rigs. Don't forget, yes, thank you, Fishy. I need to fix that. Slippery little bastards, they are. Yeah, you can find me on Fishbrain at Vox, V-O-X. Slew sharks. Where are you at today? Rando, we are at Pishkun Reservoir. We just put pike number 8 in the boat. We need to fix, I have a very, one of these hooks got way tweaked out. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. She's a little tweaked. I don't think we're gonna hold much on that guy. We're gonna give her a bend back. The other one looks good. But we have good high quality hooks on here, so it should bend back with no problem. A little bit more. All right, she's golden. Let's give her a little dippy dip in our Potskis Fire Gel crawfish scent. Always the yellow perch. Every time we come here, there's just one lure that wants to steal the show. We might catch stuff off other stuff here and there, but always one that just wants to put in the work. But that is our Berkley Dredger, 14.5 foot deep diver. You could tell this lure's been used a lot. All bit up, chewed up, scratched up. This lure, I've swapped the rings and the hooks on it a couple of times. This lure has easily caught over 100 pike just by itself. One of my favorite lures. But we are back on the board. Let's go, let's get some fish. Let's bump our speed back up. All right, 2.4 miles an hour incoming. That was over, again, 34 foot bottom, 35. I'd pound the sandy bottom and kick up sand when tracking walleye. Be like 10 burbot swimming on my hook. I've never caught a burbot. When does little Jimmy? 4:20 in 1 hour. Little Jimmy comes out. Thank you for reminding me, Lake Erie Lee. All right, we're gonna let that spool out. Come on, spool. Caught burbot fishing in Newland Reservoir. Okay, so that's up by Whitefish. No. It's on the other side of Canyon Ferry, east. Dude, what the hell is that over there? Up past Showdown and, oh, no, it's just feeding. Lake of the Woods a lot, 420, Canada is 2 hours. White Sulphur, there, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I've been checking out, I've never fished Newland. I've been scoping it for about a year now. I want to go up there. Every time I check, the weather looks like it's going to be crappy up there. We almost went there today, actually. I hear there's really good burbot. They have kokanee, they have trout. Have you ever caught a burbot trolling out of there or only jigging? I'm trying to find somebody who will say, yes, I've caught a trout or a burbot while trolling. Give me some hope. All right, feed out. Stubborn ass. We're gonna put it back out to 75 foot. That's where we've been getting our bites at. All right, we are good. Jigging a worm, okay. Yeah, we're in north central Montana. This is Pishkun Lake, Pishkun Reservoir. We're up in the background here. Well, when we pan around from the never-ending skies of Montana, you should see some mountains in the background there, which is the Rocky Mountains, the Continental Divide. They should be coming in just into view here. There we go. So we're basically in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains right now. Sturgeon fishing in Michigan, but never trolling. Okay. Yeah, and from what I understand, they like rocky bottoms. They like hiding in cracks and crevices. They're similar to like an eel. So it makes sense that you're not really going to catch them in most cases unless you're bottom fishing. I just wonder if anybody's caught them bottom bouncing or, you know, like targeting bottom but trolling, not just jigging. Randy Prescott said 26. 26 what, Randy? Are you going to catch? You're not going to catch a burbot trolling, period. Maybe if you go really slow. Yeah, I've always heard that, you know, jigging bottom, again, rocky surfaces, cracks and crevices, they like to hide and they kind of poke out to eat. So I've just always wondered, I mean, has anybody figured out a way to do it bottom bouncing or freaking like literally running a crankbait, banging across the bottom? You might bouncing, must not be live. These sucker 1.5-inch cut baits, tails, and rough up meat, they're tricky to hook in the mouth. Duck on the bait, okay. They suck up the bait, okay. Snag-free rig. Well, I mean, there are a lot of ways that you can run bottom bouncers that are pretty frickin' snag-free. Well, not completely snag free, but. All right, we're coming in hot on another boat here in front of us. Trying to decide if I want to keep running this way or if we want to turn around and run back right straight back where we just ran. Welcome to the stream, Don Chop. I think trolling scares Burbot. Maybe. Yeah, we have them in a lot of water bodies in central Montana. I've never really gone out and targeted them specifically. Now that we have the trolling motor and spot lock, we definitely, I think, have a reasonable chance at them. I go where the fish are. I mean, they're everywhere. I showed you. Would you classify where we are at right now as where the fish are? I mean, those are multicolored blobs there. We got, that is not a thermocline. Again, it's too patchy to be a thermocline. That's fish. Fish on, fish on. We're trying, we're looking. They're high up, suspended. Yeah, a lot of stuff. 10 foot, 15 foot, 20 foot. They're kind of all over in the water column right now. A lot of what's super high in the water column, I always suspect is more the rainbow trout, the perch. Gotta be bait fish. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering every time I look at the screen, every time I'm out fishing. Is that bait fish? Is that, you know, the big fish? Sometimes it's really hard to tell. But thank y'all for coming and hanging out with us fishing today. This again is Pishkun Reservoir in north central Montana. We're out here targeting northern pike. Let's swing around and head back the other direction. Most of what we've caught today has been over in this section over here, so let's not get too far off of course. All right, we're killing the trolling motor. We're gonna start up our outboard here. And we're gonna do a slow turn here. Do you save waypoints when you catch fish, or is it too difficult? No, I try to. I forget sometimes, but the moment that I pick up the pole and I have a fish on it, you'll see me bend in, and I'm reaching over and beep, beep, beep. I'm saving a waypoint, marking where the boat is at least when we hooked up. You know, our lures may be 75 foot, 100 foot, 150 foot behind us, but close enough, right? Over time, you still end up moving different directions. You'll get, you know, kind of your center point of where the fish are. But yeah, over time, you end up getting clusters all over the place. So I'm saying, a spot like this where I've caught, you know, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pike out of here, over the years, I have spots marked where when they're not here, I can go look here. When they're not here, I can go look over there. I know the water body well enough, you know, I've fished it enough over the years to get a fairly decent idea of where I'm likely to catch. Some days it may not pan out, but again, you end up with 10, 12, 15 marks, you know, in a little spot. Chances are if you hit that spot again, you're probably gonna catch something. There's something there that they like. See, now we're in a little bit deeper water. We're running, these are much clearer. These are 100%. There's no questioning that that's fish. That's much cleaner marks. We're over 35 foot bottom, a little bit deeper there. Decent amount of fish here. But you guys, we just caught our 8th fish about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago. Oh, we need to get our trolling motor turned back on. I'm forgetting that I'm driving here. Been spoiled all day with our Uber driver. Better keep one soon. Yeah, it's only 3:30. We could. Man, that wind is really starting to pick up, you guys. It feels nice. Forgot you're on mountain time. Yeah, we're only 3:31 here in the afternoon. That's pretty early in the day still. All right, we're gonna bump our speed down just a notch here. Camping with anyone or just by yourself? Mitch, I'm just out here by myself today. Hell yeah, catch them up. You're on the fish, dude. I have to cut out. Have good 4th, everybody. Much love. Be safe. Watch out for drunk drivers and don't let friends boat or drive anything drunk run. Thanks for stopping through, CB. Always a pleasure to see you. We will catch you later. Enjoy the rest of your holiday weekend. We'll be again out here all night and all day tomorrow. Provided the weather lets us. But thank you guys for joining us out here. I'm having an absolute blast streaming and fishing with y'all today. Hopefully we can get something a little bit bigger. We're gonna keep trying. We're having fun. We need one fat one and then one smaller one, just a small one, maybe 18 inches on the smaller end, just enough for a couple of fillets. Been at it all day, got to charge phone for the catch and cook later. All right, John. Yeah, we'll probably be onto that sometime around 9, 10 p.m.-ish, depending on weather. So we got a few hours yet. Sent a high five. Let's go, Cliff. Thank you, Clifford. Chandler with the 100. Thank you. He's solo. No one to keep up with him. He's a trolling machine. Almost had Mia coming out. Almost. Yeah, we're up to 8. We've matched what we had the last stream here. Last weekend, we caught 8. So we're tied with last weekend. I think we should be able to do better, though. We got plenty of time out here. There's plenty of fish still left for us to catch. I just want a fat one. We need a hog. We don't need a bunch. We just need one slob. Big fat fish. Let's go. Come on. 20-pounder. 16-pounder. Give me 1 pound over my current PB from here. I want a new lake record. Tie my lake record, 15. Hell, I'll take a 10-pounder. Let's just get something over 30 inches. We haven't had a 30-plus inch pike all year yet. All we've caught is a bunch of babies. Clifford, yeah, we're after northern pike. Chandler with the sparkles, thank you, Chandler. Clifford with the thumbs up, we troll for trout and the fingerlings, okay. Yeah, we do a lot of trout trolling, salmon trolling. We troll for walleye from time to time. I target a little bit of everything. Lake trout. Yeah, there's a really big, we saw, it would have been easily a PB for me if I could have got it to bite. There was a big old buck that was feeding off the surface here earlier. The big old kite, the bottom jaw all crooked. Probably somewhere around 30 inches, good size. Probably 8 to 10 pounds. It was gulping shit off the surface. It kept coming, eating. I thought it was a pike that was, lurking above the surface till I got a little bit closer and saw the big old jaw sticking off of it and then the girth of it. Big old fat fish. They're in here. No rain, I checked 5%. Nice, what's the go-to bait? Clifford, so what they've been biting off of, it's called a Berkley Dredger. They're anywhere from a medium to a deep diving crankbait. The one that's been getting bit all day is the 14.5-foot diver in yellow perch color. We also are running the 17.5-foot diver on the other side in stunnish color, which is like a pearl white with a black eye and a dark band on the top. Both of them tend to produce real well. We've gone through a handful of other lures on the other side and just have not had great luck yet. So we tossed another dredger on, see if maybe they would bite on that. This time of the year, the shad style, though the smaller ones tend to do better, but last week we were catching them here on the old squid, so you never know what the hell the pike are biting on. Try anything, try everything. Last week they loved this. It's a saltwater lure, a frickin' 9-inch day glow squid. Who knows, man? What's the water clarity like? There is always in this water body an algae bloom, a kind of a green haze. It's not super bad though. You still get a good 10 foot of visibility, but it wouldn't be, I wouldn't call it clear water. It's got a cloud to it. Not super dense though. Again, you get decent amount of visibility in it. 10 plus foot in a lot of the areas. All right, the wind's picked back up and I'm getting cold again. But I know about the time I pick up my jacket, the sun's gonna come back out and it's gonna be warm again, so I don't know. 234 thumbs up, let's go. I appreciate y'all. Hope you're enjoying the stream today. Happy holidays to everybody. Since the heat wave, it's been crystal clear around my area. Dull colors. Okay. Yeah, the natural perch color has done really well here today. In the past, perch and rainbow trout tend to produce a lot of bites here. Though again, the stunnish shad, pearl white with black or red eyes. I run a Reef Runner 800 that's called Moon Eye, which is again like a pearl or a bone white with a chartreuse eye. I have a thing for white lures. White lures here, some days really get bit. They get bit real good. What's for dinner? We are planning to, hopefully if we can catch a fish within an hour or so of when we're ready to park the boat, we will do a catch and cook for one northern pike. It's just me and my lonesome out here today, so we're only cooking for one, so I'll probably do, one side, half a fillet. If we don't end up catching one closer to end stream time tonight. I'll still probably cook. I'll cook up some bacon and some eggs. Something simple. Beef ribs dinner, that sounds so good. Beef ribs always sound good. Perch, been murdering along with black pumpkin. White makes sense though, color of all dying dead fish. I didn't realize that until recently. Somebody had mentioned that, and it just had never clicked for me. Bloated dead fish all kind of turn, you know, that white haze to them. So that is a good rational explanation. Slayed smallmouth bass about 2 weeks ago. Nice, John. Yeah, I haven't caught a smallie yet this year. Normally when I'm down near Fort Benton or Loma, I'll pull out the occasional smallmouth. We didn't catch any when we were down there fishing for sturgeon and catfish. We should go back down there sometime soon though. You have one on? Aiden, no, it's just, we're running a fairly deep diving crankbait over here, and we're running fairly fast. In fact, I'm gonna slow down a little bit. In fact, let's kill our trolling motor. Let's let the electric trolling motor take us from here. The wind died down a little. We don't really need the propulsion. It'll fold, my dude. Yeah, you'll see it really banging, or it'll just fold over and stay. And you will also, the easiest way to tell, and you guys will hear this, you'll hear it zip. When a fish swims by, it's only set with like 3, maybe 5 pounds of drag. It's a little different every time you set it out. But when a fish bites on it, unless it's just an itty bitty, and even the smaller ones, the speed that they're traveling at versus the speed we're trolling at, when they smack it, it pulls the drag out. You will see it bouncing. You're not gonna miss it. Any other action is usually just because we're moving through the water in, you know, kind of an S pattern. The diving crankbaits that we have, there's a lot of resistance to them. To get something down to 15, 20, 25 foot, they have big bills on them, and those bills create, you know, movement and creates a bob on the rod. You'll get, you know, a rhythmic or kind of a slightly erratic, depending on what that lure down there is doing. But unless it starts really bending, I mean, these are a medium strength, moderate fast action. They have a pretty good bend to them. They do have a good solid backbone if you catch something of size, but when a fish bites on that, you'll see the rod bend over. You're not gonna miss it. Jesse Stevens said, really, welcome to the stream, Jesse. Fishy Fingers Jackson, what's up, Jackson? John said hi, welcome back, John. All right, we need another fish. That was good. We waited way too long for that bite. We're a little bit further out in the basin this pass. Our next pass through, I'm gonna take closer to the route that we took last time. Again, I'm out here multi-purpose. I'm trying to map while we fish. And every step out we go from where we were helps improve the accuracy of the map and helps my trolling motor stay on course better. I'm using the auto follow, the contour following. Here, fishy, fishy. Are you using sonar? Yeah, we're running the Lowrance Elite FS9 networked with the Lowrance HDS10 Pro, networked with the Lowrance Recon trolling motor. So our trolling motor is being controlled by our head unit here, the graph. We're doing autopilot, the contour following feature. So I just type in 25 to 30 foot bottom and the trolling motor takes us. It's autopilot. I've decided that from now on my shorts are going to start by welcoming Jackson to the short. Let me know how that works out for you, SoCal. All right. Oh, what a good day out here. All right, we need bigger. Today's biggest fish so far has been 24 and a quarter or 24 and a half. Not big enough. Let me fix my audio. I'm sure I'm probably kung fu mode. All right, we are back. Do my lips match my mouth, my words? Or do I sound like I'm dubbing myself 3 weeks later? Fairport, Michigan, 78.1, 17.3, so a little gusty. Humid, 76%. Dang, feels like 82. 78, but feels hotter. That's no bueno. That's gotta be the humidity, huh? All right, well, we got 35 minutes until little Jimmy comes out. We will probably throw little Jimmy on. What do you guys think? Should we run the catch cam and little Jimmy? Let's get some catch cam footage of little Jimmy catching a pike. We don't have a catch cam footage of little Jimmy catching a pike yet, do we? We will have to. Let's see if we can make that happen. All right, so we run. Oop, dang, we're a little tweak there. So I run it's called a Water Wolf. It's the Water Wolf 2.0 2K Wi-Fi. So it's 2K resolution, it's a lure camera. So this end goes on your main line, and then you run your lure. Normally I'll run anywhere from like 16-inch to a 22-inch leader off the end of it, and then you run your lure. So this is bobbing in the water as you're trolling, and you get to see what's on the end of it. Unfortunately, I can't live stream it. It's all just saved on the SD card in here. You can live stream it if it's in, there's a little donut it comes with and it floats on top of the water. So like if you're carp fishing or pond fishing, you can point it down at your bait and you could actually live stream from it to see what's happening. But when it's being towed under the water, we just get a recording of it. And then when I get home, I can load this onto my laptop, and you get all sorts of cool footage. Things following it, things you know, that you're bumping into as you're going, fish that swing and miss at it, and hopefully catches. That's, at the end of the day, that's what we're after, is trying to get some catches on cam. But when we throw little Jimmy down, we will put our catch camera in the mix as well. We'll see if we can get little Jimmy on camera catching his first pike. Oh goddamn, how far behind in chat? Oh my lord. I'm wondering why the chat wasn't moving. It was scrolled. I just missed a whole bunch of chat. There's no way I could catch up on that. I didn't realize that y'all were talking. I thought everybody was being quiet. I'm on the North Shore of Lake Michigan right now. Nice, Carl. How's the fishing for you today? Justin, I'm still trying to figure that out one of two ways. Lake trout was like bright orange. Oh, the meat inside. Yeah, they are quite orange. Sick dude. A lot of talking, no fish. Call, it's been 30 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less since our last fish. We're gonna spin back around right now and head back towards where we were. Course back into the wind. You guys get big brown trout up there. Curious to see how the pike react and attack Squidward. Yeah, we should, after little Jimmy comes out, if it doesn't catch anything, we'll throw the squid on there as well. Earlier when we were streaming, or excuse me, fishing the pike, we were just in too shallow water. We've moved out a little bit deeper. I don't like running the catch camera unless we're in at least 25 to 30 foot of water. I don't want to snag it and lose it. They're expensive. And they're hard to get. There aren't, I couldn't find them in stock anywhere in the US. I had to order it from some frickin' shop. I got them out of the Netherlands. Bill, we've landed 8 northern pike so far today, ranging anywhere from 16 inches up to 24¼ inches. You can pike fish anywhere there are pike, it's fun. Just do yourself a favor and grab them by the gill plate, use pliers. Yeah, I try not to grab them with pliers if I don't have to. You can gill them. Just be careful not to grab the first layer of gills. I know why a lot of people do grab them with the pliers, but I try to be a little bit more gentle on them. Oh, Lord. We're getting way off track here. Way off track. Pliers are, oh, I thought you said grab them with the pliers. Yeah, no, I grab them. I try to, some fish, they're too wiggly or the hooks are too close to the gill plates. And when that's the case, I will grab them at the back of the head and you kind of put one finger underneath the back of the gill and your thumb on the back. I prefer not grabbing them that way because it does spread their gills out. But sometimes that's the only safe way, and you pinch, not super hard, and then get your hooks out. But yeah, preferably I like to get them on the gill side that's not got the hook in it, and then you can hold them fairly firmly and get the hooks out. Be scared the pike would bite off my fingers. They take a little bit of practice getting used to handling, but they're not that bad. You just got to be careful because they thrash. I'm more worried about getting stuck with a treble hook than I am getting bit by them. You just got to don't go too quick and pay attention. Know exactly where you're grabbing and know when to abort. Because I will tell you from experience that it's no fun getting a treble hook slammed in your hand with a thrashing pike on the end of it. I got hooked in the web of my hand a couple of years ago from a thrashing pike, and it tore me clean open. I had a 2-inch gash from one side to the other, big old fat globules sticking out. It was pretty gnarly. Didn't know you were live today. Catch anything again? Good. K-Hud, we've been live since 6 a.m. today. We've caught eight pikes so far. Biggest was just a little over 24 inches. Smallest around 16 inches. Nothing real sizable yet. But we're going to be camping out here tonight and hopefully streaming again tomorrow here as well. I don't know how my voice is going to do. I might be doing sign language for y'all tomorrow. We might need one of y'all to step in and commentate. I don't know if I have a voice tomorrow. Usually after 12 to 15 hours of streaming, my voice is hashed for 2-3 days. I don't know how else to describe it besides it feels like I swallowed a pine cone dipped in glass. Been camping at Turkey Run, Indiana. Didn't know you were live. Oh, okay, Turkey Run. I've never heard of that. How's the camping going, K-Hud? We camped out here last night. I got here fairly late last night. I got camp set up by about 9:30 or so right as the sun was setting. I put the boat in the water and I tootled around for like 10 minutes doing a little bit of mapping, and then I parked it up by where my campsite is. But we're going about 2.2 miles an hour. I'm gonna bump that up to 2.4. We're over about 30 to 33 foot bottom right now. Surface temperature has dropped a little bit since the clouds came out. We're back down to 64 degrees Fahrenheit at the surface. We're over a ton of fish. We have been all day. A lot of it's bait fish, I would assume. Smaller rainbow trout, perch. There's a handful of other small feeder fish in here as well. Stay hydrated. What's up, bro? Welcome back, Jighead Jones. How was your fishing? Levi, we're fishing for northern pike. I'm calling it 10 minutes, biggest of the day. Clifford, I hope so. How'd that happen with a bass crankbait a few weeks ago? Treble hook through the thumb. Bass. Oh, God. Ouch. Dang, SoCal. 90 degrees and 80% humidity. That's basically a frickin' sauna, K-Hud. Gary Toblin, welcome to the stream. RAR Productions, what's up? Welcome back, RAR. Jighead with the stay hydrated. Thank you, Jighead. Willfish Vincent, what's up, everyone? How you doing, Will? Maybe go deeper. We're over, again, anywhere from, it varies. 30 to 35 foot bottom is kind of where the trolling motor is taking us right now. Again, I'm kind of iterating out our passes every lap we do here, trying to increase the accuracy of the map here. We're coming up on right where we hooked up on the last one here. We should be there in 60 seconds or so. PB Pike here, fishy. It's roughly 22 pounds, 42 inches. I caught that out of the Missouri River near Great Falls. Out of this particular water body, the biggest I've pulled out of here is about 38 inches and 15 pounds. Or shallower. We started today at 17 to 20. We moved to 20 to 23, 23 to 26, 26 to 29, 29 to 32. I've just been gradually walking us out 3 foot. And again, making very concise passes through here to get an accurate bottom depth. Really, I'm drawing our contours, drawing bottom hardness, vegetation, structure. Camper or tent? Just a tent. I drag my boat, and I'm not about to try and drag a train of a camper and a tent, and a boat, so we just tent it. I bought one of them cheapo, well, nothing's cheap these days, it was like 200 bucks, but a 6-man, oh God, I forget the brand name of it. Ozark, I think it is. It's one of those pop-up tents that you don't ever have to take the tent poles out. You just fold it out and they extend and lock into place. So you extend all 4 corners, you pin her down and you're good to go. And then when you're ready to leave, you just hit a button and collapse all 4 corners and it folds back in on itself, each corner. And then you kind of collapse it like an umbrella and it goes in the bag. They're cheap, they're not well made, but they are so much easier than setting up a normal tent. I've got a nice big like 8-man or 10-man Kodiak canvas tent. It takes me like a frickin' hour to set the damn thing up. This one takes me 15 minutes from unloading to set up and my sleeping bag inside, and I set up my whole camp in 20 minutes. If you have a bimini top, you'd be staying a lot cooler. Yeah, everybody tells me I need a bimini top, but it would be a nightmare on this boat. It's just too small of a boat and I have too much shit on it. So, a bimini is typically gonna go from at least your driver's seat or maybe a little bit in front, all the way up to, you know, a couple of feet from your bow. And again, our net goes there, our net comes in. We would fight with the corner of it with our net. Our poles would be kind of in the way. Main thing is we have our camera gear. It would fuck with our Starlink. I have too much crap in here for a bimini. Again, when the trolling motor gets folded up, it would mess with the bimini on that side. We have, again, the trolling, or the graphs sticking out, so it would fuck with our graphs. Not only that, they'd be a nightmare to try and haul down the highway. At some point in time, I will get a bigger boat, you know, like a lake boat, a deep V or something with a partially enclosed hard cab, so I can then take the Starlink and mount it on top rather than trying to fight with collapsing and uncollapsing a flimsy and something that's gonna catch the wind. And nah, I like your content, and I like to set up on your boat. Thanks, Mike. I'm glad you enjoy the stream. Yeah, we're constantly tweaking and changing and trying to improve the boat here. We have it fairly well rigged out. There's a few more things I'd like to tweak. I'm always changing things between streams, but it is getting so much better. We got most of our electronics and batteries and everything situated. We just got our trolling motor on. I finally have a fairly decent camera setup going here. It takes some time. Fair, but they're real nice and they collapse for transport. Well, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to take a closer look. I feel like anything that I would find that I'd be able to put on here, I'm gonna spend so much time fighting with it that I would just hate it. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I am. Damn, I would have caught 10 by now. I bet you would have. Thanks for the membership, whoever gifted it. Ted was in here. Ted gifted, I think, 20 memberships. And we've had a few people donate memberships today. But I appreciate y'all that help support the channel. Please, if you do not have the money, don't send it. We don't need the money, but again, those of you guys who are enjoying the stream that feel like flicking a few pennies over our way, feel free to buy the little stickers, the gifts, send a $1 super chat, 99 cents to become a member for the Rod Squad. Every little bit just goes to help pay for the Starlink Mini, the Verizon plan for our cell phone that we stream from. Extra goes to gas and bait. I mean, it all just goes straight back into the channel. So I appreciate y'all that help support, and all those y'all that come and hang out and fish with us. I'd flick the pennies if the fish was coming in. We're trying. We are a little deep. I think our next pass back we're gonna go in slightly more shallow. I don't know, we should be all right here though, honestly. We'll see. We'll keep trying. When you're trolling, you gotta always adapt. Sometimes the fish move, sometimes deeper fish bite better, sometimes the shallower fish bite better. And again, we're also mapping, so we're trying to improve here. Let's go, Fishy Fingers Jackson gifted 21 wannaseemyrod gifted memberships. Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate your support. Let's go here. Small Bass Fishing, Paul Van Wolfren, Rowdy the Dawn, Bobby At, Will 12321, Caleb, J Sharp, Wisecracker, Matthew Vierga, Aaron Maga, Kickin' with Vicky, Main Girl, Crazy K, Steven McConna, Austin, Rick Rob, Chuck Nasalrod, Kimosabi, I like that name, Bob S, Scott, all gifted one free month in the Rod Squad. You are part of the cool kids now. Jackson, thank you for your continued support. I appreciate you coming, hanging out. Thank you, my friend. Happy 4th to y'all. 252 thumbs up, let's go. We're having a good day out here. We're having fun. Todd with the gold coin, let's go. Y'all are awesome. You make these trips out here so much more fun. I love being able to share the scenery, share the catches, to go back and forth with y'all. A lot of awesome local Montanans that share knowledge. A lot of y'all from around the world that share knowledge. But I'm just glad you guys are able to come and hang out, celebrate 4th. Now let's get into the fish. We need more fish. We just need one fat fish. That's what we really need. Northern with the happy poop. Thank you, NFO. Oh, let's see here. There's fish everywhere. I mean, honestly, you can't go wrong targeting any depth right now. They're just, the fish are so spread out in here. It's not really warm enough that a thermocline is formed in here. So the fish are just kind of all over the place. Once that thermocline forms, they start getting more grouped up. They're a little easier to find and target. Fish whistle, yeah, let's, one more Montana Huckleberry to celebrate Jackson and his generous gift to the channel there. Throw on that squid. We got 11 minutes and Little Jimmy is coming out. Let's get Little Jimmy prepped. And then Little Jimmy's gonna get 30 minutes of run time. If Little Jimmy does not catch a fish, the squid will go back out. Oh, buddy. For those of you guys who have no idea who or what Little Jimmy is, we're going to tell the tale of the Little Jimmy. Little Jimmy was an accidental purchase. Rod here was looking through the websites, as he always does, looking for fancy new lures. And Rod loves rainbow trout. I love crankbaits. I'm always looking for pike baits. And we saw this, and I'm like, that is an interesting looking lure. I don't have any that look like that. So I ordered it. But I did not read the description. I had no idea that little Jimmy here was an inch long. Half an inch body, half an inch bill. So when I opened the package, I said, what the actual F is this? What did I just buy? So I showed y'all this on a stream, and as a joke, we put it on the end of our line. And I didn't think we would catch anything off of it. I don't think anybody thought we would catch anything off of it, but we put little Jimmy down, and little Jimmy almost immediately caught us a fish. We weren't catching anything that day, which is why this ended up in the water. So we laughed about it, you know, cool. This little bastard caught a fish. We put it back in the tackle box, and the next time we were out and we were struggling to catch something, somebody was like, hey, let's put little Jimmy down. I was like, what the hell? He caught us a fish the last time. So we put little Jimmy down, and little Jimmy caught us a fish. When I bought this, I thought it was like I don't know how big I thought it was. I did not think it was this small. 3.5, 4 inches, you know, like my little Berkley dredgers. But this little bastard has caught, we've caught half a dozen fish or so on this little guy so far. So he's quickly become a fan favorite. He's now a part of every stream we do. At 4:20 Mountain Standard Time on every stream, little Jimmy gets a chance to come off the bench and get in the water and hopefully catch us a fish. He doesn't always catch us a fish, but he has caught us a fair number of fish. I think he's caught us fish more times than we fished it than he has not. So little Jimmy's a pimp, and little Jimmy is now one of our channel mascots. Gotten your biggest fish on small lures? Where's the rest of Jimmy, right? So it's actually called a Lure Jensen Hot Shot 90 series. As far as I know, it is one of the smallest crankbaits ever manufactured, and it's ridiculous. It's like buying a couch on Temu. You're like, that looks nice, and you get it delivered, and it's literally as big as the picture in the magazine. That's this. I thought it was bigger. Little Jimmy doesn't need size though. Little Jimmy puts fish in the boat. So we have roughly 8 minutes, and little Jimmy's gonna go down. We're gonna pull in our other Berkley dredger over here that hasn't got bit. And little Jimmy's gonna go out. We're gonna put it behind our water wolf catch camera, and maybe we'll get a picture of little Jimmy catching his first pike. So that's what's happening in a few minutes here. We haven't put little Jimmy down. Little Jimmy's going down in 7 minutes. We're gonna pull our second line in here in a moment. Any luck, Roman? We've had 8 northern pike so far. He's the Rudy of the tackle box. Looks like half a double jointed Rapala. They forgot to attach. Right, it's like, it's just ridiculous. Should have been half price. Where's the rest of Jimmy? Rebel made a wee tad that was 1/3 of the, oh really? I do have a couple of, I forget what the hell they're called. Little beans or something like that. I started looking for other micro crankbaits after I bought little Jimmy. It's now kind of a thing for me. I wouldn't call it a fetish because that's weird, but I'm definitely into micro crankbaits and seeing what we can actually catch with them. But we will get, we're on a micro crankbait kick here. A wee tad. Justin, you should leave a comment on one of my videos or something. A wee tad. I have a feeling like I'm gonna forget that. But if it's tinier than little Jimmy, I wanna put it in my tackle box. I can fit like 1,000 little Jimmies in one little box, whereas most of my lures I can fit like 10 or half a dozen. All right, so we're taking out our Berkley Dredger in Shad temporarily, and we're gonna throw our catch cam and little Jimmy on. We got 5 minutes to get her in the water. Hold on, I need to turn on our catch camera. All right. One click of the button turns it on. Flashing. Right. One more time on. All right, stream crapped out. Somebody give me a thumbs up. Let me know if you can see and hear me. I just had to swipe out of the stream. So we're powered on. It is flashing. If it is not flashing, it is not recording. Remember that. I can't tell you how many times I've put this damn thing down and pulled it back up and got real disappointed when I realized that I didn't record anything because it wasn't actually on. But that's it. The bullet end goes on your main line. The camera end goes on before your leader. So we're actually going to throw this after our snubber. And then we are going to attach our leader and little Jimmy to the camera end, the business end of our camera here. And then we're gonna, little Jimmy's gonna go swimming in our potskis here real quick. We've been using this stuff all day. I don't know how well it's working, but we're gonna keep at it. Our potskis fire gel and crawfish. Little Jimmy's gonna have a little dip-a-dip. Little something something. Ah, yeah. Oh, don't be greedy there, little Jimmy, don't be greedy. All right, and there we go. So we have main line, snubber, it's our bungee cord, our water wolf, a 22-inch, 80-pound fluorocarbon leader. It's our pike and muskie leader, and little Jimmy. Everybody put a W in the chat for little Jimmy. Let's get the party started. Wish him good luck. Godspeed, my little friend, Godspeed. Go get us a PB. New lake record, come on, Jimmy. The crowd's rooting for you. We're gonna let her out. Oh, let's start little Jimmy at 60 foot. Holy shit. All right, I thought I was drunk. I forgot that the Uber driver was driving. I was like, holy shit, I forgot I was driving. Someone should open a vintage tackle shop. There are tons of lures I can't find anymore. Yeah, it's unfortunate. A lot of really cool lures they just don't make anymore. Thumbs up for little Jimmy. Rebel Tad Fry. God, I'm so far behind in chat. Keep doing this. The fire gel smell like crawfish. It's got kind of a shrimpy smell to it. Lots of W's in chat for little Jimmy. Let's go. How's the fishing, mate? Erica, we're having a fun day out here today. We had a really busy morning from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. We landed 7. From 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. we had 1 bite. And in the last hour, we've caught number 8. So our bite seems to be turning back on a little bit. Hoping we can get another one in the boat here. Oh, but we're having a blast out here. We always have fun when we're at Pishkun. There we go, 420, y'all. Happy 420, happy Independence Day weekend. Let's go, Jimmy, let's go. I don't know if we'll catch anything. I would love to set my lake record on a micro crank. That would just, I would laugh. I would find that so incredibly freaking funny. On our other line, what we've caught everything on today is our Berkley Dredger yellow perch. The little bait that could. All right, I was gonna turn our outboard off, but we do have a bit of wake and wind. Seems like the trolling motor does better steering with my outboard on once the wind starts to kick up, so we'll leave that on. If the wind does die down, somebody remind me to kill my outboard. Jimmy's got heart. They don't make them anymore because they work, right, Rosalie? Man, I miss Marbreds, had to quit. It's such a bad habit. Probably had hook good for 6-pound line, and that's it. Yeah, it's got little micro hooks on it, but it is what it is. If little Jimmy loses his hook, we'll give her an upgrade. He deserves a fatter split ring and a slightly stronger hook. Yo, Big Rod, what's up, Trip? Welcome back to the stream. Is that what you say about your dick? Ridiculous like little Jimmy? Well, why are you so mad, bro? You've been in here crying for like the last hour. Did somebody hurt you? Sorry, bro. It'll be okay, I promise. I've got old metal clamp stringer with lures hanging off it from the 30s and 40s. Oh, that's neat, Youper. Do you ever take any of them out and fish with them, or do you just display them? You keeping any today? Jacob, if we, the plan is we're gonna fish until roughly 9 or 10 p.m. So sometime within the last couple of hours of fishing, if we get a nice small one, I'm gonna keep it as an eater. We'll do a very basic tutorial on how to fillet a pike. I will try and show you. I'm not a master at it, but it's not super hard. I'll show you the basic steps that I go through to prepare a fish, and then we'll cook it really, really simply on the campfire. I'll show you how I do it with just aluminum foil, a little bit of butter, a little bit of cracked pepper, garlic salt, and a spritz of lemon or lime. You got to catch one first. We're on them. We're looking for them. No hanging on the wall. You got to catch one first. It's not hard at all to fillet a pike, and they are amazing. Yeah, well, they're not super complicated, but there is the extra step of the Y bone. And a lot of people think it's really hard, and it's really not. Once you understand how the Y bone is laid out, you just have to follow it. Follow it on the top side, you get basically your back strap, follow it on the underside, the Y bone comes off, and you're left with your full fillet. It's 2 cuts down each fillet after you've got it off of the carcass and skinned it. Let's go, PG Cuddy with the 5 bones to help a bit. I wish it was more. Oh, thank you, PG Cuddy. Don't ever feel obligated to donate. I do appreciate the support, though. Thank you. By Mart has Okuma cold waters on sale. Had to run and grab one for one of my... Nice. Nice, Billiard. Yeah, the rods that I use are freaking hard as shit to find right now. I don't know if there's a manufacturing problem with them, if they've discontinued it to come out with a new model or what. But you can get almost any other Okuma rod, the 2-pieces. The telescoping rods they're next to impossible to find right now. Amazon's always out of them. Sportsman's Warehouse will get them in, and then they're gone in a week. Fish USA is out of them. Like most of the major retailers that do carry the Okuma cold water, or excuse me, the Classic Pro GLTs, they're always out. The cold water reels are similar. The new A series, they're selling out at a lot of places. You can still get the older model, which is still good, but the newer ones, the cold water A series, are awesome. That's what I switched most of my trolling rigs to. Boys and girls, I'm gonna head out fishing. Good luck. Rod, stay safe. All right, Carl, thanks for stopping in. Good luck. Go catch some fatties. Enjoy your weekend. Be safe, my friend. We'll catch you later. I cut meat for 10 years after like 10 of anything you learn anatomy. Nice, Clifford. Yeah, it's not super complicated. I think most people just don't understand the anatomy of it, and if you don't, it's weird. It's complicated. It seems complicated. Those rods are extremely popular, so are the reels. I changed to Okuma reels. I will not buy anything else. I love them. Yeah, the Okuma Cold Water A are a definite improvement over the old model. They make a whole wide range of trolling reels though. They have low profile ones. They have really big ones. I've just settled on the Cold Water A series. I ran the older ones for a handful of years and I really liked them. And when they first came out with the A series, I was like, that was actually when I had lost one of my poles. And I was like, oh shit, there's a new model. So I got one of them. And I liked it so much that I ordered 3 more to put on my other trolling rigs. Got some really good deals on some high dollar Abu Garcia. They've been going good for me for years. Nice. How big was fish number 8? Youper. It was the biggest of the day so far. Still small, but bigger than what I would normally keep for an eater. 24 1/4 inch. Easily 3 pounds, probably closer to 4 pounds on that one. Good healthy female. Yeah, I've never, to be honest, before I bought the boat, I did very little trolling because I was bank fishing. So over the past, since I've owned this boat, is really, you know, been my journey into learning how to troll. And I did quite a lot of research on rigs before I ended up splurging, because I was buying, you know, 4 of them, or 6 of them rather, because I have two short stubby down rods that I have as well. So I bought 6 of them. And I just kept coming across post after post of a lot of outfitters here in Montana, over on the East Coast, the bigger waters, that swore by them. They just said, yeah, I have 10, 18, 20 rigs on my boat. They're all cold waters. That's what I run on everything. That they're everyone you pick up feels really, really similar. There's not a lot of difference in them. And they're reliable, they're predictable. They're not the Ferrari of reels by no means, but they're durable and they work and they're consistent. Do you have to worry about heavy metals in your fish? I would think your waters would be pristine. All of them do, all fish. It doesn't matter how clean your waters are. Humanity has touched every inch of this planet, and the mining, the manufacturing. So we do. That's where you really want to go for smaller fish. The younger a fish is, the smaller a fish, the less time it has to consume all of everything else that's been collecting those heavy metals. and getting a buildup of it. That's why I always recommend you catch a 5-pounder, a 10-pounder. I don't care if it's a big, beautiful salmon. Throw it back. It's not worth eating. Go catch yourself a boat full of 2 to 3 pounders, something that's, 18, maybe 22 inches. Good size, most fish will get that size in anywhere from, 3 to maybe 5 years. They haven't had long enough to really get densely filled with all the bad stuff. The heavy metals, the PVCs, it's everywhere these days. It comes from our clouds, it comes through, the snow, all of our rivers and streams, it's everywhere. So opt for the smaller ones. Not only do they taste better, but they don't contain all of that shit. Because every one you eat, just like those fish, they're full of heavy metals because their body can't dispose of them. It doesn't know what to do with them, so it stores it in their fat. It stores it in their bloodline. It stores it in their blood. And humans the same way. When we consume fish, our bodies also don't know what to do with the heavy metals and the PVCs, and our bodies do the exact same thing. We automatically store them in our fat. So preferably eat the smaller fish and prepare them properly. Get rid of the fat on a fish. You don't want to eat it. That's where all the heavy metals are. The bloodline on a fish. A lot of people cook their fish with skin on, smoke it with skin on. You're baking in all of those heavy metals. If you take the skin off and get rid of the bloodline, that outer darker meat, you're getting rid of a lot of the fat and the heavy metals and the fishy taste. So 18-inch walleye are perfect eaters. Heck yeah. I eat crappie and perch exclusively, never get sick. Well, again, it's one of those things that you're not really going to get sick off of it immediately. And truly the damage comes when you're somebody who consumes a lot of fish and often. Somebody who just eats fish every once in a while. Look at these rollers we're getting, guys. Good Lord. The wind ain't even blowing, it's just blowing the wrong direction. Let's spin back around and go the other way. Damn, you'll make me weep. That's how I spell it. My freezer's loaded with fillets. I eat fish at least once a week. So Cliff, yeah, so somebody like you who it's part of their, daily or weekly diet, it would be more important for somebody like you, health-wise, to pay attention to the size of the fish. Because eating it that frequently, you can, over time, it'll build up in your body. And you won't notice immediate health impacts, but over time, it will fuck you up in so many ways. It's especially important in those younger people that are still reproducing, because that's really where a lot of the harm comes from. It screws up your, I don't know the specifics of it, but it screws up how the chromosomes, the babies that you make afterwards. Especially bad for pregnant women. But yeah, if you're a frequent fish eater, it's more important to watch. Try and eat smaller fish. If you are going to eat the bigger fish, eat them much less frequently and in much smaller portions. Lead and mercury do terrible things to your body and your brain. 33. All right, you're young enough that yeah, it over time can screw you up. Check Rod's community page, post pictures of the nice walleye I got last week. Heck yeah, Justin. 8 ounce, like nothing. Lake Erie always populated with walleye, and now even more people are throwing them back. Heard Lake Erie is amazing for walleye. Yeah, it sucks, you catch a 10, 20 pound, a nice fat salmon or steelhead, like that's a lot of meat, but it's not good for you. A fish that big is an old fish. A fish that big is full of heavy metals and PCBs. PBOCs, there's so many different, all these industrial chemicals we put in shit. Come on, go to the next waypoint. All right, we're back on autopilot. 4:36. Little Jimmy, let's go. Come on, buddy. Let's let little Jimmy out. What are we at? We're at. All right, we're deep enough. We're gonna let little Jimmy out a little deeper. 75 foot. I want to bring this in a little bit. The drag on these is so smooth. I love it. They're really good reels. So they eat fishy stir, eat worms, not minnows. Otter will clean 100 bluegill or something like that a month, and that helps the population in size. I'm sure it does. I just can't imagine. That's so many tiny fish. You're annihilating like 1,000 fish to make 8 tacos. Seems a bit extreme. I don't know. I'd rather kill one a little bit bigger and feed 2 people. I think guppies are safer to eat. I have no idea, fishy things. Probably not. Maybe. It's usually the bigger fish in the food chain that you have to be more worried about. The fish that eat the other fish. Because I mean, everything, it's the zooplankton and shit that initially collect all of. The small fish eat them, the bigger fish eat them, the bigger fish eat them. So by the time you get to a really big fish, they're eating all of that concentrated from the bigger fish. So, you know, the 10-year-old rainbow is eating, or the 10-year-old pike is eating the 5-year-old pike. The 5-year-old pike is eating the 2-year-old pike. So it just becomes more and more concentrated the bigger they get. So it would make sense that the more predatory fish, the fish that eat the bigger fish, are going to be the ones that collect it the fastest. So something like a guppy, while it probably, yes, has some trace amounts of everything in it, probably not in concentrated amounts. Runs all jacked up on Mountain Dew and cigs. Usually the lake will tell you you can eat 1 of these a month and you'll have safe levels. Yeah, burning a lot of water bodies, and like Montana, you can look up. Each region typically will have a guide to safe consumption. Some water bodies, they tell you don't eat anything of any size. They're just so concentrated there. But most water bodies around here, general rule of thumb, if you're targeting, you know, less than 22 inches, you know, less than a couple, you know, 2-3 pounds, you're probably on the safe side. In general, smaller is better. They have less time to really stack all that bad stuff in them. A half anchor pond, 9 to 10 fish or bluegills. Fun fact, we never stocked them. I bet they just breed like crazy once they get going. Those eggs will attach to bird feet. They spawn like 3 times a year. Really? Good Lord. Same for the tuna. Larger pike eat smaller pike. Yes, JV Joe, I was reading something the other day, and it was basically saying that pike, when they are born, small pike fry, until it's something like 8 to 12 inches. Until they're like 8 to 12 inches, their primary diet is other small pike, that they're born into this world as cannibals, and that is their primary source. Is they basically, once they're spawned and they start growing, they immediately start eating each other, and only the strong survive. It's not until they get older that they start branching out and eating other things, that they are just pure born cannibals. Fish are cold-blooded and they don't raise their young. They're wild beasts. Yeah, they just spawn and they're left to their own devices. In fact, a lot of fish will eat their own fry. They don't care. Big pike eat smaller pike too. Oh yeah, no, they never stop cannibalizing, but I just thought it was interesting that it was basically stating that almost exclusively, and I could be pulled, the 8 to 12 inch part might just be coming straight out of my behind, but it was something like that. For, you know, the first phase of their life, they're purely cannibalistic, that they basically eat almost 100% each other. I'm just like, dang, bro. That is a rough life to come into. Snakeheads and certain cichlids, bass protect their fry. Do they? Well, I know that's true. Some fish species are really possessive of their little nesting areas. Some fish do also. You've seen the fish that like swallow up their babies and keep them in their cheek, and then they spit them out so they can go do shit and they'll swim back. So they're not all fish completely abandon their offspring. I'm raising my kid. Probably a wise choice. Left to their own devices, I don't think most children would do so well. Small caveat there, I don't think you're cold-blooded though, fishy things, so not quite the same. Damn it, I forgot to empty my budget. I swapped from a 5-gallon bucket down to a 3-gallon bucket, and now if I don't empty my up with my tackle lid sitting on top of the bucket instead of being locked on the bucket. And I don't know, we lost the damn fish again. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Come on, little Jimmy. You got 7 more minutes, my friend. Actually, post-spawn, if you find bass fry, you're most likely gonna catch the male that's guarding. The male sticks around afterwards to guard them, not to munch on them. Not sure if I'm doing a good job, but I'm trying. That's all you can do, man. Make a conscious effort. Try not to fuck them up too bad. It's tough though. Raising kids is not for the faint of heart. Not by any means. Stop talking, you're scaring the fish. Wisconsin, is that what's going on? Do we just need to shut up and wait for the fish? We caught 7 this morning in the first 3 hours, and went almost all afternoon with nothing, 1 bite, and we just caught our 8th, I don't know, an hour ago, maybe a little over an hour. How deep is little Jimmy being trolled at? It's got the catch camera on it. The catch camera weighs about 2 ounces, so it'd be equivalent to me snapping on a 2-ounce snap weight. Roughly 15 to 20 foot, depending on how fast we're going, whether it's on, you know, inside bend, outside bend. I would say probably towards the top end, 15 foot, the lowest maybe 25 foot. So it's coming up and down a little bit. Again, that catch camera that's on it is I don't know, 4 or 5 inches long, a little bit bigger around than a cigar. It weighs roughly 2 ounces, if I recall correctly, because it does come, you have 3 little swappable weights that help keep it at a different angle in the water. So 15, 20 foot-ish. And we're over right now about 30 to 32 foot bottom. We're a little deeper than what we were at earlier. But again, I don't like running the catch camera when we're in too shallow a water. They're like 225 bucks. It's an expensive lure to lose if you get it snagged on something. So I generally, 30 foot plus is where I like to run my catch camera at. It's a big ass carp, 32 pound carp. Dang, Steve, that's a fatty. Sign me up, I need one of those in my life. Or a 32 pound pike, we'll take that too, little Jimmy. Did you hear that, little Jimmy? I will take a 32 pound pike, little Jimmy. Little Jimmy ain't listening. 4 more minutes. And then, if little Jimmy ain't gonna do it for us, we're gonna throw the pike, or the squid back down. We'll see if the squid gets us any action. Is the catch cam live feed or recording? Unfortunately, JV Joe, I don't have a way to actively stream it. It's a wireless catch camera. They do make some that you control, kind of like on like a downrigger ball. It's a wire that feeds out with it, and then you run. So you're basically running the catch camera as your fishing pole, and it's got a crank on it, and you get 50, 100, 150 yard of steel cable that has electrical wire run down it. Those ones do come with a display that you can output that I would be able to potentially live stream. The wireless one, though, unfortunately doesn't. You can't get a wireless signal or a Bluetooth signal to go through water. When it's deployed at the surface of the water, it comes with a little donut thing. You can float it on the top, like if you're pond fishing or float fishing in a river, and it records just poking straight down. The butt of it sticks out of the water, which is where your wireless antenna is. You can live stream it in that orientation, but we can't troll with it in that orientation. Little Jimmy has ADD. Little Jimmy needs to put a fish on the board. Come on, man. You haven't caught anything the last 2 times we've put you in the water. We're gonna start putting Tiny Tim in over here. You're gonna get cut. We will replace you. Because not only do we have little Jimmy, we have it's one with yellow and brown and another one with yellow and green. So little Jimmy has 2 homies that we can put out instead. All right, let's kick our trolling motor off. The wind has died down a little. We should be able to hopefully control it. Maybe we will entice a bite with a little bit quieter. Let me fix my mic here, y'all. All right, we are good. We are live. How's the day going? Mr. Minerva, we're having a good day out here. We've put 8 pike in the boat so far. Morning bite was real good. Afternoon bite was non-existent. We have had some clouds in the sky for the last couple hours. We've had a bite, 1 fish caught. So it's a little slow, but we're hoping we can put a few more in the boat. It's only 4:49, so we have another 4 or 5 hours of fishing left before we probably dock up for the night and get the campfire going and get settled in. SoCal, can't tell how many times I've seen people bluegill fishing with a little curly tail jig and get a giant muskie. Dang, man. I need some damn water. Oh, shoot. We don't have any. No, I do have 1 water in here, I think. Let's go. I plan. Look at that. I put a water in the right cooler. How's the hanging man? How's the fishing? Been slow this afternoon. It was really good this morning. I'm hoping we get a decent evening bite here. Sometimes the bite does pick up after the gnarly sun goes down a little bit. Other day on the Bighorn, I threw Panther Martin number 9 yellow, had a bite on almost every cast, then switched to flies, different patterns, and never got a bite. Some days, Concept, they really do key in on certain things. What those things are, I mean, is an absolute grab bag some days. You never frickin' know. Chilly. Are we still rigged up for pike, or we switched to trout now? Wes, we're still, we have the Berkley Dredger that's been getting all of our pike today. That is out. We have down, and it's time for little Jimmy. What do you guys think? Should we give little Jimmy 9 more minutes? Let's give little Jimmy 1 more inning. We'll give him 1 more at bat. 8 more minutes now. Now that we've shut off our trolling motor, we'll give him a little bit of peace and quiet, and we're actually running through the section of where we've been catching stuff. At 5 o'clock, we're gonna switch to the squid. But we haven't really run anything other than the Castmaster. We did run for a little over an hour today, a gold Castmaster, which was more multi-species oriented. The perch, the rainbows, the salmon, all may bite on a spoon like that. Think things will pick up for you around sundown. Probably. Give little Jimmy long enough for a tune on the fish whistle. Sounds like a plan. Oh, that wind is chilly. No, the big perch bait, we ran that for a solid hour and a half, almost 2 hours, and didn't get bit off of it. We're running it's a smaller perch bait, the Berkley Dredger 14.5 foot. I think the big perch bait you're talking about, the Rapala shallow shad wrap, the big segmented. Or jointed. I don't know why I always say segmented. $100 degrees, 80% humidity. That sounds miserable burning. Go inside and live next to your AC there. Scorching sun. Technically it means the same thing. Jointed segment, yeah. It means the same thing, but they're not called segmented. Most of them are called jointed. So many different, I have so many damn lures, it's hard to keep track of who makes all of them, what the hell the model's called, the damn colors of them. I try. It's tough. I'd kill for a chilly wind. We're send some of these cool Montana breezes over to you. We get, again, these mountains up here still have snow on them, so we get these breezes blowing from the west over us here at the foothills of the mountain, and they're chilly. There are chilly mountain breeze. Are you night fishing tonight by the fire? Adam, we will probably throw out 1 or 2 rods next to the fire. I don't have, it's kind of weedy and snaggy. Again, this water body is really flooded right now. It's at almost peak flood level. It's an irrigation reservoir, and they filled it plumb full this year and haven't let a whole lot of water out yet. So it is fairly snaggy where we're camped at. There is one good notch. I had 2 rods out last night in it. One bobber rig and one bottom rig. We'll see. We'll probably try to get a couple of rigs out there again tonight. Drink Gatorade. That was first thing we drank this morning is 1 full Gatorade. I have 1 more. It's in the cooler at the camp. I have water in here and I think like 2 more Mountain Dews in the cooler. Sage of the 16 freaking gringing? What do you mean? What the hell's a gringing? How you doing, Sage? Shoto, Montana, 72, feels like 60. Yeah, that's that wind. It brings down, I told you, it drops like 10 goddamn degrees as soon as the clouds cover the sun. And that wind picks up a little, it gets chilly. Gusts 19.8 miles an hour. That is not what I like to hear. Grinding, yes. We're still net positive. We've landed 8, and we've lost 5. So we've landed more than we've lost, which is always good. Pickle juice seems to be helping me so far. Pickle juice. Water will dilute electrolytes. You'll sweat it out. You'll be hydrated but dehydrated. Oh, really, Burning? Interesting. Well, the options are more Mountain Dew or water, so. Are you saying I would be better off drinking the Mountain Dew? 8 pike, good day so far. Yeah, it's been a good day, Ted. We're matched with what we caught last week we were here. The bite's been really similar to last week. I am gonna put on my jacket though. 60 degrees may not sound cold, but with this wind, it just cuts right through you. Better off with the Mountain Dew. Yeah, it's more so my throat. Again, I talk constantly for hours and hours and hours on end while I'm streaming. Very rarely with much of a break in between. And by the end of the day, my throat is just raw. So the cold water. I don't know, I've been having phlegm from all the sugar in the drink, I think. And me babbling constantly. Oh. That definitely feels a little better. And if this gets too cold, I'll have to throw on my other layer over there. Smoking kokanee. If we can catch a kokanee out of here, I'd probably keep it and bring it home. I think tomorrow we will probably try targeting a little bit more, at least one of the poles we will try running for trout and kokanee, a bigger portion of the day. Today we've been mainly focusing on trying to catch a fat pike. We've caught 8, none of them have been real sizable, 24 inches, it's a good size, but nothing over 30 inches. What we're really looking for is something over 40 inches. Life jacket. I got it. Life jacket and my mic. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, you guys. I know you've probably been asked a million times, but where are you today? Damon, we're at Pishkun Reservoir, north central Montana. Thank you, SoCal. Top 3 bucket list fish to catch. Question is aimed at everyone. Mr. Minerva, tiger muskie. Well, for freshwater Montana fish, that's what I'm talking about. This is because it's where I target most often. bucket list. I really want to burb it. And 7.5 pounds. It's the most generic record. I would like to catch a truly legendary pike. Striper blue cat over 20 pound, lake trout. Number 4 would be a fat lake trout. It's definitely up there too. Finally, someone who fishes. What do you catch? What's up, ooh party? We're targeting northern pike out here today. We've caught 8 so far. We are still trying to catch a nice big one. This is the last fish that we caught. We caught that one a little over an hour ago. About a 24-inch northern pike. 3-4 pounds, good size. We've caught 8 so far today. I'd love a 6-foot-plus white sturgeon, a muskie, or to noodle a catfish. Oh, a big old white sturgeon would be fun. They're, like I said, I'm fairly certain they're endangered here, a protected species. You're not allowed to fish for them in Montana. Sturgeon are always fun to catch. They're honestly one of the neatest freshwater fish you could ever catch, in my opinion. Very bad connection. Interesting. I've never seen this banner before. That's weird. Can you guys see me or not? Give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. I'm getting a message that says very bad connection, and I don't know why. All right, we're back. Can you see me now? I've never seen it happen before. I had a red banner that popped up at the top of the YouTube stream that said very bad connection. Audio and video are perfect. Weird. Can see you, but stalls every few minutes. Okay. All right, little Jimmy. You had your chance. We're putting the squid in. Little Jimmy has not caught us a fish today. That is unfortunate, but that is okay. Because either has the yellow perch. So we're either too deep right here. I think we might be too deep. We might need to move back in a little bit. But let's who knows? We'll check the catch cam footage when we get home. Maybe little Jimmy got smacked and we didn't notice. Maybe he had a follow. So little Jimmy is coming out. Say goodbye, say bon voyage to little Jimmy. He's gonna go back in the box. He's covered in sticky stuff now. And we're gonna drop SoCal's secret squid. We're gonna change her up a little bit. We're gonna put on some Kokanee Lunker lotion. It smells like vanilla. This shit smells so good. If it didn't say do not eat on the bottle, I would eat it. It smells that good. It is like the most, like, I don't know, just like hypnotizing vanilla smell. It makes my frickin' mouth water. Vanilla. So that's what we're putting back out. It's a saltwater lure sent over to by one of our channel mods, one of our OG members, SoCal Outdoors, so_cal.outdoors. Go give them a watch. We're gonna toss this back out there and see if maybe we can get something on the squid here. That'd be cool. Peace, little Jimmy. Everybody drop an L in the chat for Jimmy. R.I.P. little Jimmy. All right, we're gonna spool this out a little bit slowly. Let's get our tag back on. The wax from my surfboard smells like candy. It always tests my willpower. Yeah, no, all the attractants I get, I always pop the bottle open. You get a little whiff. Most of them are funk, you know, they're just nasty. You cringe every time you use it and then accidentally wipe it on yourself, and you're like, God damn it, now I'm gonna smell like that for the rest of eternity. This one I popped open and I gave her a little whiff and instantly my mouth started watering. Like, God damn. Look on the bottle, I'm like, oh, do not eat. Like, good thing the bottle said that, because I would've. It's just like some of the strongest vanilla. New PB incoming, stay alert, y'all. Are you streaming all night? Tim, probably not all night. I don't have enough battery to stream for that long. I need to get a generator so I can recharge on the fly out here. Generators are expensive though, so we'll have to consult the piggy bank for that one. But we'll probably do maybe till midnight or so. I think I should have enough battery for that. Hoping for a 36-hour mega marathon stream. If I had the battery to do it, I would definitely, I'd hook y'all up. I did have, so I've had 2 companies now, battery companies, reach out to me saying, hey, you know, we have a product, we've seen your streams that you have your own battery setup. We'd like you to try our battery solution. And I've told both of them, like, hell yeah, send me some batteries, I'll check them out. I would love to try some different solutions. You can never have enough power solutions, power options. You never know when you need some weird variant to try and do what you're doing. So I'm still waiting. I haven't received either of them. But one of them is kind of like, it mounts onto the Starlink, and it's I think it's supposed to last like 5 or 8 hours. So it's basically like one of my battery packs. But the cool thing about it is it allows charge through. So I would be able to run it on the bottom of the Starlink and have an external source such as my DeWalt battery. So I could potentially run it in tandem. It would be able to extend. And that way at the end of the stream, you guys always, like when I pack up the boat, I have to switch the Starlink from the boat to my truck because it wobbles around too much. And I always have to kill the stream because I'm taking away the power source. I have to unplug it from my boat and plug it into my truck. So that solution, a pass-through solution, would basically allow me to run it still through my batteries, but then potentially be able to unplug it from the boat and keep the stream live because it's now powered off of the intermediate pass-through battery, and then move it to the truck and plug it back in. The second solution that somebody just emailed me about asking if I would test out is more of like a modular system, a hot swappable system, but they have like, and I haven't looked too closely at it, but it looked like 2 battery containers. I don't know how else to describe it, like a container that you can add and remove lithium batteries from. So it's like a case that, I don't know, I don't remember exactly. It was like 10 or 20 cells per container, and you're somehow able to hot swap and stack these to grow a battery system. And that would be cool as shit too, because that you would be able to get, I mean, I can load up a briefcase of them suckers, create, you know, basically a star bat. But I am looking into some longer term, some interesting battery solutions. Enough bullshit, let's go fishing. We are fishing, we are trolling right now. We have 2 rods in the water. This one is running a Berkley Dredger in yellow perch. It's a 14.5 foot diver. That one's running on lead core line. The one off screen we just swapped out. That one is a saltwater squid. Very vibrant, very large, very obnoxious. We're out here fishing for fat pike. We're trying to catch a monster. What should I smoke on the Weber this weekend? What are the options, Bernie? You can't really go wrong smoking anything. Ever sleep overnight on your boat? No, I've never slept on it, but I have thought about laying down. And there's just no, unless I can sleep in the fetal position, which I cannot, you would not be able to even remotely comfortably sleep on this boat. There's too much shit in the way. Generators are expensive. Just build one from scratch using materials outside. There you go, chosen law. I'll just whip one up. Getting right on it. The nature is very similar to Yakutia? Where's that at? We're in central Montana. This is the mountains in the background here are the Rocky Mountains. We're at the foothills of the Continental Divide here. With the auto troll feature, you can sleep now. Potentially, once you have a good map and a water body, you would probably be able to trust it fairly well. It has spazzed out a couple of times on us. But I don't know how much of that is because I still don't have, you know, a good map in all areas, or if it was user error. I've napped on the boat. If there was more room on here, maybe anchor up and drop a couple of lines out and take a nap. Yakutia, coldest republic in the world. North Russia, okay. I've never heard of that. Interesting. Yeah, it kind of is tundra out here a little bit. I could see how you would say that. Were you actively fishing? 281 thumbs up. Let's go. We're almost gonna crack 300. I appreciate y'all hanging out for your 4th of July weekend out here. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. Fishing is a little slow at times. It comes and goes, but that's just how trolling is. I am stoked we're getting some good mapping done here. That's always nice. How are you? I'm back, by the way. Welcome back. We're doing good. We're still trying to find that next bite. Taiga in Gurkha River. All right. Do you fish in Oh, I'm butchering that. I don't know how the hell to say that. Do you fish in that river? I pulled the lines and just let her drift around while I took a power nap. Come on, Pike, eat the stupid squid. That's what I'm saying, SoCal. Come on now. Let's do this. I don't know, we might need to go in a little bit more shallow. We're at 35-foot bottom. I don't want to go too shallow, though. I don't want to lose the damn camera. Super feet insoles, and they were worth every penny. I'm very active, working my feet. A low arch, got super feet. They don't hurt anymore. Yeah, dude, if you're standing and working for long periods of time on your feet, good shoes are, can never be underrated. You will create so many more problems. Hip problems, back problems, neck problems. By standing long periods and wearing cheap shoes. One of the best investments you can make, honestly. A good mattress and a good pair of shoes will go a long way in life. Are you streaming tomorrow? And if you're, what time so I can watch? Here, Fishy, yeah, we are. If you go to my profile right now, I already have a scheduled stream up for tomorrow. It's scheduled to start at 6 a.m. There is an extra button. You may be subscribed, you may have the bell icon. For scheduled streams, there's a third option, a notify option. And it seems to have much better deliverability to people than any other. Every time I've ever clicked it, I get a good notification. It doesn't skip. So if you hop over to my profile right now, you can click the notify button and you will 100% get notified of it tomorrow morning. 6 a.m. Mountain Standard Time is when it's scheduled for. Got the pair that I have, the armor on the bottom orange ones that are puncture resistant. They have green ones too for every day. Yeah, if you're working around construction sites, anywhere where there's sharp shit and nails, puncture proof is nice to have. I've stepped on a nail and I've stepped on a dog bone too that pierced through the bottom of my shoe. Stabbed me right in the damn center of the arch of my foot. That shit hurt. Like, I don't know, stabbed pretty good into my foot. It just felt like I had like the worst bruise. All right, we're back again. I don't know. What are we at? Going on 6-hour mark. YouTube is spazzing on us a little. Somebody let me know, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me and see me all right? I just got a reconnecting message and swiped out and came back in. It should be okay. Thumbs up if you can hear me and see me all right. All right, I'm gonna do a different troll. There's kind of a shelf that runs through the middle over here. Let's run this shelf. I live in Canada, by the way. Nice. Yeah, this is north central Montana here. 6 a.m. Mountain Times, 8 a.m. my time, Rod. Okay. Loud and clear, Captain. Thank you, Lee. I'm not even wasting my time to put the boat in tomorrow. Really, Tim? Is it just too hot or too many damn people? Too many people, probably. You're good, but you take a vacation for a couple of seconds, but it's right back. Yeah, Starlink is a little. I think the spazzing we're having right now might be Starlink related. Sometimes up here in the front, I don't think they have their full constellation yet. Doesn't do it as often as Holter. Pike, or excuse me, Pishkun sometimes is a little wonky with our streams. I think it's just that this band of north central Montana doesn't have the full coverage yet. Starlink is always, they're taking shit out of commission and adding new. And sometimes some of the sections in Canada and the northern hemisphere, they don't have full coverage yet. Which means sometimes it takes a little bit longer for the next satellite to come to switch to before the first one has gone over the horizon. So you'll have a little bit of a blip while you wait for that second one. And there's not a whole lot you can do about that. All right, there we go. Depth routing. We're gonna change max depth to, oops. Dang it. Pick up where we're at. My contour follow is it's giving me north or south and I want to go east. There's a ledge, a shelf that goes across here. There we go. Go gadget. Autopilot engage. All right, here we go. I think this should be good. Tim down with the 5 bones. Let's go. Was out before sun was up today. Way too hot. Okay. Yeah, fish out in the hot sun will absolutely drain you. Thank you, Tim, for your continued support. I very much appreciate you. Well, that's a shame you don't get to fish tomorrow. You can relax. You can hang out. We're going to be fishing all day. Tough time for the bass. Post-spawn is always difficult for me. I'll slam them again in the fall. Tim, what are you throwing at the bass? I found a couple of things that work when they shut down. Georgie, welcome to the stream. Magoo said, I see. Welcome, Magoo. Carhartt work socks. They're tight fit, and sometimes they work in wet environments, mud, and it wicks moisture off mine. Okay. What's up? Head between thighs. Ahoy, Captain. How you doing? Work finished, 2 days off. You good, dude? How many pike? Welcome back. It's me. I'm glad to hear you've escaped for the weekend. We've landed 8 pike so far. We're moving to a different area here. I'm gonna try and fish this ridge here. Where we've been catching them the most part of the day, our bite has kind of died. So we're gonna try something a little bit different here and see if we can maybe change our luck. Post-spawn bass are tough. You have to find them deep. Mr. Fishing before sunup. Carolina rig. Everyone always talks about post-spawn being tough, but I catch my best numbers and size of bass post-spawn. Ah. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. I think it really could differ by water body. Not all fish behave the same, or depending on where you're at. Who knows why that is? Peace, dude. All right, it's me. Enjoy your holiday. We've got 8. We're moving to a new part on the lake here. Trying to find some fish that are biting. I got sonar, side scan, all the toys, and then bastards got locked. There you go, Tim. Some days it's like that, man. Some days you cannot get the fish to bite to save your life. We're just looking for them again. We're meandering around here a little bit, coming across, there's kind of a channel. There's a basin to the west, a basin to the right, and kind of the shelf that separates the two bowls. And in the past here, it's usually later in the year. I normally don't fish this basin this time of the year for no particular reason. So we're making a run through here, seeing if we can find. I am marking a fair amount of fish. But marking them is different than catching them, so we will see if we can get some on the line here. So Cal, how do I find your channel? It's so_cal.outdoors, or SoCal. If you type .link, it will spit out your link, and he may or may not be able to click it in chat here, depending on what type of device he's watching on. Tim, try and see if you can click on that link. If it won't work, you could just find him at so_cal.outdoors, just like his name in chat here. SoCal, I saw your last stream almost hit 10K views. Very nice, buddy. Did you end up with a decent amount of subs on it? John, we haven't kept any yet today so far. We've caught 8 in the range of 16 inches to 24 1/4. We're trying to wait till a little later in the day to keep one. We're gonna try and do a catch, cook, and clean on stream here if possible. I just don't want to, I have very limited cooler space, and I don't want to be dragging it around on a stringer for hours on end. You guys are awesome fishermen. I just enjoy watching the joy you have catching the fish. Thanks, Tim. I have a blast out here. This is, I don't know what it is about fishing, why I love it so much, what it does that so many other things don't. I don't know, it's kind of like gambling, but also sunbathing and water sports. It gives me something to plan and set goals, and I don't know, it's a fun hobby. It's an expensive hobby. But I do very much enjoy it. Now, we're gonna change our fast here. We're gonna cut over. It's trying to force us into the east basin. I wanna go towards the west basin over here. Just enjoy watching the joy you have catching the fish. Ah, a blast. 42 subs, almost 10K views, 20% came from the Google SEO stuff. Heck yeah, man. Cheaper than drugs? I don't know, man. Depends on which drugs you're talking about. More enjoyable, yes. Healthier, yes. Cheaper? Questionable. All right, come on. Trying to get the autopilot on here. All right, we have liftoff. Very expensive Triton bass boat with low rents electronics, 160G on lottery, and that's how I was able to buy it. There you go. That is a good trade. A lottery winning for a fat boat. One of these days I'll splurge and buy myself a real boat. Until then, we'll keep pimping my ride here with the tin can. "104 degrees in Gettysburg, PA today. That is just miserable. I think we start getting our real hot temperatures end of July, early August, I think, right when the fair comes in. I don't know what it is. When the fair comes, it's always, you could boil an egg on the pavement hot outside. And it just makes wandering around the fair so miserable. Let's go, Pike. I need to catch and cook. That's what I'm saying, Concept. Actually contemplating selling my boat and buying a small John boat. You can do a lot in a John boat. You got to be careful. But if you get them rigged out right, if you're smart about planning it, you can do a lot of shit in a John boat. I really would like a little bit bigger boat, something with a little bit better maneuverability. But it's not a bad sized boat. We've taken on some pretty rugged wind and weather and waters out here in Montana with this little guy. Well, you guys have been along for a lot of the journeys. But give me a moment here. We got to check the water levels here. I'm gonna mute our mic for a moment. We'll be right back with you. One short intermission here. Hang in there. Catch me a fish while I'm going. Alright, thank you for hanging out for our short intermission there. We have another public service announcement brought to you by Rod here over on wannaseemyrod. Pissing into the wind, not a great idea. Cue the more you know soundtrack music bite. There you go. Anyways, back to our regularly scheduled program here. Where are the goddamn pike is what this show is called. We're on hour number 3 of Where are the goddamn pike, it feels like. Hopefully we'll find them again. Yeah, they were a little low. We had to fill her up, Doug. To resist is to piss in the wind. Anyone that does that will end up smelling. Hope you have a snake charmer for wildlife tonight. No, last night we were being harassed. I think they're little deer mice, which kind of freaks me out. So y'all heard of hantavirus. Hantavirus? Deer mice are one of the main carriers of hantavirus. And while I was sitting around cooking dinner last night, fishing and chilling next to the fire pit, I kept hearing shit clanking and scurrying and rustling behind me. And I kept going out with a flashlight and I couldn't see shit. It sounded big. After like 30 minutes, 45 minutes of me getting up like, what is that? I accidentally kicked, I have a little 5-gallon bucket that I have some shit in. And out came scurrying one of these little deer mice. And that's what it was. He was rustling around in my bag, trying to eat my goddamn chips. I got like 3 bags of chips in there. But for the rest of the night, I kept seeing him scurrying all over the damn place. A 30% chance at leaving our stream tomorrow with a bout of hantavirus. Probably not great. Fishing with Rivers sent the mystery gift. Let's go, Rivers. How you doing, FWR? Welcome to the stream. Jackson, little Jimmy's 0 hits. We left her out for an extra inning and everything, and no bueno. We haven't got bit in a while. We lost the fish. I need to go more shallow. I'm running a little bit deeper because we're running the catch cam. I was hoping we could, we're overfish. I don't know, we're overfish everywhere here today. Not getting anything to bite here recently. One, should have learned fast, don't want to bite, slow everything down. Not dead mice in Montana though, they are the mice from shithole countries. I don't know, we've had, I know when I was younger, there was cases of hantavirus reported here in Montana, and again, it was related to the deer mice population. It wasn't a lot, but I mean, any is more than plenty. After the pike get their bellies full in the morning, so you didn't want easy small meal like a worm. That's a good point, Burning. Those glasses. My glasses are so, I still haven't got new glasses. They're dirty, they're all marked up. I look like I crawled out of a trash can. These are probably 15-year-old glasses. Classic summer walleye pattern, 15 to 20 foot of water. Find the mud flats and you'll find them. Yeah, so we were fishing, where we were catching this morning, 20 to 25 foot was our most productive. We will have to pull in our water wolf to move back to those depths. We will probably move back to those depths here shortly. I want to give our squid, I want to catch a squid, or a fish off the squid to get some footage of it. But no fish is on. When there's a fish, we have to demonstrate this every once in a while. You will hear this. You will see the pole bouncing, or it will just bend and stay. What you see is just the motion of our lure. We're trolling, we're moving 2.2, 2.4 miles an hour. And that bobbing is just our lure moving down in the water. We're running a Berkley Dredger. It dives down to about 14.5 foot. I meant someone sent you glass. Oh, I saw that. I missed the message. Fuzzy sheep glass, some weird glasses. I didn't see who sent them though. Oh, that was Rivers who sent them. Sorry, I'm a bit loopy at the moment. Is that a Okuma line counter? Yeah, be more. I run it's the Okuma Cold Water A series. They just came out with them last year. They're an update to the older Cold Water series. And I really, really like them. I bought one to test, and I liked them so much that I replaced 4 different rods with the new Okuma Cold Water A series. These are the size 30 DLA is the model, I believe, on them. Left-hand reel. I didn't fish at all while I was in California. I went down, I was at the beach quite often. I'd go hang out on the piers and watch people fish. But it was like when we fished at the causeway and people were combat fishing, people tangling up on each other, shoulder to shoulder. Like, I don't dig that style of fishing. They were catching some cool stuff, but I'd rather watch. I don't want to participate. Man, I want to be where you are, 102 degrees, where I am in southern SoCal. Oh man, yeah, it feels like it's in the 60s right now. We got a cloud coverage, a breeze. It's a little chilly out. set up another rod. I'm only allowed, I have two, one on each side. I'm legally allowed 2 rods with up to 2 hooks. I'd have to have more people on the boat to have more rods. Why aren't the perch biting your baits lately? I don't know. I haven't. Last year I was getting perch bycatch. I had to catch a perch out of here so far this year. I'm talking to a lot of guys in SoCal on my radio lately. Nice. You have like a CB radio or one of those long range radios. I forget what the hell they're called, ham radios? The wedge sucks when you don't make the rod. Out on your boat so you can have extra rods. Yeah, I do need, it'd be so helpful oftentimes to have a second person on the boat, especially when you're running clip weights and planer boards. You can also run longer leaders when you have a second person on the boat. But most of the time I'm out here fishing by myself. 2 rods can be a lot to handle when the weather starts getting sketchy. When weather's calm with planer boards, 4 rods it's not bad. I tried 6 rods a couple of times. It was an absolute nightmare. I'm not great at it. Again, the trolling motor helps. It helps keep our trolls much more patterned and straight. This boat's hard to control when the wind picks up. All right, we're gonna cut our trolling or outboard off. Let's troll with just straight trolling motor for a little bit. I turn that on every time we turn around to change our pattern. I shut off the autopilot and I turn on my outboard. I get us turned around and lined back up. It seems to help the trolling motor not be so erratic and jumpy and lurching us towards where we're trying to go. Tim, watch out for the storm because there's a huge one where I am. The clouds came out. Wait till the sun comes back out. The clouds have been when all the fish are biting lately. The sun killed our bite last week when we were here and earlier today. I think we moved out of the wrong depth. We should have stayed shallow when the clouds came out. I moved out deeper. Again, I'm trying to multitask here. We're trying to catch fish, but I'm also trying to map. So I'm taking a little bit further out past. We're at 35, 38 foot bottom here. $292 thumbs up. Let's go. We are almost cracking 300. If you have not yet done so and you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to double tap that screen. It costs you nothing. If at some point in time you decide you hate me or you hate us, you can always take it back. You can double tap the screen again and it'll go poof. But if you're enjoying the stream, it's a very small thing to do, and it will help YouTube it will help let YouTube know that you're enjoying the stream. It'll show you more content like this, more of Rod, more of people like Rod, hopefully. I don't know if that's a thing or not. But it'll also help bring some more people into the room. Always nice to have lots of people in here checking it out. Keeps the chat moving. If you don't like this stream, you're communist. I don't know about that. A lot of people can not like a lot of things for a lot of reasons, you know. Different strokes for different folks. I'm kind of a weird dude. We're kind of a weird bunch. We're not everybody's cup of tea. Let's just put it that way. But for those of you guys who do enjoy the streams, double tap the screen. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We do try to marathon stream sun up to sundown at least once per week when we can. Weather permits and scheduling permits. We do have, like today, we're trying to do a double header. We're gonna stream all day today. We're gonna camp tonight, and we should hopefully be back on for another marathon stream tomorrow. Targeting pike again. We will probably be more actively trying to catch at least one kokanee or trout. We gotta turn this into a multi-species stream somehow. But thank you guys. I'm happy that you guys are enjoying the show and hanging out for another marathon session here. We always have a blast. Rod Squad, stand up. Let's go, Mr. V. No, Nazis dislike fishing. Lots of people dislike fishing. It's all right. Larry Triplet with the happy poop. Let's go. Thank you, Larry. How you doing today? Pinstriping by bears. SoCal, what's your favorite lake up here to fish? How many you catch today? Slim, we've only caught 8 so far today. Decent number. The bite after this, 7 of the 8 came in the first 3 hours we fished this morning. We've caught 1 in the last 8 hours, 7 hours. Oh, what is this? I don't know if we picked up some weeds, a perch. Drag just started spooling a little bit. It's a little loose, but yeah, something just let loose. I think we must have picked up something. This is they pull the catch cameras on. I just felt something let loose from there. I think we picked up a stick or some weeds or something on our catch camera. We will find out when we review the catch camera. New pair of underwear? Not today. It's a sturgeon. I actually don't travel up that way to fish very often. The last trip I made was north to fish TVL, and that place sucks. Ted with the sunshine. Lake Erie Lee with the happy poop. Happy to be here, Rod. Thanks for entertaining us. Always a pleasure. Sage, we've caught 8 so far today. Watching a dude stuff fishing for halibut. He was using a drone to drop his bait. Yeah, I've seen some videos. People do, I don't think it's legal in a lot of states to use drones. Kind of funny, a few years ago, I was out here fishing with a buddy, and I'm like, man, I have this idea. I wanna get like one of those RC cars, and I wanna rig it up to, not to deliver bait, but to troll with. I want an RC car, I wanna run my line off the back of it, and I wanna sit my ass on the shore and run it around and troll with it. I'm like, I bet you that would work so well. It'd be so fun, especially like for pond fishing, stuff like that. Get into those spots that you just can't cast to. And of course, I get home and Google it, and you can't have an original thought. You just can't. Somebody already did it. I'm like, damn it. Somebody stole my master plan. Not a walleye. No walleye. You swerving, Rod? It's our Uber driver up here. He's struggle busing a little bit. We're on the edge of the world right here. It's not sure if it's gonna fall off or not. So it's testing it and then moving back. It's testing it and it's moving back. It's trying to make sure it's staying within our contour. We have not, since we've started rebuilding and refreshing this map, we haven't hit the deeper parts of this basin yet. So we're kind of doing concentric circles here coming towards the center. But it does do a lot of weaving when it's trying to map a new section. So close, 297 thumbs up. Are there 3 of you out there that have not yet hit the thumbs up that are thinking about it? Are you like, I don't know if I like this guy. He doesn't catch many fish. His boat's kind of small. I don't know. Well, if you're on the fence, Just double tap the screen. If you decide you don't like me, you can take it back. You can even give me a thumbs down if you want, but I promise, we're trying. We'll catch you a fish here. Hang out. 300. Streamer's always one behind. It shows 299 for me, but almost. So close. Just tuned in. How's the fish count? Hey, Christopher. Welcome, welcome. We're stuck at 8 right now. We're trying to put fish number 9 in the boat. Being stubborn. There we go. 300 likes. Let's go. Happy 4th, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Like number 300 is going to get us a fish. Just hang in there. It's going to take a moment for AI to process the background changes here. Fish is loading. Please be patient. I tied a spinnerbait to my first ever RC boat back in 2006 when I was a little kid. I didn't think to attach boat to a rod, though. Lost it in minutes. Hey, give me back my boat. That's a good point. What happens when you catch the Lunker? And now it's his boat, not yours. I did not think about that. Or even just, I mean, I guess you see Skipjack Cindy, her and Travis. Travis runs a bait boat. And, you know, runs the bait out to somewhere you just can't cast to and dumps it off. At least that way you're still, and I think that is probably the only legal way to do it in a lot of places. I don't know if they would actually allow you to, oh, something just jumped right next to us. Good sized fish. I have no idea what that was, if that was a carp, a sucker, a trout. We're right almost the same spot where we saw that fat rainbow come up eating bugs earlier. We're almost dead on top of it. We were probably, I don't know, 20, 30 feet in towards the shore. Yeah, tomorrow we gotta run some lines trying to target the rainbows in here. I bet you anything I could easily, if we could figure out how to catch the trout, what they want in here, I could easily increase my PB. There are some big rainbow in here. Tried other fishing streams. Rod is the best. He's engaging with us, running his boat, gear, electronics at the same time. Thanks, Mr. V. I try and pass on knowledge. I'm not the most entertaining guy, but we try. Try and let you know how we do it around here, or at least how I do it, because not a lot of y'all do it the same way I do it. Not a lot of people around here do it the same way I do it. My way may be right or wrong. It works some of the time. But at the same time, I'm always trying to learn as well. I like to... It's always interesting to see how other people fish. Rod has 2 long alien-like tentacles off camera working the boat gear and electronics and rigging, usually burning. We're having some technical difficulties today. We're still waiting for the fish to load. They're stuck loading for some reason. Hang in there, guys. We'll get it fixed here soon. What's the cowbell rod back there for? For when we decide that we're tired of trying to catch a pike, and we're gonna see if the trout or the salmon want to bite, because there are good Kokanee salmon in here too, which I've never managed to catch. Every once in a while I get a glimpse of them on the catch cameras. They do come and check out quite a few different lures. But they're much more timid than the pike. We've got a cowbell worm harness rig tied up, and then I also have a Dodger fly combo tied up back there, or rigged up rather. My uncle had a John boat when the wind was making a light ripple on the water. It made blip, blip, blip sound. Yeah, the rapping on the water. Mine, it doesn't do that as bad. I don't know if you guys have noticed that or not. The first stream we had the new trolling motor and the battery in the boat, I noticed a huge difference. I've always complained, said the back end of my boat has always been really heavy. The front of my boat has been, you know, very light. So we ride, you know, kind of at a, what's the angle here? You know, kind of up, not on plane flat. Unless I kick it in the butt, then we raise up. But just trolling around most of the time, we were kind of kicked up. And when you're going into any kind of wake or wave, you slap on it or it slaps against you. We added an 80-pound battery, like 85-pound battery, and I think the trolling motor weighs 65 pounds. No, 40 something, so 120 pounds. We basically added another me sitting at the front of the boat, and 100% difference. We still get beat up, but the front end of the boat, we sit much more level in the water now, which helps. Well, easy there, Chief. The Uber driver just got lost for a second there. Turned the wrong way down a one-way or something. We're back on it though, I think. Filter for noises, yeah, it's all sound effects. It's all programmed. The other day I was taking a nap listening to his engine purr and it started filtering background noise out. Listening to my engine run as white noise, that's interesting. Boat about to spin in circles like Waymo. Right, yeah, no, we just took a, like I was saying earlier, it doesn't do good when the contour cuts quickly. It just, no problem, it's like 90-degree turn. It is not great. It's a little painful. Rod, I know you like UV stuff, but some UV tape stripes on some cowbells and troll with them. I did just pick up some very reflective, I think one of the tapes that I got is UV treated as well. I don't know how well it's gonna stick. We will see though. I bought UV reflective tape in green and red, and also some smaller diameter glow tape in green and red. I'm gonna put a strip of it on my planer boards. And I also bought it to try and do some tweaking on, you know, either some of my spoons, some of my dipsy, or excuse me, not the dipsy divers, the, oh, brain work. Flashers and dodgers. Dear Lord, we had to dig deep for that one. But yeah, we could try it on some of the lake trolls too. 302 likes, let's go. Maybe it's trying to figure eight for a muskie. Maybe, I don't know what it's doing. We have caught some fish on some of its erratic turns like that though, so I'm not complaining. As long as it ain't running us into the shoreline or tangling us up, I'm good. It can drive as crazy as it wants. Fish on, I think. No, unfortunately not. Again, you will hear it. You won't mistake it. When there's a fish on there, the drag on here it's only set 3, maybe 5 pounds. It doesn't take a whole lot of force to pull it out, and you'll hear it. It's loud. You get a nice zip. Is that over 500 likes, including part 2? Yeah, I think we had like 250 or something like that in the first part. It is kind of cheating though, the second stream, because a lot of those people that thumbed up the first one come back and thumb up the second one. But yeah, that's between our first 2 streams. Our stream got interrupted earlier today, so we had to start a second one. I hate doing that. The numbers are never as good for it. Not as many people end up joining the second portion. But yeah, is it 550, somewhere around there total for today? I had to go to the garden with her. Did little Jimmy? No, Mitch, unfortunately little Jimmy struck out again. We did even give it an extra at bat. We gave it an extra 10 minutes. It was replaced by the Squid, which is also struck out. We haven't caught anything. We've been struggle busting it a little bit here. Our next pass here, we're gonna go shallower. In fact, I'm gonna move us a little bit right now. I'm gonna get us in a little bit shallower water. Let's get us closer to that 30-foot mark rather than 35. Glow-in-the-dark cowbells at night. I've been trying to troll UV and glow stuff at night the past few times we've been out. I've not been super successful with it. So much stuff, even the glow-in-the-dark stuff, most stuff just, it doesn't hold a charge for very long. 10, 15 minutes, and most of them are dead if they even last that long. Curse, we had a pontoon built out of 55-gallon drums here in the 80s. My grandpa had one that was built out of 55-gallon drums. He worked on that boat for as long as I can remember. I don't remember him ever putting it in the water, though. I was pretty young, though. Try dynamite. John, we might need to switch her up to some dynamite. How did you get insurance on that? Do you have a lot of rocky bottom lake in Montana? It really depends. Yeah, there's a lot of different types of lake bottoms here. Most of the water bodies that I fish have a pretty decent variety. There's some really rocky sections here, some sandy, muddy sections. The shallows right now are super flooded, so there's a lot of, flooded brush and debris. But yeah, Lake Francis is really, really rocky compared to here. There are some really rocky sections in Pishkun. The fox, we have not yet had any salmon bite today. We've been primarily targeting the northern pike today. The salmon, we are probably going to focus more on tomorrow, during tomorrow's stream. Truth be told, I'm trying to catch at least one 30-inch pike before we move on to a different species. Biggest we've managed to catch is a little over 24 inches. I want to get one good solid pike before we move on to trying for the muskie, or excuse me, the kokanee salmon and the rainbow trout. But if we can't get a good pike, we will tomorrow definitely devote some times in at least one of the rigs to trying for salmon. Yeah, there's a really good sized kokanee salmon in here. 2 to 3 pounds plus. What's your best boat name? I just call it the old tin can or the shit box. Kentucky Lake is all rock. You can go 60 foot deep, 3 feet seconds, dangerous place. Holter Reservoir is a lot like that. It's a flooded mountain valley. It was a river. They dammed it up on both ends so it fills up. So you have a lot of those steep, rocky drop-offs. But because it was, mountain slope, often you have full standing trees at the bottom there, so it can be really snaggy. Black crappie. I've only caught black crappie out of one water body here in Montana. And I don't fish it very often. It's a pond in between Ulm, Montana and Cascade. There's a bunch of stuff in there. I did stream from there once last year. Black crappie, white crappie, largemouth bass, yellow perch, bluegill, pumpkin seed. There's a whole bunch of smaller fish in there. A variety of species. It's a fun place to fish. Only fins. I bet you'll find some pike right at sunset every time I'm trolling for pike. Beat bite is always right when you'll get in trouble if you don't have your nav lights on. Oh yeah, Silver? Yeah, dusk bite, I do tend to have a decent dusk bite here. We will probably stay streaming. I need to check. We've been doing pretty good on fuel so far today. Yeah, we still got plenty of fuel. Plan is to try and stream fish out in the boat until roughly sunset, dusk. And then beach up next to my camp spot and get a campfire going, and hopefully we'll have one small pike on the stringer an hour or two before we are pulling her out of the water, so we can do everybody, if I ever camp. All right, our signal just crapped out again. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see me now? I had to swipe out and swipe back in. 30-minute run this morning to the north, Blood River. Bite was bad. Dang, Tim, that stinks. Do the yellow perch you mentioned have black bands from dorsal to belly? Something called ring perch? No, if memory serves me correctly, I could pull up a picture. I have a handful on Fishbrain of what I caught from here. They have pretty plain bellies. I don't think the line wraps all the way around. John sent the guitar. Thank you, John. Thank you guys for the thumbs up. Thanks for letting me know that stream's back. Dang technical difficulties out here. Hit some weed beds and cast. Probably a monster lurking, feeding on bait fish. That's always a possibility. My spinning rods are sitting next to the campfire and our rod holders. I didn't plan on doing any stopping or jigging today. Maybe tomorrow we can try. We'll mix things up a little bit tomorrow. We might, if you guys want, even pop over to the other side of the lake tomorrow. I haven't fished over there at all this year. I don't think they're shallow. Nice strum. Yeah, they're kind of all over. Our water temperatures are cool enough here still. We're 63.7 at the surface. So it's fairly comfortable. The only thing that right now is going to be deeper than anything else is going to be the Kokanee salmon. The pike are kind of all over. The trout, I'm sure, are all over in the water column. The perch are all over. The Kokanee are the only ones really that are more sensitive to the temperatures. But it's cool enough at the surface that they most of the species could be pretty much anywhere in the water column. This water body is also super flooded right now. So a lot of the shoreline that would normally be dry is under, 3, 5, 10 foot of water right now. If I go to troll at 15-foot bottom depth, you can see trees and bushes down there. And it used to be land, a month ago. Sun still warms them up through the water. That's a fair point. It does penetrate. LA Kelly, burning, Montana is always cool. We get hot months here too. It's just, it has to do with our location. Again, so right off in the distance is the Rocky Mountains, the Continental Divide, the Rocky Mountain front. There's still snow on a lot of the mountaintops out there. And a lot of the wind that we get on this water body comes from the west down over the Rocky Mountain front. So we get these cool wind systems that blow over. You get a cloud cover in the sun and a breeze blowing down, and the temperature instantly drops 10 to 15 degrees, or what it feels like drops. And we went back and forth from being toasty hot I've been down to my t-shirt, and now we're back up to jacket again. 2-3 times today we flip-flop back and forth. It gets really warm, and then the clouds come out and the wind starts blowing, and it gets real cool again. All right, let's change our depth to minimum depth. Let's do 0 to 8. Max depth 031. So let's bump in a little bit more shallow here. Most of our catches have come from 20 to 25 foot bottom today. They were fairly shallow, but again, most of those catches were at between 6 and 9 a.m. this morning, early. Our last catch came at 35 foot bottom, so 10 foot deeper. All right, we're back on with our autopilot. We just kicked off our outboard. We're back to trolling straight with our electric trolling motor, the Lowrance Recon. We're at camp here. Let me flip you guys around. You can see my truck backed up in the camping spot over there. We're right on the water's edge. My tent is in those bushes there. There's you can't really see it because the trees hide it, but there's a nice picnic table, a fire ring, a little like lean-to that gives us some shelter. But that's where we will be pulling in. I've just been docking right in those trees. I could have tucked myself in and bank up on the beach. Gets us out of the weather, out of the wind. But surprisingly, there's a lot of open camping spots still. Nobody's camped at either of those two spots. There's like 1 or 2 more camping spots down there that nobody's in. There was a camper, oops. Somebody pulling boat in or out right now, I'm not sure which. But there was 2 people camped over there at that spot earlier today. They're now gone. But yeah, so we're pretty close to the boat launch. We're just right there. You can kind of see the lean-to. Our tent is right over there. But yeah, all of that was dry ground a month ago. It's super flooded. Are there any tributary systems along the bank or in the coves? The only water that comes into this reservoir is on the western portion. There's a canal that actually feeds this. I don't think there's any creeks or anything that come in here. Years past when I've camped here, I camped kind of over by where that mouth is. Better fishing at night there. Come on, goddammit. It's time for a fish. We'll give you each a couple of cranks here. See if we can entice something here. All right, so we moved in for a slightly shallower pass here. If we don't get anything here, our next pass again will be even shallower. We'll start working our way back up towards the bank. And see if maybe that'll get us into some fish. Hopefully pike for dinner, that's the plan. It's awesome. What's for dinner tonight? You cooking on a fire pit? Yeah, I got a cast iron pan. If we don't catch another pike closer to when we're gonna dock up, I'll probably just cook some bacon and eggs for dinner. But the plan was, within the last, if we can catch maybe somewhere between 8 and 9 p.m. tonight, you know, an hour or so before we're ready to dock up, we will harvest 1 pike, and I'll do a very basic demonstration of Cleaning and filleting a pike. A lot of people have asked since I've been streaming, and we've never done that. And then we'll do, I brought some butter and some garlic salt and some cracked pepper and some lemon or lime. We'll do a very basic catch and cook. Catch, clean, and cook. 26 medically releasing in 2 weeks. Wanting to start making fishing content since I'll have extra time on my hands with the end of the service. Looking for some advice to turn it into a living. Great bit, I really can't tell you how to turn it into a living. I don't run my channel to make a profit. I'm just out here to have fun. And I think that is the key. If you want a successful live streaming channel or even a fishing channel, whatever your subject matter is, make sure it's something that you're passionate about, that you enjoy. You don't have to be super knowledgeable about it. It's helpful to have some knowledge to be able to teach things. But above all, enjoy it, because if you ain't having fun, you find something else to do. Having fun and I think that's the key to so much of it. If you're enjoying yourself and you have it, you can teach a little bit. A lot of people will also enjoy it. Beautiful out, great weather. Yeah, it's been nice out here, Steven. A little bit windy from time to time, but not bad. Breakfast for dinner is always great. Yeah, I got a few slices of bacon and a carton of eggs. Never ate northern pike silver, would try it though. It's really good, Lee. I want to see what he does with the Y-bone. It's super simple to get out. I could show you guys. People way overcomplicate cleaning a pike. Trying to keep the fillet all in one piece. Throw all that shit out the window. You fillet it once off the fish. You cut shallow to remove the outer skin. There's always a little bit of bloodline you got to clean up. From there, it's 2 easy cuts to get your Y-bones out. You're following the upper bone down to the top of the back. It curves towards the back, and then once you have basically your back strap off, you follow that same bone on the other side of the bone, and it goes right under, and you'll end up with a fillet. And then you end up with a little V or a Y that's got a small chunk of meat down the center of it, and that you can cut out if you want to really be conservative, but normally that it goes in the trash. It goes back in the water. It's such a minuscule amount of meat, but it's quite simple. And it's really just a matter of understanding the geometry of it. Again, I'm not an expert at it, but I know it well enough that I can show you guys and explain that you can get the gist of it and you'll be able to do it yourself. It takes a little bit of practice though. Lake has risen high into the trees. The wind dips down close to sunset. I would try topwater Rapala around submerged tree line. That good strategy, it is. Well, once we dock up and get the fire going, we will probably throw a rod or 2 in the water. Heard it's not common to eat them in my area. A lot of people say that they're no good to eat because there's too many bones in them. And again, it's because they're trying to fry the fillet with the Y bone still in it, which is crazy. You cut the bones out. It's really simple to get rid of them. And then you get, basically from every fish, you get 4 nice fillets. You get 2 back straps that are long and skinny that sit on the top side of the Y bone, and then you get 2 fatter, longer, normal fillets that are the underside of the Y bone. A lot of people also don't like dealing with the slime, which really is not that bad. When was your last bite? It's been almost 2 hours since we caught our last fish, I think. Cold water northern pike is awesome. They're delicious. We've caught 8 so far today, Gambler, ranging from 16 inches up to a little over 24 inches. We haven't caught anything real big. They've all been really good eater size. Yellow perch is the best. They're really good, but most of them that I catch out of here are quite small, 10 inches or less. And again, the size of fish I like to keep to harvest is, 18 to 22 inches. I want something that's gonna be enough to feed more than one person, not to have to fillet multiple fish for one meal for one person. Even though I don't always know what you're talking about, I still enjoy the fishing conversation. Well, I'm glad, Mr. B. From Saskatchewan, Canada, our pike are huge. My service ends in 2 weeks. Looking forward to it. I use soy sauce to sip my pike in to get rid of the gamey flavor. Okay, so there's a couple of things. I've heard of people soaking them, putting sugar on them, Sprite, milk, all sorts of things. I will tell you the truth, the secret. You're harvesting way too big a fish. Stop harvesting big fish. 2 to 3 pounds, 18 to 22 inches. Anything bigger than that, throw them back. They're no good to eat. They're full of heavy metals. They taste way too gamey, way too fishy. Harvest, first of all, the right size fish, 18, 22 inches, maybe 24 inches, 2, 3 pounds. You don't want a big fish. The second thing that most people skip is they don't bleed them. They throw them straight in the cooler, or they let them die on the stringer without bleeding them. Bleeding them is one of the most important things to do to get rid of the gamey taste. It'll do 1,000 times better job than soaking them in something after the fact. One other tip, when you're gutting them, try not, and you can't always, try not to puncture the bladder. The bladder leaking into the fish will not only discolor the meat, it turns them kind of a yellowy, greenish, it makes them look weird, but it also adds some gamey flavor. And the last thing is get rid of the skin and the bloodline. That's the fat. That's where all the heavy metals, the toxins, the fishy tasting oils. So when you're taking off that skin, don't cut it straight to the skin and leave the silver on it from the skin. Take a little bit shallower cut and leave that silver and the dark. With a pike, it's a red meat. It's very noticeable. Pike flesh is white to a pink color. And the red meat, the bloodline, the lateral line it's dark, it's red. Get rid of it. It tastes like shit, and it contains heavy metals, the toxins, all the stuff you don't want to eat. You follow all those steps, you don't need to soak it in anything. Northern pike is one of the mildest tasting, least fishy tasting freshwater fish you'll ever try. They're delicious. Again, the last step from there is learning how to get rid of the Y bones, which is really easy. Walleye are really good to eat as well. 26 mackerel, light gear, lots of pollock. It's first boat trip of the season on the coast. Good night. Have you had any big fish? Nice, Jordan. Congrats. I'm glad to hear you had a productive day out. 4 inches. We've caught 8 so far. What brand of bacon did you bring? I think a Bar S, not super primo bacon. Bar S hickory smoked, I think it is. Stephen McMahon with the $9.99 super chat. Let's go. I gotta head out, bro. Fireworks time. Plus there's live band. Peace out. See you soon. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate you coming and hanging out all day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoy the rest of your 4th of July weekend. Go have fun with the fireworks. Don't burn yourself. And don't burn anything down. There is definitely nothing bad about yellow perch. It's my go-to for ice fish. Yeah, they're delicious. A lot of people love them. They'll catch, a lot of the water bodies, and I think here the limit is either 25 or 50 per person per day. But you got to catch a whole stringer full of the damn things to make a meal. They're just small, and I'm so slow at filleting and cleaning fish to begin with. My rule of thumb is if it takes me longer to fillet the fish than it does to cook and eat the fish, then I don't fillet it. We throw it back. Absolutely, buddy uses milk with the prices. I'm not trying it. Yeah, again, you don't need it. If you keep the smaller fish, bleed it, and skin it properly, 9 times out of 10, you're going to end up with a quite mild tasting fish. You don't need to soak it in shit. 15 to 16 inches that are fat, that's a good size. Bleeding definitely makes a difference. Yeah, not only in the appearance, but the taste as well. Andy Spicy makes killer fish tacos. I cut the gills. Yeah, so I used to try and cut the gills, and you'll get it to bleed. You take it back out, it's still alive, it clots. I stopped trying to cut the gills. I can never get the arteries right. So I go from underneath, I lift one gill plate, I put my fillet knife in and poke it out the other side, and I come through the throat. So you're almost separating the head from the body, but it bleeds profusely. I don't know if they have, I'm assuming like a jugular, a major vein or artery that feeds through that throat area. It dispatches them quickly, they bleed out thoroughly. I mean, it's much simpler than trying to hack away at each lobe of the gills, especially when they clot and they don't die. It's a pain in the butt. Want to see my rod? She said no. What a 35th anniversary. Mitch, go spend some time with the old lady. You can come fish with us tomorrow. Bleeding out is the way to go. A lot of people seem to think or swear that it makes no difference, that, oh, you can bleed the fish and put it next to one that you haven't bled and they taste exactly the same. I guarantee you that is not the case. Try it. Do a blind test. Bleed a couple of fish and then don't bleed a couple of fish. Bread them all up and throw them in the basket and start picking at it. And it's like, what are those Harry Potter magic freaking jelly beans where they have like, you have, you know, your apple flavor, your caramel flavor, your, you know, cotton candy, and every once in a while you might get an earwax flavor or an earthworm flavor where it's just like, ugh. Picking through that plate of nuggies, breaded nuggies with bled versus non-bled, you'll feel like you just picked an earwax jelly bean. It really does make a difference. It's distinct. Some people don't mind the taste though. I mean, everybody's got their preference. I like fish, but I don't like a super fishy tasting fish. Frying them with the bones in. If it's too small fillet, throw it back. 100% Kelly. I never bleed my fish out, never have. Maybe I should try it. Silver, a lot of people don't. And again, a lot of people don't mind the fishy taste, but try it. Try it. You will notice, in my opinion, a greatly improved taste. They're much milder tasting. They're also much cleaner to fillet. You don't end up with blood all over all your fillets and all over your cutting board. I mean, with pike and a lot of, you know, the whiter fleshed fish, you end up with a much prettier looking fillet as well. It bleeds the color out of them. All right, we need a Mountain Dew here. This ain't cutting it. Can somebody call the fish back from their indefinite smoke break? We need one on camera immediately. Eat venison, so my palate isn't super refined. Venison's good. Again, same principles apply. Harvest the young ones, not the old ones. Bambi tastes way better than mommy or daddy, I promise. You don't get as much meat, but you can eat the entire deer with a spoon. You don't need even a knife to cut it. Those little ones just, they fall apart. Bleed them out in the water or live well. Yeah, a lot of people will cut them and drop them in the live well. I don't have a live well, I just have a stringer. So usually when I'm ready to harvest, I will cut them, drop them down on the stringer for 10 minutes. Once they come up, I gut them on the boat, throw the entrails back in the water, clean them out real good. And then they go in a bag in the cooler on ice. And if I'm not feeling too lazy, oftentimes I will take and then process, especially pike, because there is no slot size on them. As long as you leave the skin intact on them, you can fillet off your two sides and throw the carcass back in the water. That way I'm not bringing home, you know, a whole fish and having to enjoy the pleasant aroma of rotting fish for the next week or 2 weeks between my dump runs. So I package them up, I'll fillet them up and just take home, you know, just the fillets with skin on. That way they're still identifiable as a northern pike. Again, 2 fillets equals 1 fish. You can easily, you know, count whether you're at or under limit. Caught anything? Farrington, we've caught 8 pike so far. The squid's been on for the last hour and a half, almost 2 hours. We haven't gotten shit off the squid. It's running on the catch camera. Our catch camera's probably getting close to dying. When it does die, we're probably gonna bump up and move up another step closer to the shore. I think the lure's out of gas. It ain't got no gas in it. You might be right, you might be right. How fast are you trolling? We are set at 1.95 miles an hour, so let's bump her up a little bit. We'll bump it back to 2.2. Tim Dow with a $2 super chat. Let's go here, fishy fishy. That's right, Tim is calling you. He just spent $2 for you to just grace us with your presence. 1 hook in the mouth, 60 seconds to get a picture, and you'll be on your way. No takers, Tim, no takers. Just get the one with milk on the lips. Kojak with 1 gifted wannaseemyrod memberships. Let's go. Jared Pickle, congratulations. Thank you, Kojak. I appreciate your support. How you doing, Kojak? I like getting the spike tag. They're tender enough to spread on toast. Yeah, again, the spikes, the smaller ones, I mean, you don't have to get Bambi. You can get a yearling. I mean, I guess it's just, you don't need grandma and grandpa. You don't need a big fat doe. You don't need a big fat buck. The smaller ones, the younger they are, the tenderer they are, the less gamey they tend to be. 5-gallon pail with bubble insulation, bleed the fish. This year I picked up smaller insulated kill bag. It holds ice. I might have to look into that. See, I have such a small damn cooler on the boat. This one holds ice for a good amount of time. Most of the time it's for my damn sodas and my drinks and my snacks and stuff. And I don't like dropping a slimy ass pike in the mix and dragging it around all day or all weekend. Any nice ones, pal? Beauty, they've all been nice, but they're on the smaller side. Average size we pull out of here is usually 2 to 3 pounds. Biggest one we've pulled today was about 24 inches. There are much, much bigger ones in here, but we have not managed to get one on the line yet today. Can't believe that squid hasn't been bit. It's the neon green one. Yeah. Even the dredger isn't getting bit, so we're not on the fish right now. We have not yet found the fish that want to bite at this time of the day. 8 so far. Exactly in my cooler is for my food and drink, not fish. Well, so like today, I have one main cooler that is extra drinks, all my food stuff. It's basically my food cooler. The one on my boat is my drinks per boat. We're gonna be out here 2 days, so I will move drinks from the main cooler to this one each day. And then I have a third cooler that's just got nothing but ice in it. That's for if and when we harvest some fish. I was at dinner with my mom and my aunt and relatives. We have taco dinner the other night. And my aunt asked me to please not put all the fish back the next time that I go out, that she would very much like some pike. So tomorrow, more than likely, we will harvest at least a few pike to throw in the cooler to bring home. But I have 3 coolers. I have such limited space on the boat here. Seems what deer are, eating matters also. I shot a small buck in cornfield, best deer. Oh, absolutely, their diet matters a lot. That's the difference. Like, I don't really care for mule deer in Montana because they typically feed on garbage. They're a higher altitude deer usually. They're up in the mountains. They eat sagebrush and juniper berries and just junk. And they always taste like what they eat. So yeah, a grain-fed, a corn-fed, a wheat-fed whitetail, which is often where you find those. They're down in the lower elevations in the farmer fields. Can make a load of difference. Again, there are some crop-fed muleys that don't always live in the mountains, so muleys aren't always bad. So knowing where you're harvesting them from and what they're eating can make a big difference. I gotta show you guys. These guys are basically in the water. Look how close to the water these people have their little camper. They're like sitting on an inch of dry ground. They backed their trailer down like literally right to the water's edge. They're sitting in the sticks an inch from the water. It's a cool spot though. $250-pound mule on Mount Hood was 58 inches from hoof to the shoulder. We gnawed on that boot sole for 2 years. Yeah, that was I've shot one and only one trophy mule deer in my life. And I'll tell you guys, somebody asked me about that trip sometime. It was one of the most screwed up hunting trips I've ever been on in my life. One of the worst and craziest shots I've ever encountered. But it was the only time I ever harvested a big mule deer buck. Never again. Gross. It was, I had to force myself to eat that damn thing. Bro, you're still at it. Attaboy, what you get now? Sorry for firework festival. Oh, that's all right, Jacob. Yeah, we're out here having fun. We had a really good morning bite. Very non-bite afternoon. We've had a couple of bites since the clouds came out, but the sun's back out again, so our bite is dead again. So we're struggle busting it. Hoping we get a decent evening bite before we dock up and get the campfire going. But we're having a fun day out here. We've managed to put 8 in the boat so far. We've only lost, I think, 5 so far. So we're more catches than losses is always a great day when you're pike fishing, especially when they're this small. The land ratio is not always great. You do lose quite a bit. They thrash like crazy. But we didn't get rained on and we haven't been blown off the water yet, so we've caught fish. And as I say that, did you guys see the change in weather immediately? I think Pishkun just accepted our challenge. God damn it. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it, Pishkun. Do not blow us off the lake. And please, for the love of God, do not rain on us. We've all seen that stream already and it sucked. How hot is it? It's been alternating so much. We're moving between 75, almost 80 degrees to 60. It really depends on whether the sun is behind a cloud and how hard the wind is blowing. So I've been alternating today between stripping down to my t-shirt because I'm hot and sweaty, to throwing back on layers because I'm getting cold chills again. If somebody types .w, Nightbot will spit out what our current weather forecast is here. I would say, but based upon how it feels right now, we're probably at a feels like of maybe 65. Feels like 60. So it's 77 degrees outside, but feels like 60. Those, I'm telling you, those cold winds coming up from the Rocky Mountain frontier, they don't have to blow hard. They carry a very cool temperature with them. 73 TWK, good things in the fishing industry are coming your way, tight lines. I hope so, 73. Appreciate you stopping through. Happy 4th of July weekend. To everyone who's hanging out here, hope you guys have an awesome weekend. Stay safe, catch some fish, shoot off some fireworks. Enjoy hanging out and waiting for some fish. Damn bite needs to hurry up and turn back on. I got faith in you. Thanks, Jacob. Sorry for the... He was talking about how bad black bear tasted a while ago. I went and shot one in Ontario that had been definitely eating corn and sweets from bait pile. It was delicious. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how long they have to change their diet. I would imagine it has to be a fairly significant period of time because a lot of their taste comes from the fat. And a lot of what they eat goes into the fat. So you must have found one that's been living on living the cush life, eating the good. I don't think I've tried bear a handful of times, and I don't think any of them came from, you know, berry fields or cornfields. They're all out there eating bullshit. Bears eat anything. They eat rotting carcasses. They nibble, kind of like a mule deer. They nibble on sage and juniper berries, and when they're hungry, they eat whatever the hell they can find. Wish I had my fish whistle. I got faith in you. I think we'll get back into them. We need to keep at it. They really like donuts. Oh, I bet they love sweets if they can get a hold of them. They'll eat bags of trash. They don't care. SoCal Outdoors says, you are trolling too fast. Contestant number 1, are we trolling too fast? No answer. Let's move on to contestant number 2. The SoCal Squid Special. Are we trolling too fast? Oh God, I'm staring at the glare of the sun on the water over there. Shit just burns your retina. Consensus says we could possibly be trolling too fast. We didn't get a whole lot of feedback though, so I don't know. Hey Lane, now I just wanted to launch for a few minutes on my new boat before taking it out in the morning. Damn, you tried to just dip her in and you got held on? That's some shit. That's some bad luck, Northwest. I think SoCal's trolling you. I tried. It was worth a shot, SoCal. It was worth a shot. Valiant effort. Too slow? 73TWK says we are trolling too slow. Our current speeds are 2 miles an hour, 2.1, 2.2. What do you think? How do you feel? Are we trolling too slow? Contestant number 1, our Berkley Dredger, yellow perch. Too slow? Should we bump her up a little bit? 2.4? 2.4. We'll see if they like 2.4. Any good snowboarding within driving distance from your house? Kelly, yeah, growing up, I used to, God, I love snowboarding. I would get a season pass and I would live on the goddamn mountain. I had a season bus pass and a season lift pass. And I spent every waking frickin' chance that I could up at the mountain. A lot of the back and shoulder problems and neck problems I have these days are from a couple of very bad snowboarding accidents that I had. Practicing for a snowboard competition one year, I dislocated my shoulder really bad. And it's had really long-term impacts. But yeah, there's a Showdown Ski Resort is about 90 minutes from where I live. That's up by White Sulphur Springs, Nyhart area. There's another one, I forget the name. It's been so many years since I've snowboarded. There's another one near Helena. There's kind of one up here in the Rocky Mountain front. I don't remember the names of any of them. There's Big Bull. There's some world-class snowboarding here in Montana. We get some excellent snow conditions. Beautiful powder here some years. Bridger Bowl, that's one of them. Are your lures skipping the top behind you? Yes means you're trolling too fast. That's the test, huh? Are they planing across the surface of the water? If so, you might be trolling too fast. If not, you're good. That's why one of these days I want to make, you guys ever been to Shields or North 40 or seen on YouTube people fishing with them giant ass, like, they're meant for display purposes, not for fishing. The giant Rapalas, you know, they're like, I don't know, 36 inches, about yay big around. They got treble hooks on them that are like, I don't even know what size, big enough to catch a jackrabbit with. I want to make a short, a parody of your trolling too fast video with us on like full plane, you know, going 25, 30, 35 miles an hour, just with a rope, because I can't do it with my fishing poles. It would bust my pole in half. But I want to get, you know, a rope, a cable, something secured to the side of the boat, pulling one of them big suckers at like, you know, 30 miles an hour. It just whoosh, 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 and reading the comment, you're trolling too fast, and turning around as it's skipping across the top of the water. No, I don't think we're trolling too fast. One of these days we'll make that video. I might make YouTube, or excuse me, AI. That's what we'll do. We'll do my rod avatar. We'll do a rod avatar AI video of you're trolling too fast with a 3-foot lure skipping across the water as we go 35 miles an hour. Great for white sharks. Oh yeah? They used to have crappie tournament on Lake Monroe around the same time. Squid is actually on will dive deeper the faster he trolls. Some lures are like that. You gotta troll them fast enough to get, the dive curve actually increases the faster until you get so fast, then the drag alone starts bringing it back up in the water. The Berkley dredgers are the same way. You don't get max dive depth on those. If you look at the dive curve, like the 25.5 footer, you don't get full dive depth on that unless you're doing like 2.2 or 2.4 miles an hour. So if you're trolling slower than that, it doesn't create enough drag to pull it down to full potential. If you're going faster than that, it actually starts lifting it back up in the water. So it really depends on what you're running. Winning first place was 10 pound for 5 fish. This is some good sized crappie. I shredded every bowl at Pacific Northwest from Mount Bachelor, Oregon to White's Pass, Washington. Nice. Yeah, Pacific Northwest has excellent snowboarding. Colorado, Wyoming, Washington, Idaho, Montana. I've never trolled, so I get an education here. Yeah, it's a different way to fish. A lot of people don't like it. I thoroughly enjoy it. A lot of people would rather spot lock and jig, and I do. Some days I don't feel like trolling, or the fish just aren't biting. But oftentimes I'm way more productive. I feel more comfortable. Over my lifetime, I've caught, over the last 4 or 5 years since I've owned the boat, I've caught a hell of a lot more fish trolling than I have any other method. And I like to fish new water bodies too, so it helps you explore and map and figure out where shit is. You can cover so much more water. And again, a fish like a pike, you get good bites off them because they're running. But if you've never tried it, it's fun. You don't need the specialized gear that I can have. You can take any rod that you would be casting with and run it out the side of your boat. You don't need the pole holders. You can hold it out the side of the boat. And in fact, oftentimes, holding it and working your rod, pumping it a little bit, letting it drop back, oftentimes can be the key on a slow day to getting a bite, especially if you're bottom bouncing, or again, the bite gets real finicky for no apparent reason. You know, tug, tug, tug. Just jerk it around a little bit, let it drop back in the water. All of those, you're imparting all sorts of weird actions to your lure, your presentation when you're doing that. And sometimes it can be just enough to get a pike that may have been following for the last quarter of a mile or a mile, because they will follow for an insane period of time. Sometimes just a little bite my shit action is all you need. That is copyrighted and trademarked, by the way. But they're not having it right now. We're moving back over into kind of the basin area where we've been catching today. So maybe we'll catch something. We're doing a little pass a little shallower than the last time we were here. We're at 28 to 32 foot, so kind of the minimum of where I comfortably troll this water wolf camera. There we go, there's some cloud. That's it. You know, you've seen the commercial, clap on, clap off, bite the goddamn lure. Now it's your turn for bite on. It's the rules, yo. Can't speak for freshwater, but saltwater water, we set the drag a little looser than we do fishing live baits from anchor or drift. Some species, it seems like a lighter drag will help you land more fish. Other species, it seems like you need a tighter drag. Kind of general rule of thumb for me is the faster you're trolling and the harder, you know, more bony or, you know, calcium gristle, you know, the stronger the jaws, the deeper that hook set needs to be, the better it is to have a stronger drag. When you're fishing for things like the rainbow trout, kokanee, things that have very soft lips, I tend to set my drag lighter than what I do when I'm pike fishing. Pike fishing and trolling in general, you want the fish to basically set the hook by itself. You don't want to have to pick up the pole and set the hook. Saltwater fishing may be different because a lot of those fish are probably super bony, and it doesn't matter how light or hard you set your drag, you probably have to get a good hook set. Evening bite should start happening. Let's hope so. Too tight, you break off. Too loose, you lose the fish. Same, a little bit loose, but tight enough that you get a good hook set, the boat set hook. Right, John. Yeah, and again, speed will play into that too. The faster you are, the more aggressively they strike, you know, you'll get better hook sets. But right now, we're on the lighter end of what I typically set. That's a little better. My damn shoe here. Before I trip over it and fall out of the boat. We don't have a leash for rod, so y'all would just sail off into the sunset and watch me float out here for a while. Hoping that the boat comes back. All right, there's another 90-degree turn from our buddy old pal here, Lowrance Recon. Those are fun. Saw people trolling in bass boats for it. You can troll in anything. People troll in the pedal kayaks. Any boat you can troll in. You can point her in a direction and hold, you know, even a moderately steady speed, you can troll. Yeah, SoCal, it's tough trolling in snaggy areas. That's like everybody keeps telling me, go up in like 8-10 foot of water here. And I try to explain to them that 8-10 foot of water here has bushes 5 feet and 8 feet tall underneath it, that it used to be underwater. So it's just snag central. You can still troll stuff like that. Usually you gotta troll pretty close to the surface. So instead of using leaded line or snap weights, you troll a spoon, you know, troll a spoon at just below the surface. You do still run the risk of snagging up though. There's no avoiding it. It's tricky trolling in terrain like that. Which is why you often don't see me doing it. Weed check. We could pull in. I don't think we have weeds. I just don't think we've been on the fish, but we'll do it just to satisfy your curiosity. This is our Berkley Dredger. Now we are funk hooked here. We might have been running funky down there. I don't know if I just did that reeling it in, but not a bad idea if you're not getting bit to bring it in. We did have our front hook hooked on our clip there, which does definitely make the lure action run a little funky. I don't know if it's been like that or if it kind of skipped across the water as I was dragging it in. Sometimes it'll flip it around and make it do that. All right, we'll let that keep going. We will check our other line over here. This is our squid. I get a lot of seaweed. Some water bodies, yeah. This water body later in the season gets a ton of floating weeds and debris. Last weekend and this weekend, it hasn't been bad, not at all. Nope, our squid is clean. I'm gonna check and see if our catch camera is still recording here. We are not. Our catch camera's off, so I am gonna remove it. We're up 75 foot on this. All right, so we have a little less than an hour of footage, a little Jimmy, and we have probably 2 hours of footage of our squid here. Ouch. This is a very tight snap lock. Oh God, come on. There we go. All right, we'll let this dry out before I pop it open. We'll bring it home tonight tomorrow night and review the catch cam footage. What do you guys think? Should we keep the squid out or should we try something new? Lure change, that's what I'm thinking. We could run something we've already run today. We could run something completely new. Squid on lead core? No, last time we did run it on lead core. This time, because I was running it with the catch cam, which weighs about 2 ounces, I skipped the lead core. The 2 ounces will drop down at the speeds we're doing. That gives us anywhere from somewhere around 15 foot of dive depth, plus the dive depth of the lure itself. So I didn't want it going too deep. Daredevil for pike, red and white. Youper, everybody always says that. We ran one last stream for 2 hours and didn't get touched on it. Silver black minnow. Sage, we can do that. You've been asking for that for a couple of streams now. Silver and black minnow. We have silver and black in a handful of different lures here, minnow style lures. Let me see what I can dig out here. We need to do some lure cleanup here too, honestly. We got too much shit out. Put away our stunner shad. Silver blue minnow. Silver black minnow. Silver blue, what the hell am I talking about? How about cotton cordell, redfin deep, silver and black minnow? I forget offhand how deep these dive. They're a fairly deep diver. I think that should fit the bill. What do you think of that one? Sage. It's a cotton cordell. It's called a redfin, a deep redfin. It's got a black top on it. Very shiny silver sides. It's got a little bit of pink underneath. And it has like a red and orange on the side. Perfect. I have a little silver and black Rapala. I can't remember the exact model, but it's got me a lot of brown trout. Silver black, always good reason. Silver gray. Okay. It's my favorite Smithwick. I might have a Smithwick Rogue in a similar color. Dude, hell yeah, put that baby on. I don't know if this one's ever seen the water. This may be the maiden voyage for this guy. I bought this one a while back. I don't know if I've ever actually run it. Cotton cordell are a newer brand to me. Somebody towards the tail end of last year was telling me that I had to pick up some Smithwicks. So I bought a whole variety of them. This one might have been in the water once. I don't think I've caught anything off of it, but I don't think I ran it for very long either. All right, let's give her some Diddy Earl over here. Potski fire gel and crawfish. We're just gonna give the nose a little dab, dab, dab. And as that's flowing through the water, it releases kind of an oily, aromatic film out into the water. But we'll run this straight braid. No no lead core or anything. All right, we got that one feeding out. Come on, you were feeding out. Lost the plot over here. Cotton cordell for me need to be tuned, has been my experience. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I haven't fished them a whole lot. I have quite a few of them these days. But that's a good point. And I fail to do that, and it always ends up biting me in the ass. Because sometimes out of the box they run perfect, other times lures, they walk really far to the right or the left, which can be handy sometimes. You can have lures that kind of plane themselves. All right, we're over. And we should be fine with our depth here. Can't smell as bad as dough piss. No, it does not, Youper. I've been a fan of the Cotton Cordell lipless crankbaits rattle trap for years. Okay. All right, 75 foot out. Drag set. Good to go. Talk now, voice later is happening. Okay, let me fix it. Thank you, Ted. All right, audio should be fixed. Dude, I just got a flashback of doe urine scent, little orange scent containers I hung up on high school while deer hunting. That trolling motor wags the dog. Yeah, it has a little bit of erratic behavior when you're doing contour following and don't have great contours written on the map yet. And that's exactly what's happened. I'm back from dead, my main man. What's up, Sebastian? Welcome, welcome. I had a bottle of doe piss leak in my backpack last season. I ended up throwing the backpack away. That reminds me, I was talking about it on one of our streams when I was younger. We used to, I've always loved to fish for catfish, and we used to make stink bait. And we would take like a ketchup bottle, you mash garlic and oil and liver and just bunch of bullshit. You sit her out in the sun and let it get rancid for like a month. Pop the cap closed, shake her up, and when you would go out catfishing, you just pop the cap and squirt a little bit on, you know, the worm or cut bait or whatever. It worked real well, but a buddy of mine, this is when I was in high school, he drove this little blue, no, it was I think it was a Nissan. No, a little Toyota. Just like one of those mini trucks. And he kept the goddamn squeezy bottle behind the seat in his truck. And the one time it spilt or the cap was on and the pressure from it burst. Long story short, the stink bait got all over on the carpet and, you know, underneath the back behind the seat. And for like the next 2 years of high school, that truck, anytime you got in it, that's all you smelled. Just stink bait, just rancid, putrid. So yeah, effective for catfish, but not a good idea to keep in your vehicle at all times. Kind of thruster using for trolling with the trolling motor. Tim, so it's the Lowrance Recon is, you can run it with either a 24 volt battery or a 36 volt. If you run it with a 24 volt, you're running it with up to 90 pounds of thrust. With a 36 volt, it runs up to 115 pounds of thrust. Both of which are extreme overkill for a 16-foot flat bottom aluminum john. There is a feature on it that's called boat scale, where you can dial down or up the size of your boat, and it basically tells the trolling motor, we're on a smaller boat, don't do such extreme corrections, or we're on a bigger boat, you need to put in extra duty to get the same response. And we've dialed it down to default -4 is where it's sitting at right now. It seems to have helped, but it does still get a little like a bucking bronco at sometimes. 808 Hawaiian, how's it, brother? Welcome 808. 3 people dead on Lake Geneva as a boat capsized from passing. Man, that stinks. That's awesome, technical setup. Yeah, it's a nice motor. It's really versatile. They're expensive, but again, it's one of the only ones on the market that has all the bells and whistles. The only thing that it doesn't have that some of the other ones have is auto deploy. This one you do have to step on the pedal and manually lift and drop it down. It's fairly easy to maneuver though. I'm still not great at it. I need a little bit more practice. Half the time I forget you got to step on the pedal. I'm a little slow sometimes. All right, 7-11. If the night bite is gonna happen, it should be picking up any time now. I don't know what the hell these fish want from us. Yeah, some water bodies get real sketchy with the bigger boats. They don't really, I don't know if they don't pay attention, they don't understand, or they just simply don't care how much they beat up all the smaller boats that they pass. I think a lot of them just don't care. Their boat's bigger than yours, so therefore they are more important, you know, that kind of thing. Doesn't have auto deploy, so you can't be a dickhead that spends extra 5 minutes at the boat ramp maneuvering your boat. No, you do have to. That's the only feature that it doesn't have. I'll show you guys when we get closer to the campsite. You just press a pedal and you lift up and slide it back. So it is manual deploy, but it's got every other bell and whistle on it. It would be nice though to just go boop and then you can walk the dog, walk your boat around. It would be my luck though that my boat would just wander off and say, fuck y'all, we're out. Slow night. Yeah, the bite has really been slow this evening. We had a really good start to the day, really awesome morning. So we may change up. Tomorrow morning we may fish pike, you know, till 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, and when the pike bite dies off, we might just immediately switch to, though the kokanee bite tends to be early too. That stinks. We'll run one pole for pike, one pole for kokanee tomorrow morning. But oftentimes the bite does come back here in the evening. We'll get a decent evening or dusk bite. Seen you catch like 7 fish. Yeah, we had, our first 7 fish came in the first 2.5, I think less than 3 hours. We've caught 1 in the whole rest of the day. It's not uncommon fishing for pike here though. The bite can be really hit and miss. And I've never, sometimes it's because the fish migrate. Sometimes you can find them again and get on them and they'll bite again for, you know, a few hours. Other times you just spend hours wandering around aimlessly trying to find a fish that'll bite again. They did, yep. Nicola, I'm from Italy. Welcome, Nicola. We're in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. We're out here fishing for northern pike today. Took your advice, spent an hour with her. I'm back. There you go, Mitch. Hopefully that calmed the situation a little bit. Probably not, but welcome back nonetheless. We get twice daily updates on the Mitchell Bailey saga. I think we're on episode like 19 now. I don't know how it's gonna end. Mitch might end up buried in the backyard. It's hard to say. Kind of a cliffhanger. So basically what you're telling us is that the bigger northern pike you ever caught was 10 inches. No, Ninja. 22 pounds, 22 and a half pounds, 42 inches. Biggest that I've ever caught out of here is 15 pounds, 38 inches. Biggest one that we've caught today is 24 and a quarter inches. Rod, you should see the tackle box I found at a garage sale. It was loaded, dude, 20 bucks. Really? I never do garage sales. I always hear about people finding good tackle at them, though. Safety meeting with fish whistles, very important, Jason. Thank you for bringing that up. It almost skipped my memory there. Safety meeting, y'all. Gather around, everybody get their fish whistles. Very important. When I was in college, I lived in Boise. The girl that I was dating, her sister's husband, so her brother-in-law, owned a painting company. He painted exterior and interior houses. And I'd ride to the job site with him, and he had his, truck and trailer that he'd pull behind, and he'd pull up to the job site and, safety meeting, everybody, come on, safety meeting. And we'd all pile into his little pull behind trailer and just hot box the shit out of it. Okay. My lines weren't always the straightest. I was a little slow at times, but I was safe. And that's what's important. I was safe. All right, that was pretty loud. Maybe a little too loud. Went to a yard sale in Whitefish, Montana one time, and there was an old dude that was having a garage sale, and I was hungover, and it was in his little tiny garage, and he had like 6 tackle box. Oh, nice. You have a lot of good rods. Voidcaster, they're pretty good. I like them. They're pretty economical. They're reliable. I haven't managed to bust a single one of them yet. Other than the fact I keep dropping them over the side of the boat, they're great. Okuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods, one-piece telescopic. We're running 2 different variants right now. The lead core lines I have on the longer rods, they're 8'6" that collapses down to 7'6". The straight braid lines I have actually on the smaller variant. It's I think it's a 7'6" that collapses down to 6'6". But they're excellent. I highly recommend anybody who's looking to get into trolling or trolls and is looking for a good, reliable rig that's versatile, that you can catch anything from smaller trout, perch, all the way up to salmon and big pike. These Okuma Okuma Classic Pro GLT planer board rods. But you got to make sure that there's a whole bunch of them. Look in the SKU, they're the dash PB for planer board, and make sure they're the one-piece telescopic, because they do make, there's like a dozen different variants of this rod that are on the market. I said to the guy how much. He goes, 20 bucks. Almost, dang. Yeah, that's just giving them away. Darn painters hung paper and painted for 22 years, just retired recently. Nice. Yeah, I sucked at it. He hated me. I mean, it always turned out well, the jobs that I would do, but I was just so slow at it. It drove him nuts. I worked on I was the only white dude on an all Mexican crew, and they were good. They were fast, and they did really excellent work. I did good work. I was just slow as shit. I'm over there, tongue half out of my mouth, trying to cut in a room. Just perfect, beautiful. And the dude who owned the company would come by like, no. He'd get me down, and he'd pick up the bush and slop, and he'd just, like one quick fluid motion and done. I'm like, I can't do that, bro. Like, it'll look like a toddler painted it. I can't do it. Needless to say, that I didn't last at that job very long. Use a rip pod, can switch pods, live rosin, resin. Interesting. I use St. Croix rods. I've never fished a St. Croix. I've never fished a Shimano either. He tested me one day on, because I was so slow at cutting shit in. He's like, all right, let's try you on the paint sprayer, see if you can do any better or faster with that. And oh my God, man. After a couple hours of that, man, you just get loopy. Got full on, you know, PPE, masks, ventilator, and it didn't matter how much protective gear. Especially like when we were doing baseboards and anything, you know, a lacquer and an enamel, the oil paints, the fumes from that shit. You just be walking around loopy all day. You get off shift and your head's just like, I can't do that shit. I was better at it, I was faster at it, but I told him you gotta find something else for me to do. I'm gonna come out of here talking like Mike Tyson after 6 months. Yeah, not my specialty. I definitely I found we moved through some different trades. Painting was not for me. I'm unsure where all the fish are, besides everywhere below us. Painters work until the blow is done. Get a stick pile of blow and then take a break and come back. I don't know, these guys were good. That always gave me shit though. There was one guy on the crew that could speak English and would translate. And he would always purposefully fuck up the translation of what other people were trying to tell me and what I was trying to tell them just because he thought it was funny. It made for a really awkward work environment. That's why I learned to hang vinyl and wall coverings. Okay. Yeah, I went to school for computer science and mathematics. I majored in computer science and minor in mathematics. I got out of college and then I ended up doing flooring installation for years. Great use of my education. It wasn't until I bounced around the country for the better part of a decade and then ended up in California that I actually got a job using the training that I learned in school. How many fish today? Dale, we've landed 8 northern pike so far today. We're looking for number 9 right now. She asked, is he still on? I said, all day tomorrow. She said, damn. Why don't you tell her to come hang out, Mitch? We'll dedicate a catch to her. We'll make it real sweet for her. Flooring is rough. Yeah, I'm not. Some people think on the camera here that I'm like a big dude. I'm not. Some people think I'm tall. I'm not. I'm skinny, I'm short, I'm small. I am not built for manual labor. But flooring installation was rough. A lot of what I did a lot of tile installation, subfloor installation, residential carpet, fuck that. I am not built to carry around hundreds or 1,000-pound freaking carpet rolls. That shit was so bad. I did lay carpet pad for quite a while. I was fast as shit at that, but I hated it. Did a little bit of commercial, like carpet tile work, stuff like that, glue down carpet. I never did vinyl, and no vinyl, no carpet. And no bathrooms. Any and all tile I laid went straight to the ground, not the walls, not the ceiling. Fuck that shit. No, some of them were illegals. Some of them were residents, but they were paid fairly well. They were all good dudes. But yeah, I'm much more suited to the technical side. Again, I've done well in development, programming, security, consulting. It interests me. I'm a nerd. I like tech. I like building things. Fish whistle juice. Don't forget about being fuels by fish whistle juice. 100%. Yeah, we've had that posted for quite a while. We can delete that. Oops, I meant to unpin it, not delete it. Dang it. Sorry, fishy things. Hopefully I didn't just accidentally ban him too. Nope, I didn't. There we go. Pinned a deleted message. That's nice. I don't know. What do you think, guys? I don't think there's any fish left in here. I don't know what happened. St. Croix and Shimano are my go-to. Nice. I've always fished with cheaper shit. Ugly stick all day long. I will fish ugly sticks. I have a whole assortment of them. Then again, I'm not a bass fisherman. It seems like the bass fishermen are all the ones that are super into expensive and fancy casting gear. I go with cheap and durable. I'm a DC on a Bass X. Nice. Were you fishing today? Yeah, Mark, we've been out here since 6 o'clock this morning. We caught 7 fish in the first 3 hours, and then we've spent the whole rest of the day catching 1, and we're looking for number 9 right now. We're looking for dinner at this point. 1 fish to harvest, to grill up. You know it, Rod. All that manual labor is considered skill with good place. I love heat, air. But growing up doing it, so it's just right for me. Yeah, again, I had shoulder injuries, back injuries, neck injuries from snowboarding when I was younger. I'm on the small side. Manual labor, while I do enjoy it from time to time, it's not for work. I get too beat up. I don't like I'm already sore every day. I don't like to be wore out and sore in like 9 billion different ways. Can't beat that lifetime, St. Croix. Oh, my rods take a beating sometimes. Nice. A few ugly sticks, bought a couple of Fenwick, St. Croix. Biggest walleye I ever caught was on a $10 beater my mom keeps around for guests to use. Way better than a string on a stick. 100% Sage. Sometimes you just use what you got. What the hell is that? Who did this to me? Why do I have... Is this another one of those things that I actually... No, somebody sent that. What even are these? Is that a piercing? What is that? The hell did somebody just send? Cat ears, burning 47. I haven't seen that one. Why are they pierced? K-Hod with the fire. K-Hod like the cat ears. See, there's 2 fat fish on the bottom right here. Those are good ones. $60 to replace. That's not bad. What lake are you on? Mark, we're on Pishkun Reservoir. It's north central Montana. It's just in the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front, about 20 miles outside of Shodo. Got that ugly stick. Dock runner is my favorite rod for sunfish. Yeah, I've never fished a dock runner. I've had a bunch of different ugly. I've fished a dock runner before. Get one for dinner. We're trying. Justin, we might have to keep the next one that we catch. Something just surfaced next to the boat again. I'm pretty sure these big fish that I keep seeing are trout. Not all of them have the giant kite, the big jaw like the first one that we saw today. But I've been seeing fairly frequently decent sized fish coming up and gulping shit off the surface. Yeah, we're running a black and silver, oh, what is it? The Deep Redfin by Cotton Cordell. No action on it yet, but how long are you fishing? It's 7:30 right now. Probably another couple hours before we pull in and get camp set up, or get a fire started rather. We're trying to catch one more fish for dinner, just a small one. We've been catching them all day, but we've been throwing them back because I didn't want to drag them around in the boat all day. So I usually try, if I'm going to keep something for dinner, I try and make it, you know, one of the last catches of the day. Unfortunately, Pishkun's being a pain in the ass and decided that our last fish of the day might have been the last one that we caught, not the one that we're looking for. We'll see. Is the family with you? No, I tried getting them to come along. The kiddo really wanted to come. And I think Mia did too. She didn't get everything packed and planned. And she didn't want to come out here for 2 days feeling like she forgot everything that she needed. So she asked to postpone until next weekend. She said she wants to maybe come for camping next weekend. So we will maybe do another camping stream next weekend. Catch some panfish. What lake are you on? Mark, this is Pishkun Reservoir. Are you fishing the river? No, this is an irrigation reservoir. We're in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains here. This is all mountain snow runoff, rain runoff. It's a pretty popular northern pike fishery. There's also Kokanee salmon in here, rainbow trout, yellow perch, Arctic grayling, and a handful of other things. You ever use Smithwick deep rogues for trolling? Silver, I've used them a handful. I think I'd have to dig through my boxes. I want to say I probably have 2 or 3 different variants of the Smithwick rogues. I think the one that I've fished the most, it's I forget what the hell they call it. It's like a white body and has a red head. And then I think it's got some red markings on the side of the face. And I've caught, not a lot, but a fair number of pike off of that one. I don't think I've caught anything else off of it, though. Off to watch some soccer. Was at the Australia-Egypt. Heck yeah, Sage. That's awesome. I haven't been to a live sporting event in so long. AC in Dallas Stadium for the win. Our rats, they aren't in those waters. No. Panfish are so good. The fillets are just perfect size for frying whole and eating the fish. Hey Rod, how we doing? Bill, we're doing awesome. We're getting a little toasty out here. I said like 2 or 3 times I needed to put on sunblock today, but then I didn't. Bite is slowed down. We're looking for the fish again. We just swapped up one of our baits a little bit ago. What is a grayling and why is it in Montana? And if it's from the Arctic. It's actually a native species here in Montana, I believe. They're of the same family. They're a salmonoid or a trout. Same that trout and salmon come from. If you've never seen one, Google it. They're a really plain-looking fish until you lift their fins. The dorsal fin on the top, it's just like dramatically large, and it's like almost like a peacock, just like super vibrant colored. I always call them Pokemon fish. They look fake. Super neat looking though. They can have some really cool colorings. They're in here. They're a really rare catch. There's a water body. So you have Pishkun Lake, Split Rock Lake or Split Rock Reservoir, and then you have Tunnel Lake. And Tunnel Lake has much more catchable, a bigger population of the Arctic grayling, and they have West Slope Yellowstone cutthroat trout, I think is what they're called. Weird lake. It's like a giant circle that just kind of goes down in a cone. I don't know what the hell formed it. It was some kind of drilling operation, but it's just a big round lake, like almost perfectly round, that goes down at a slope almost conical to like a center point. You can't fish it with a boat. You can only shore fish it or fish it with a kayak or a canoe. But it's a really weird lake. Catch them things. Would I work for them things? Ever caught a sculpin? I did at Ryan on accident one day. I accidentally scraped one off the bottom with a treble hook. I think I was running, it was either a spoon or a shallow diving crankbait, and I ended up with Rocky Mountain modeled sculpin. And man, that poor little guy looked like he had a rough life. His fins were all tattered. He looked real bad. And his bad day got worse when he met me. We stabbed him in the side. But yeah, I've only caught one, and it was completely accidental. I snagged it. It didn't get bit in the mouth. Burning with the star glasses. How are you still streaming? We do marathon streams on this channel. We typically stream from sun up to sundown, which depending on the time of the year here can be anywhere from 10 hours to 15 hours. I don't know about the white red lure, could be a couple things. Mirror lure makes 25-foot lure, that color I think is awesome. I changed it out with 30-foot tail dancer, same color. I have a couple of tail dancers. I don't know if I got the 30-foot. Let me see. Oh, in fact, let me see here. Smithwick. Now, I have a handful of the Smithwick Perfect 10s. Those are a recent acquisition. I have that one in like a fire perch. Good Lord, trolling motor. Fire perch and I don't know what the hell that one is, clown or water. I don't know what the fuck that one is. Those are Smithwick Perfect 10s. And I know I have some Smithwick Rogues in one of these boxes here. That's a Bandit. That's a Bomber. We'll mix that one. I have a couple of the Bomber long A's. We haven't run any of those. We might try one of those. Smithwick Rogue, what box are you in? I think the Smithwick Rogues I have are... No, that's a Cotton Cordell I'm thinking of. I don't think that was Smithwick. No, the one that I'm thinking of is the same lure that we have out right now. It's a redfin deep. That's the one I was thinking of. That's not a Smithwick Rogue. I do have some Rogues in one of my boxes somewhere, though. I know I do. Which box is a good question? I don't know. Shit, what did I do with them? Those are my original floaters. Those are Bandit Walleye Deeps. I swear to God, I have Smithwick Rogues in one of my boxes here. I have no idea which one, though. Stick baits when targeting pike. That red-white one looks just like my mirror lure I was talking about. Yeah, that one's the same lure that we have running out there, the silver and black one. That's just a different color. It's cut and cordell, what is it, the deep red fin. Burning scent, turn it up, let's go. I love DJ cats. Dang it, that's gonna bug me. They're in one of those boxes. We'll maybe we'll look for them a little later. I'm gonna bring, no, we're at 75. Let's try for the hell of it, 65. Just switch things up a little bit. And this guy we'll let's let that one out to 90. We'll switch things up a little bit. A little deeper on one, a little shallower on the other. Still doing a catch and cook. We're trying to find the fish. We're trying to catch the fish to cook now. We threw all the other ones back because they were all this morning. Most of our catches were at, 6, 7, and 8 this morning, and I didn't want to carry a fish around in the boat all day with us. We have hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes before sundown. We're headed in the general direction of the boat launch. Eight so far, 8 northern pike ranging from 16 inches up to a little over 24 inches. Lost a big muskie an hour ago on the purple squid. Dang, Bill, you got bit, huh? Heck yeah. We've caught 8 so far. This is north central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. Kind of in the foothills of the Rocky Mountain front here. Worst possible lure, what are you talking about? I was gonna say the same thing, throw the worst throw the worst possible lure. Okay, throw something dumb down, it'll catch us something. Maybe. Do some weed. We will do all the weed pre-COVID. Chicken, walleyes. No, there's northern pike, rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, yellow perch, and Arctic grayling, white sucker, common carp. We've mainly been targeting the pike today. Burning with the 6-7, thank you, Burning. Are you going to text camp? Little Jimmy is a dumb lure. Little Jimmy is a dumb lure. How long have we had this cotton cordell out here for? 45 minutes or so? Maybe we'll give it another 13 minutes. If something doesn't hit over here, we'll swap up again. Any bass? No, not in here. What's up, Rod from Valley Center, San Diego? Mr. Largemouth. What's up, Mr. Largemouth? Welcome to the stream. From your very warm location down there in Southern California. Come on, fish. One more. Oh, this wake is beating me up. Burning with 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, and a star. Let's go. Thank you, Burning. Must be some big mama pike in there with all that feeding for them. There are some really big. The biggest one I've ever landed and got my net measured and weighed was 15 pounds, 38 inches. There are much, much bigger pike in here though. The few that I've had on my line, unfortunately, got off before they wound up in the net. But yeah, that's why I come here, is usually to try and catch a new PB. To use trolling baits with rattles. A lot of baits have a built-in rattle. The squid here's got a decent rattle. The reef runners have a rattle. I mean, if you're talking about like rattle traps, I've tried trolling them. I've never had real great luck. But yeah, what do I have that has rattles in it? Back to the lure box. Yeah, so like the reef runners, the ones you can see through, have a little, good Lord, shaking around here. They have a little metal ball inside there. So all the reef runners have, a lot of lures have a built-in rattle to them. You just can't see it. I've never run this reef runner before. I forget what that pattern's called. Kind of like see-through pink and blue, and I'm trying to think what else I have that has rattles. Rattle traps, but normally they're lipless crankbaits. They're more for jigging. The Rapala gold miner is full of rattles. The scatter wrap tail dancer has internal rattles. We've got these other, I forget what the hell these are. Rapala. I don't know what the hell these ones are called. These little perch rapalas have a bunch of BBs inside of them too. A ton of my cranks have rattles in them. Never ran, that's the lucky one. You need Lowrant's active target. Yeah, that's about the only part of the Lowrant system I don't have. Ever try Bull Lake for pike? My buddy got a big one off the dock. Ryan, is that in Montana? I've never heard of Bull Lake. Just curious, no, I would not troll a rattle trap. We've got some reef runner rattlers and Smith with rattling rogues. I was just curious. Wouldn't be trolling with a rattle trap. They're great for power search bass this time of year. Okay, probably X-Trap. I have a handful of X-Traps. I don't have many X-Traps. Is that what this is? I thought the X-Traps, don't they have the little fuzzy tail on them? Or am I thinking of something different? I thought that was an X-Wrap. Is that not an X-Wrap? The ones with the little goofy tail on them? God, we should run that one. That one's spicy. I don't remember when I ran that one. She's all gooey. I thought that was an X-Wrap. It's not the same as that. Maybe it is. It's not. The one with the fuzzy tail is an X-Wrap. The little ones aren't. That's not an X-Wrap. I don't know what the hell that one is. It's also a Rapala, but that one doesn't have the fancy little tail on it. No, I think we won't do any more crankbaits. Let's run this one for a little bit. If this one doesn't produce, just for the hell of it, we're gonna either throw down our lake troll or our Dodger fly. Yep, the little one. You have to catch, I know we need to catch the next one, Mia. Welcome back. We're trying to catch dinner. We've thrown dinner back 8 times today. Now we need one that counts. We actually need dinner. Let's get a couple of things put away here. Dodger fly, try it, get some trout. Be the annoying person and tell you the mic is getting out of sync. Thank you, Silver. All right, we're good. I think. Mia, yeah, we've run the squid twice today. Squid's been out a total of somewhere around 4 hours today, and we didn't have a single bite off of it. We ran it for a little while this morning, and we just actually took it out a little bit ago. No squid love today. Any day now, fishies. All right, let's go to the other extreme. Let's go down to 1.5 miles an hour. Let's do just a stupid slow troll for the next 5 minutes. Let's see if a really slow troll will maybe pull something. What time is it? No, we'll do that. Let's get our something else on the line over here. Sometimes the slow troll does it. Usually not, but we'll switch things up a little bit here. Let's tip this guy with a crawler. We're gonna run our Dodger fly for a little bit. All right, so we're switching to a spade Dodger, kind of a moon jelly and orange, about a 12-inch leader. We have a swivel and it's like a unicorn, a pink and white and kind of silvery fly, tipped with a crawler. We're gonna let this out, let's say 75 foot, and then we will throw a snap weight on there. No, we'll do 30 foot. 30 foot, 2-ounce snap weight. All right, we'll do a 2-ounce snap weight, and then we'll let out another. 60 foot or so. See if that'll maybe get us something. Blue flies, I've never seen anything like that. It looks like what we use as a teaser for a flounder and sea bass. Yeah, so the Dodgers, if you guys have never fished with those, it's kind of like a spoon, but it doesn't have a hook on it. It's just, it floats back and forth. And it flashes, it colors, so it acts as an attractant, but then you run a short leader off of it. Usually 2 to 3 times the length of your Dodger is a pretty good rough estimate. And then whatever you run at the end gets the action from the Dodger swooping back and forth. So instead of your fly just being drug straight through the water, it flips and flails behind the Dodger. So you get a little bit of fluffiness to it and more erratic movement to it. Can I see the snap weight? Yeah, these are just, I have a bunch of different kinds. These particular ones are, I think I got them from Shields Outfitters. They're just a very generic. It's a 2 ounce. I have 2 ounce, 3 ounce, 4 ounce, 5 ounce, and I think I have 6 ounce snap weights. I have some that are this style that are just kind of like the teardrop. I don't know what kind of you call that, but it's just got a, you put it on the line, braid line, mono, fluoro, and then you snap it shut, and it just hangs on the line. And they're like basically like mini little, what the hell are they called? Good Lord. They're just little weights. They bring your weight or your line down in the water. But those were 2 ounce. That's a 4 ounce. For every 1 ounce of lead you add, you get somewhere around 10 foot of dive depth. So a 2 ounce weight will get you, somewhere around 20 foot of dive depth. Cool. I also use, there's other ones that are more aerodynamic. These are called a dolphin. This is a 1 ounce weight. And this one's just a little spring-loaded clip. And again, they make these in 1 ounce, 2 ounce, 3 ounce, 4 ounce. Downrigger, that's the word I'm trying to think of. They're like a clip-on poor man's downrigger. Anything more than 5-6 ounces is pretty much too much weight to really snap on your lines. But if you're only needing to get down 10, 20, 30 foot, snap weights can be really effective. Looks like a fat goldfish, can't remember what they're called. They have tails to keep it in line. Yeah, kind of like what I just showed you. And these ones aren't dolphins. The dolphins are, oh, I have some of those too. Let me see. Oh, why is never shipped where there it is. Yeah, these are the dolphins. This is the other one I'm thinking of. These are similar. These are called a tadpole, and they make these in small, like medium, large, and extra large. And this is the extra large, the dig deeper. This one, I think, it's equivalent to like a 3 or a 4 ounce, I think. But again, it planes better. It doesn't create as much drag. There's a whole bunch of different variants. Dude, what you just showed is what I run. The dolphins. Yeah, I have those. I don't have as many of these. I don't have the whole set. I think I only have like the 1 ounce and 2 ounce of these. The bigger ones, the 3 ounce, the 4 ounce, the 5 ounce are all the generic ones, or then again I have the more intricate, the black ones that I just showed you. Heck no, North, we cannot get a fish to bite to save our life right now. Larry the lobster hits the weights all the time. It's to push the lure down. Yeah, so when you're running multiple rods, or again, when you have a presentation, like the Dodger fly that we're running, if we didn't put anything on there, that would probably run within the top 1 to 3 feet of the water column. And if you're going too fast, it's just gonna skim across the surface. So to be able to target a fish that's 10 foot deep or 15 or 20 foot deep, you could just use snap weights. You let out 30, 40 foot of line, clip on, and then you drop it another 30, 40 foot. And it just brings that whole rigging down in the water column so you're not skipping across the surface. Similar concept to running lead core line or a sliding sinker, or sometimes people will troll with like a 3-way swivel. One has a drop of a light fluoro or mono leader with a weight attached to it. So if you do get hung up, it's just snap it and you keep your main line, and then off the other swivel you run, a leader and whatever your presentation is. There's so many different ways to troll and get down. The tadpoles, we use them. Why don't you fish those glide baits, those big glide baits that swim, and a big motion swim baits? Oh, all right, wind. I don't have really any, I guess I do have some glide baits. I have like the line through, oh, what the hell are they? I forget what they're called. The main reason, I have a whole bunch. I probably have $500 worth of bulldogs and the line through 3D baits. I preserve their use primarily for muskie, when I'm tiger muskie fishing. They are really cool, they're really expensive, and almost all of them are the most fragile pieces of shit you will ever own. They fall apart after you catch a couple of fish on them. So unless you're willing to, go buy a new lure for every 2-3 fish you catch, they stay in the package. I bust them out when I'm tiger muskie fishing because I'm willing to spend $50 to catch a 50, inch tiger muskie. I'm not willing to spend $50 a bait for these 18-inch pike to tear it up all day. At least that's my luck with them. Everyone, I have a whole stack of them at home that are torn off. The tail's torn off. They're got a tear in the side, so they don't swim right anymore. I got a line through rainbow trout. It's rubber, like 10 inches long, was $30. Yeah, some of them are $30, some of them are $50, some of them are like $100. But the one thing that they almost all share in common is they fall apart after you catch a fish or two on them. At least that's been my experience. I'll show you my graveyard one of these days of ridiculously expensive swim baits and rubber baits, latex baits that look real cool and would probably eventually catch something really big that have just been torn up or degraded, broken to the point where they just don't run right anymore. Savage Gear, yeah, the Savage Gear 3D lures. I have a handful of Perch ones, I think. And I've run them, the one I ran, I think, 15 minutes. I caught one fish on it, and it got a big split across the cheek, and it exposed like the plastic, because it's rubber over a shell, a lot of them. And it started falling apart. It doesn't swim anymore. I've got 2 or 3 bulldogs that, 2, 3 pike, and the tail, you know, half the back end is ripped and torn on them. Again, it doesn't swim right anymore because we caught one too many fish off of it. And by one too many, a lot of times it's one. They look great. I'm sure they can catch some hogs, but they're expensive and way too fragile for my liking. Whisker Bent, what's up, Whisker Bent Riverbound with the high five? I haven't used them but one time. Savage Gear's got a big elite eel too. Hello, Rod. How you doing, Whisker Bent? Super glue fixes them right up. Maybe. You shouldn't have to for that kind of money. Look, they would work good, but won't last. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's part of the marketing ploy that a lot of the bait companies make shit with, you know, less than durable plastics because they know they catch well and that people will keep buying them, or if it's, you know, the harder, denser plastics don't work right for that particular application. I don't know what it is. All I know is I've blown a whole bunch of money on them, and while they look cool, I break every damn one of them almost the first time I try it. I've got a whole tote under the bow here of similar baits that are just in their package. They're either, you know, once used, twice used, or never used, because I have duplicates of most of them sitting in the junk pile at home because they need to be repaired or rebuilt. How long ago was the last fish just got off work? Logan, it's been a while. 3 hours, probably 5 o'clock. I think we caught our last one. We have about an hour or so before I think we're gonna dock up. We're trying to catch one last fish so we can have a pike dinner. I was gonna do a catch, clean, and cook. Expected that the bite, we would have at least something for the night bite. Another fish just surfaced right next to the boat. Those are definitely trout. It makes me almost want to take off this 2-ounce weight and throw like a 1/2 ounce on there and just get this just subsurface so it's not skipping across the top. Kind of like gulp minnows. Cost more to use gulp minnows than real ones when the crappie bite's on. Right. They fall apart under any, you know, real usage. I don't know, maybe it's just my bad luck. Maybe other people find them more durable. I've not been so lucky, unfortunately. Stop talking like you'll end empty. You definitely will be catching dinner. We should be. We're coming up on camp here real quick. We'll just catch a fish real quick and then we'll pull in. Dinner is gonna be served here momentarily. Uno momento, por favor. Muskie in there? No. Northern pike, kokanee salmon, rainbow trout, yellow perch are the primary species in here. Keepers always come after a few hours and no bites. Sometimes. I don't know about always, but I don't know, six of the 8 fish today would have been perfect for what we're looking for. The 16-incher was a little bit small. The 24 1/4 incher was probably closer to 4 pounds. So again, on the big side of what I would normally keep. The other 6 we caught were all right there in that 2 to 3 pound range, 18 to 22 inches. But we do have all day tomorrow to fish as well. We're gonna camp out here tonight. We'll get a fire going. I guess I could keep the stream going. We could instead of wasting my DeWalt batteries, what I could do is actually hook the Starlink up to the truck and just run the truck for a while. We'll burn a few gallons of gas, but whatever. I do also have another AGM battery in a battery case that I've been using to charge phones and random stuff. I forgot my other Starlink cable that's just a USB-C to the Starlink. In fact, I might have one in the truck now that I think about it. I gotta check for that. We could do that. Biggest out of there, Logan. Last year I caught a new PB from or a new lake record from here for me. It was around 15 pounds, 38 inches. I've been out fishing, so I haven't been watching the stream. You caught anything else since this morning? One more, Cam. We had 7 this morning. And we had 1 a couple hours ago. The biggest of the day was a few hours ago. Please do that. Sweet bro, keep getting on them. Yeah, we're trying. We just I don't know. We're still running our Berkley Dredger here. This is the one that's caught every fish we've caught today. It's been silent for a few hours now. We just threw out a Dodger fly combo with a snap weight on it to see if maybe we could get a kokanee salmon or a rainbow to bite at it. The pike are quite likely to bite at it as well, so. We're gonna bring this fire up. We're too deep. Let's fish just subsurface for these trout. We might be in kokanee territory with trout, so probably not big enough. We're going slow enough right now that I could probably. Let's run this just subsurface. Let's try that. I have not really fished subsurface at all today. We're going slow enough that we should be able to keep it under the surface without. Maybe that's the ticket. We'll go super shallow. That's where we've been seeing the big trout surfacing, gulping shit off the surface. So a fly should run. That should be a good potential attractant for them. Kokanee here in Oregon only get to be 1 pound on average. How big are they down there? Cam man. So this particular water body, they get to be 2, 3, 4 pounds. 20 plus inches. There's another water body that we fish fairly reservoir. They get bigger there, 4 to 6 pounds. Every once in a while, you'll hear somebody pulling a 7-pounder out. I think we've caught three 18 to 20 inches so far this year out of Holter. I haven't managed to catch any out of here. They're in here, but they're I haven't figured out where the best spot to fish for is at. There's a deeper portion. There's like a 80 to 90 foot basin kind of in the northeast corner over here. And oftentimes when you do go over it, you will see fish suspended quite deep there. Sometimes 40, 50, 60 foot, sometimes, all the way on the bottom. And I've always assumed those were kokanee. I've never managed to catch one out of here. I see them from time to time on our water wolf camera footage. 1 pound. Yeah, a lot of the kokanee fisheries around here, they don't get of any real size. They're quite readily stocked, plentifully stocked in a lot of water bodies. But a lot of what you catch are, those yearlings, 2 years old. They're just, little 10 inches, 12 inches, less than a pound. Holter has been producing some really nice ones, and I know there's fat ones in here. Are they good eating? They're great. Yeah, a lot of most of the ones that kokanee that I caught in the past, I ended up a buddy of mine, his dad smokes them. They're good eating fish though. Not my favorite, but they're really good smoke. I'm more so a fan of catching them. They're an absolutely gorgeous fish. When they're not spawning, they're like just a vibrant silver, and then they have kind of like a trout, a darker back on them, greenish, bluish, oftentimes some dark speckles. Really, really pretty fish. A lot of people refer to them as a silver trout. But when they're spawning, they completely change. They go from that plain silver to like a vibrant ruby red, orange. The males like trout get the big old kype, the hooked, toothy jaw. Even the females, I think, change color. And again, they get that red, orange hue to them. Really, really pretty fish. Almost like a mix between a rainbow and a coho. Well, it's kokanee salmon is a freshwater version, a landlocked version of a sockeye salmon. See if we can catch yellow perch. My spinner rod to jig for them is sitting at our truck over here or at our camp. Yeah, and the kokanee, they're really like a orangish reddish flesh when you open them up, almost like a grapefruit. Come on, fish. What do you have on tonight? William, so the rod that you guys see right here is running our Berkley Dredger in yellow perch color. It's a medium depth diver, 14.5 foot, I think it's rated for. We're running that on 2.5 colors of lead core. That's what's caught all of our fish today. On the other rod, we just switched to a different rig here recently. We're running a silver and moonshine spade dodger, a fluorocarbon leader, and a trolling fly tipped with a nightcrawler. And we're running that one just subsurface. That one runs maybe 1 to 3 feet below the surface. God, we're going right into the sun here. Biggest fish you ever caught? Caught, landed, measured, weighed, pictures is a 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern pike. The biggest fish that I've had on shore but couldn't keep on shore or get in the net was an almost 50-pound carp. This particular water body, the biggest pike that I've caught is about 15 pounds, 38 inches. There are much bigger in here though. Oh, come on. Man, we had such a great start to the day today. And then it just turned off. Our bite just gone. Always drives me nuts when I lose the bite like that. I know they're in here still. I know there's still some biting. I don't know. We never really did go back super shallow. We honestly should. In fact, let's do that. For our last little bit of trolling, let's get out of the deeper water here. We're gonna set our depth, min depth to 0.17. Max depth to 0.20. Okay. We're gonna bump on our outboard here and move to that depth. Oh, come on. Sunset bite coming. Need a wakeboard, speedboat on that glass. Yeah, the wind died off. We're not quite at glass, but it is pretty calm right now. So we're just adjusting our depth. We're gonna try our last pass here. A fairly shallow pass. All right, we're back in shallower water. It's 8:32. Let's give it another, I don't know, 45 minutes or so. Half hour, 45 minutes. See if we can catch one last fish. I am him. What are you fishing for? We're targeting northern pike and rainbow trout right now. We've landed eight northern pike so far today. Mason Bennett, welcome to the stream. Fishing with the Rivers sent the eagle. Thank you, Rivers. Need to record. I read that. Been a while since I've been on here. Looks peaceful, brother. I'm out Saturday after some bass. I'm based in the UK. Nice, Christopher. Welcome back. What kind of bass are you targeting? Largemouth, smallmouth? Mason Bennett said hi. What's up, Mason? Welcome back. Oh, my kid, you would like this? Yeah, Ryan. Even live since I woke up. How many catches? For sure, Rosie. Yeah, we started streaming this morning at right around 6 a.m. We've landed 8 pike. We landed 7 of them within the first 2 to 3 hours. And it's been a struggle all day ever since. We had a really good morning bite, but it kind of petered off. Pike went to their waterbed. Probably JB Joe. We're just trolling though. We're not doing any casting in shallows right now. We'll probably throw a line in once we dock up. Too hot here in Ohio. Wanted to catfish tonight. Started pouring. Oh dang, that's a shame. We luckily avoided the rain here today. A little bit of wind, not too bad. About an hour away from Clarion. What's up, Real Outdoors 42? Welcome, welcome. Grew up in Kenmore. Huh? Gotta charge my mic. All right, we got a fresh mic. How's the fishing? We've had a good day Here we've landed 8 pike. Really good bite this morning, but the bite kind of died off once the sun came out and started getting crazy. Fasho with 39, 41, 43, 44, 45, 46, with a whole lot of 100s. Thank you, Fasho. Just took a nap. Hopefully the fish wake up soon. Damn straight. I'm down at Kentucky Lake this weekend. I've never fished it yet. 6,800, 7,100, 72. He's going for the longest streak here ever. I don't think I've ever seen somebody streak in my room. 82. Restarted 95, 96, 98, 100. 100 100s. That is 10,000. That's crazy. I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. On fire 101, 100. Heck yeah. Come on, one more fishy. Let's do this. Don't be shy. We just need one more. Deer Creek and Alliance past Canton's. Nice for straight bass. Yeah, I've never caught a straight bass. We don't have them here in central or western Montana. I go to Salt Fork. Any day now. Dinner fish. Come on. Dinner fish. We need one dinner fish. Greetings from El Salvador. What's up, Valent Rossi? Welcome to the stream. We're in central Montana here, fishing for northern pike at Pishkun Reservoir. Welcome back, Justin. I want to fish the power plant that they got caged off in Barberton past Lake Anna. They always fence off the good stuff, right? Literally gatekeeping the good spot. Go to jail if you get caught there. Starting to see some more top water, some little bites. Not seeing those big gulpers that we were earlier yet. what lake next weekend? I'm not sure yet. I need to, oh, there's a good sized fish that just surfaced. I need to talk to Mia and see, a lot of it's going to depend on weather. We'll see. I don't know if we'll be back here, if she'll want to do Holter, if we want to try Francis, maybe somewhere over in western Montana. I would love to go fish for some lake trout. We also could do maybe a bank fishing stream from somewhere too if she doesn't want to take the boat out. We'll see. Might take one last hurrah at catfish and sturgeon fishing for the year. Y'all should be members. The Rod Squad is getting pretty big. We got a whole bunch of new members today. Are there sturgeon near you? For sure, yeah, so about, a little less than an hour drive from where I live is Loma, Montana. There's the Teton River that flows into the Marias, and then the Marias there shortly after flows into the Missouri. So it's just that general area of Loma. There's 3 separate rivers that are combining, and that whole area are typically quite good for channel cat fishing as well as shovel-nose sturgeon fishing. We fished from there a few weeks ago. We didn't get any sturgeon, though I do think we had one on the line. We managed to catch three channel cats ranging from 2-3 pounds up to almost 10 pounds. No, we didn't. I had one on the line that got us wrapped around something. I'm almost positive it was a sturgeon. It didn't feel quite like a catfish. But it, after being on the line for a short while, got us snagged up, and I tried for, the better part of probably 20 minutes getting it unsnagged. I ended up walking it around and got up on the bridge and was trying to yank from the other direction, and it's just so snaggy where we were fishing. So unfortunately we did lose that one. Looks really calm, plus clear skies now. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. It's gonna be a really nice night out here. What are you going for? RR2E, we've been fishing for northern pike most of the day. We did just put on a second rod with a dodger, like a silver and moon jelly spade dodger with a trolling fly tipped with a night crawler. So that one's running just subsurface. The pole that's been catching everything has been our Berkley Dredger and yellow perch. Almost all of our catches and bites have been off that one lure. .72 feels like 61, gusts 11.1. Yeah, it's really common down here. Is it in the 70s? Yeah, about the weather forecast there says 72. Wind's blowing, there's a little bit of cloud cover, so it feels like it's low 60s. That's pretty nice. 72 in Helena. Okay. Did it rain at all in Helena today? So many of the places that I was looking at to come today were showing hours of potential thunderstorms and rain. And we spent last weekend getting soggy. I didn't feel like getting soggy again this weekend. I just fed all the kittens about $5 in wet food. Rod takes a vacation. Come pick up some of these. I don't need any more damn cats. Not a chance in hell, Silver. No rain? See, you can't trust the damn forecast. But the time that I'm like, Ah, the forecast is gonna be wrong. It ain't gonna rain. I'm gonna get out there and it's gonna be torrential downpour all day. Drives me nuts. No, I love cats to death. I really do. They're funny and interesting and super affectionate creatures, but no. I have, at this point, I've acquired 6 indoor cats. One of them is mama, 4 of them are babies, and one of them was a stray that I took in while I was in California. And then since then, after I moved here, I've now acquired 2 more that are my basement cats. They live outside and inside. I just feed them and give them lots of scritchies. I've stepped on enough cat puke piles for about 10 lifetimes. Every piece of furniture I own is turned into a scratching post. If you look at the cats or upset them, one of them might come and pee on your pillow just to let you know how they feel. It's like their version of a Yelp review. They're freaking ornery ass little buttheads. But about the time they do something that makes you want to murder them, they do something so cute that you can't help but forgive them. I hate the damn things. It's a love-hate relationship. How many indoor cats? So 6 that are indoor. I took in, when I lived in California, I had a pool table in my garage, and I'd leave the garage door cracked to get some airflow. I would leave my back door open, and I'd just chill out in the garage and smoke and shoot pool and listen to music. And one day, this little cute black cat, I don't know, maybe less than a year old, she was still a kitten. She'd just wander into the garage like she owned the place. And she'd hang out, and I'd pet her, and I started feeding her. And then after a while, I'm like, dang, man, you're getting fat. Like, I gotta stop feeding you so much. So I cut her food way back, and she just kept getting fatter and fatter and fatter. I'm like, good God. I'm like Googling weird diseases that make cats bloat and turn into a balloon. And I'm just naive. It took me the longest time to realize I'm an idiot, that she's getting bigger and bigger because she's pregnant. I'm all looking up these weird diseases that cause cats to blow up like balloons, thinking something's wrong with her. So then I felt like a real asshole because I stopped feeding her. But at that point, I'm like, you're living out in my backyard in the bushes. I'm not about to have bush babies out there. So she then became an indoor kitty. And I got all the babies spayed and neutered, and I tried giving them away. And man, after bottle feeding that many kittens for that long, it's hard to part with them. But I did end up giving 3 of them away. 2 of them came back. Somebody a few months after I gave them away were like, yo, we're moving. We can't keep the cats where we're going. Do you want me just to drop them off at the shelter, or do you want them back? I'm like, I hate you. I hate you so much. So I took them back, and we ended up keeping them. So there's the one mama, the 4 babies, and then again, there was another bush baby living out in the damn yard. And I spent 6 months trying to pet this damn cat, feeding her and talking to her. She'd sit down and she'd chill. She just wouldn't let me touch her. And one day, out of nowhere, she came and she just brushed up against me and just turned into a puddle. Just purring, absolutely loved pet. She went from a completely feral cat to just 100% trust. And she's one of the weirdest, most unique cats I've ever been around. But then, yeah, so we have 2 more outdoor cats here. All right, it's 8:53. We're gonna turn back on the trolling motor. I'm gonna get a little bit of juice back in the system here. Charge our batteries up a little bit before we park for the night. Maybe we'll end up with a fish on our way back. Maybe we won't, we'll see. Just caught 2 cats at a dome. Nice, Kepler. I wish I could have a cat, but I live in an apartment with no pets. It's tough, tough to be a pet owner if you don't own your house. Not a good idea to get pets if you rent, because a lot of landlords aren't going to allow them, and it's really going to complicate your ability to move around. I lived in Los Angeles, San Francisco, then moved back to Helena to be with my lady of my dreams. Nice, Sam. Is Montana windy? Yes, it is a very windy place. I felt like a butthead bass. Are you sleeping in a tent? Yeah, Justin, we have a tent set up. We're gonna troll back towards the campsite here. Hopefully we can get a fish on the way. If we don't, we'll have to postpone our catch and cook to the next camping trip. We'll just cook up some bacon and eggs. Got an alternator. Yeah, the alternator, the rectifier, we'll put a little bit of juice back into our system here. It's not a lot of charge, but oh, I told you guys, if you're still around, Silver, I think it was, I'll show you how we pull up our trolling motor here. So you press the button, it turns into position, and you just pull back. It comes out of the water, and then once it's back, you slide it. It's hard to do with one hand. Oh. And it just locks in. Much easier to do with 2 hands. But that's it. That's the one feature that the trolling motor doesn't have, is auto store and deploy. Yeah, it's a stator rectifier. A stator and a rectifier. So the rectifier puts out, it's not a whole lot, it's like at almost wide open throttle, I believe it puts out a charge of somewhere around 6 amps. But running it above idle for a short while, you will see I have a voltage meter for my crank battery and my house battery, and we have an automatic charge relay hooked up, so any juice from either the solar panels or from running the outboard gets pushed back into both batteries. It charges primarily the house battery to start. Once the house battery gets over 13 volts, the ACR kicks in and combines them, and then the rectifier pushes, or excuse me, the statifier pushes voltage into the pair of them, so you get into both. Deep cycle, they're AGM batteries, glass mat batteries. I had to bottle feed them, I don't know how long. I've never had kids, but it was annoying. Anyway, it brings full-grown squirrels to the back deck, and I'm not gonna lie, I've eaten too. Yeah, so but one of my outdoor cats, his name's, he started out as a stray cat eating at my mom's house. Both of them did. But they ended up migrating over to my yard, and I started feeding them. But their names were Fred and Splotchy. One of them's an orange, like an orange tabby male, and the other one's a tortie. So they're like the orange, the brown, the tan. But anyways, I've renamed them. He is Mr. Squisherton, and she is no longer Splotchy. She's now Sassafras or Sassmaster 3000. But he is the hunter. That cat brings back, he's a gopher killing machine. I have ground squirrels, gophers. They just tear the shit out of my yard, dig holes all over the place. But he gets so proud. He catches them and he brings them home, and he usually brings them home still half alive, and it is just the absolute worst. Because they play with them, they torture them, and then they'll crunch, 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 and they bite and they kill it. And he'll eat pieces and parts of it, but he brings gifts to me. Birds, bats. He's been catching bats, gophers. Sassafras, she just catches bugs. She's not too interested in the treasures, the creatures that he brings home. But he does it. It's a thank you. He brings gifts. I feed him. He brings it to feed me. When I don't eat it, yeah, he'll crunch them up. But yeah, they're weird cats. Macrod. We're going pretty fast. I'm going 4 miles an hour right now. So we have a pretty good bend and bounce on the rod right now. I'm trying to get some juice. I'm trying to get enough pushed back into the system to where the ACR clicks and it's pushing to both of them. We'll run for another 10 minutes or so, just trying to get a bit of juice in the system here. We've been running on the trolling motor all day, which means that our graphs have been just eating our house battery alive. And I'm planning on trying to do another marathon stream tomorrow. I would like to try. So I'm just trying to top these batteries off a little bit before we park the boat. I don't like starting the day with low battery. No, we haven't caught anything else yet. Do the cats eat the squirrels too? I'm sure they do. Oftentimes he'll leave a skull or parts of the skull, and one of the organs, I don't know if it's the liver or the kidneys, one of the organs he always leaves. I'm assuming it's the liver. Been 100 the last couple of days. Went fishing in it, was miserable. Dang, Brandon. Yeah, it can be pretty miserable trying to fish in hot weather like that. Cat will bring you dead mice, birds. Yeah, he brings gifts. I just hate it because half the time I don't catch him before he gets it inside. The last gopher that he brought was half alive. He brought it in the house. He let it go. It was like running around. I'm trying to catch it or get him to catch it and tried to shoo them outside. And he doesn't understand. He's like, well, why don't you like my gift? I got it for you. I'm like, get it the fuck out of the house, dude. What are you trolling for? Northern pike. We're on a bit of a fast troll right now. We are trying to put a little juice in the batteries here before we park the boat for the night. We're gonna go get a campfire started. I am hungry. I have been on the boat since 6 a.m. and haven't eaten anything. We were trying to catch one more pike so I could do a catch and cook tonight, but we haven't managed to catch anything. Not for a few hours. Friend's cat brought a huge dead snake before. Oh yeah, he's brought snakes. How fast are you trolling? We're about 4 miles an hour right now. Primarily trying to push some charge. The higher throttle that I have on my outboard here, the more juice the stator and rectifier put out to help put a charge back into our system here. I think our ACR, our automatic charge relay, just kicked in and combined the two batteries. So we're at or about 13 volts. We're gonna run it for a few more minutes, just try and get these to a healthy state before we park it. I don't wanna park them with a partially dead or a degraded battery. So musky fishing, basically. I've caught them here trolling up to 5 miles an hour. Just as a joke, I've power trolled. I usually for pike 2.7 to 3. Every once in a while 3.2 because there's always some variance. But yeah, they'll bite. They're not shy. Our Dodger and our Fly are just skipping across the surface out here. But there is also I've heard that trout will bite on a fast troll of a fly dragging across the surface. We're at 13:02, 13:07. Time is it? 9:04. We'll run for one more minute. We'll do one more loop around here and then I'll get our rigs in. Rod, I've seen people power troll musky baits 15 feet. Oh yeah. It's more effective typically in the warmer seasons, at least in my experience, running in the prop wash. But yeah, the pike and muskie, you gotta remember that they are, in their world, they are the biggest predator in almost any water body they live in. So any kind of commotion, they go to investigate. So a boat zipping by doesn't scare them in most cases. They're gonna come check it out. If you watch your down scan, oftentimes you'll see shit come right off of the bottom and come up to check out the boat. Oftentimes you'll see them dip back down. But yeah, it can be a crazy way to fish, but it is effective, or can be. ESW, we're in central Montana. This is Pishkun Reservoir. I know you gotta be tired out in the sun all day. Yeah, I slept for 2 hours this morning. I fell asleep at about 2 a.m., woke up a little bit after 4 a.m. We had the boat in the water by 6 a.m. And I've been out here trolling 6 a.m. It's now 9:06, so we've been out here on the water for 15 hours today. 6 to 6 is 12, plus 3, yep, 15 hours today. That's fun though, I have a blast out here. Coho will take a fly off the surface, so much fun. Oh yeah? Yeah, I've not trolled with a fly a lot. It's kind of a new technique that I've been learning about. I have trolled a couple of times fishing for lake trout, like a flasher fly combo. It's different than the Dodger fly. The fly is, you know, more like a bucktail rather than a big frizzy streamer. All right, we're gonna pull in our rods. We'll get moved over to camp and I'm gonna cook some eggs and bacon. Get something in my belly here. We'll see if we can get a rod or two in the water. Maybe we'll catch something from the shore. Watch, while we're cooking eggs and bacon, we'll catch a pike from shore. We'll see. But thank y'all for coming and hanging out and fishing with us today. We're not going to end the stream yet. I think we might have an interruption when I switch the Starlink from the boat over to my truck. But we're going to try and conserve these DeWalt batteries for tomorrow's stream. So we'll burn a little bit of gas in the truck instead. All right, we're over here. All right, actually I'm gonna do a couple of minutes of higher throttle. Let's burn off our spark plugs. Top off our batteries here. All right, there we go. Consistent, same as last weekend. Yep. Like I said, this water body, the fishing improves the later in the season you get. We're at kind of the early part of the season where they're starting to bite. Here by the end of July, they really should be on. All right, we're gonna slow down and creep into our parking spot over here in the weeds next to the boat. How beautiful, brother, so serene looking. Yeah, it's so gorgeous. These are the Rocky Mountains in the background here. Continental Divide. And the endless skies of Montana. We didn't catch any salmon today. There are kokanee salmon. Tomorrow we're gonna try and target them a little more actively. All right. Northwest PA with the $1 super chat. Let's go. Thank you, Northwest PA. All right, stop beeping at us. All right, let's turn off our sonar logging. Good to go. Let us turn off our graphs. Turn off our trolling motor. Oh. All right, let me clean up a few things here. Not a whole lot to do. We'll get the battery or Starlink moved over here in a minute. All right. So this is where we're parked, y'all. I don't know how well you could tell from where we're at. So we're in the flooded area here, and we just ran straight up into the shallows here. And I've laid out a couple of rocks here because it's kind of swampy. And I just have you pound it down. It's got a little bungee cord on it. All we're gonna do here is just snap this guy in. We need to move the boat over a bit. Give me a sec. Come here, boat. All right, I might need to lengthen the rope a little bit. Yeah, hold on. Sorry, guys, give me a sec here. We didn't get pulled up exactly like I had it last time, so. There we go. Just to keep it tethered here. Alrighty. So we're anchored up. I don't know how well, we might get a little bit of interference. We're next to a big tree here, so we might get not a great signal. I will be moving it to the truck here in a minute. I need to get our tripod set up. So here's our little humble abode down here. Got some firewood, fire pit. The wind blew my chair over. So we're set up here pretty good. Let's get our tripod out so we can get. Oh yeah, only 2 bars of signal there. Not great. Give me a sec, guys. Roger the man. Thanks, Justin. Calling in tonight. We're done. I'm hungry. We're gonna stream all day tomorrow. I've been out on the water for 15 hours already, so I'm gonna get some food going here. Cook some bacon and eggs. Sit down, and relax for a bit. We'll shore fish for a little while. I am gonna move our Starlink Mini over to the truck. I just need to get tripod set up here. Give me a sec, guys. Give me a sec, guys. How are you gonna charge your stuff tonight? I do have. Bring you over here. So I do have 1 AGM battery in here, another 60 amp hour, so I can charge with cigarette lighter on both sides. I do also have a DeWalt that I can put multiple batteries in here to charge stuff off of. I forgot actually, I normally I bring with me a charger for these DeWalt batteries that I can plug in the truck and charge shit while it's running. I need to get a generator. I don't have a generator. It's an awesome view. Isn't it pretty? The sunsets here, it's like Pepto-Bismol cotton candy sky. I feel like I need to set up a starfish a day sage. It's all about the 406 Big Sky, Montana. Same. Yeah, it's so fun out here. I love it. But we're gonna get settled in here. Give me a minute. I gotta go take a leak, and then we need to move our. In fact, let's get one rig in the water while we're waiting. What the hell? Let me get a worm. Y'all can watch one pull. We're gonna transition directly over to our bank fishing stream here. We'll just do a bobber rig with half a worm right now, rather than a bottom rig. Oh, calm down. All right. Pole's not in use. Let's set that one down for now. Oh, our bobber floated too far. Where did you go? All right, let's get it a little further out. Boom, back up. All right, I gotta go find my keys. Let me find my keys and move the Starlink over to the truck. Fishing here right now as well. I've caught 3 fish so far. Nice. Yeah, we just pulled the boat in. We're gonna cook some dinner. Maybe we'll catch another fish while we wait here. I need to find my keys and move the Starlink over to the truck. Give me a moment, guys. y'all catch me dinner yet? Is the bobber doing anything? Sorry, I'm looking for my keys. What's up, Scar? Hey, Chandler. Welcome to the stream. NWPA fire. Yeah, we're gonna get a fire going here in a minute. Hey, Chaos Go Fishing. How you doing, buddy? It's a nice summer finally. This winter's too long. Yeah, it's been a good day. We had 8 pike so far. We're gonna get a fire started here in a minute. We're right next to the fire pit here. I just gotta find my keys. I can get the Starlink moved. I think I put them in this bucket here. That's what I did with them. I think. I hope. There they are. I knew I did that. All right, you guys, I'm gonna move the Starlink over to the truck real quick. It is gonna make the stream crap out. We'll be right back afterwards. Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Somebody give me a thumbs up if you can hear me or not. Yeah, we're live. Nice. Cool. All right, we're just getting the fire started here. Collecting some bullshit to get in there. We'll give her a little helping hand with some secret sauce. Let me just collect some stigs and twigs. Get some kindling going here. All right. Got some little bit of wood going here. All right. We're gonna go easy button here. Oh, fuck it. All right. No big woof. We're good. We'll get that started. That's a lot of secret sauce. It's just the right amount, fishy thing. It's just the right amount. Trolling too slow? We might be, Dave. The hell is our bobber at? Oh shit, did that just go down? Or is it just those waves? All right. That should just take a minute. We'll get her going. Oh. Let's try and find a good view here where you guys get the full aesthetic. Did I purchase the firewood? Yeah, I don't have a chainsaw to cut it up. And I got a bad shoulder, so I can't really throw an axe. Split it with his bare hands. That's right. Keep the legend alive. All right. We need to sit down for a minute and relax. I'm trying to just getting hit over there or not. You guys can't really see it. It's behind the tree. Check the line. I'm looking at, there's a bobber out there right now. I don't think it's bobbing. You ever fight to get the bimini top on the boat just to decide it's too stupid looking to be allowed? John, everybody tells me I need to put a bimini on my boat. It would be nice, but it would be in the way of so many things, I think. I'll be setting that chair up so I can throw baits from it. Yeah, I'm just chilling here for a minute. Oh, I need to take a layer off. Dry out for a little bit. I'm moving the mic to the stand here. Give me a sec, you guys. I need to dry out here for a few. I'm moist and sweaty underneath all my layers. But yeah, we'll get this line reset in a minute here. Welcome everybody that just joined. We're done with the boat portion of the stream. We were live for 15 hours fishing in the boat. We just pulled in. We're gonna get some dinner cooked. I'm just getting a campfire started here. We have one pole in the water. We're just using a bobber with a worm right now, seeing if we can maybe get another bite while we're getting dinner going here. Right now we just have a bobber and a crawler, so there's no telling what we may pull out of here. Could be a pike, could be a trout, could be a sucker, could be a carp. We were targeting primarily northern pike today. We landed 8 pike. We lost about 5. Waiting for that bobber to do something out there. I'm waiting for this fire to burn down a little bit so I can rearrange it. How's everybody doing tonight? How's everybody's 4th of July weekend treating them? So impressed by the life of your trolling battery. Upgrading mine is now much higher on the list. Yeah, it's been a good battery. RR2 858 619 or 760. Glad to hear that, Cass. Bobber down? No. No bobber down. Yeah, over here to the left actually looks like a better fishing spot. There's just all that brush and shit to pull it through. There's a deeper hole over there. It's so snaggy trying to bring shit in. There's just one clear little section here. It's only got a couple of little bushes and shrubs. If you catch a trout, are you going to eat it there? Probably not a trout. If we catch a pike, we'll probably cook it. I'm not a big fan of trout. Rainbow trout, at least. I've never tried any other kind of trout. Harbor freed me well today. Can't wait to change oil, rotate tires in the morning. Nice. We're gonna try and get back out on the water bright and early tomorrow. See if we can catch another early bite. All right, I'm gonna get our rig recast out here. What on earth happened here? What kind of fuckery is this? All right, we're a little bit tangled. Should be good now. All right. Is that a loon out there? It might be. Oh, where'd it go? I don't know. I don't know shit about birds. Is that a loon? Leave the bobber alone, you little shit. He's going straight for it. No. Alright. I don't know if that's a loon or not. He's paying way too much attention to our bobber out there for my liking. Oh, alright, he turned around. Just sounds so wrong to me. I don't like trout. I prefer pike. I don't think I've ever heard that before. It's the truth. Pike are my favorite fish. Me too, Cass. I don't think it is. I have no idea what it is. Some kind of duck. Fishy Fingers Jackson with the 100. You at Browns. Bob, we're at Pishkun Reservoir again. I looked at possibly going to Browns, but so many that everywhere had sketchy weather for this, for today and tomorrow. So we're back at Pishkun again. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell it is. Did our bobber just go down? No. Our bobber's kind of behind the fire out there. What's up here, Coops? Welcome to the stream. It is a loon. Okay. A fire's going well. Yeah, this wood is so dry. It burns up so quick. When I got here last night, there was a bunch of the campsites were open. So after I decided where I wanted my camp, I drove around to all the different empty campsites and raided any and all logs I could find in the campsites, and I ended up with one big fat log that burned almost all night just by itself. Oh. No music needed when you have all the creatures to listen to. Yeah, there's so much activity out here. Last night there were coyotes, freaking seagulls, mice, a bunch of shit. I'm back. What did I miss? Not a whole lot, cursed. We didn't end up catching another fish. We have one rod in the water right now, just a bobber rig with a worm. I'm trying to get a decent coal bed, decent fire to cook on going here. So we'll pick away and burn at this here for a little bit. I'm gonna grab a light. Start getting stuff set up. We don't have a whole lot of light left here. Oh, there we go. Party time now? Yeah, we're just gonna relax for a bit. We had a heck of a day out here on the water. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. We streamed in the boat for 15 hours. We caught 8 fish. Not the greatest amount of fish for that amount of time. We caught 7 of them in the first 3 hours and then got almost nothing for the entirety of the rest of the day. I have 2 dogs and a cat in my bed right now and no woman. I'm gonna have to lick my wounds and go to bed. Have to do some boring stuff early. Good luck tomorrow, Rod. Thanks, Silver. It's always a pleasure to see you hang out. Hopefully we'll have a little better luck tomorrow. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. We're gonna stream for probably a couple or a few more hours here maybe till midnight or so. Let's say 2 more hours. And then I am going to try and get some shut-eye so we can get up in the morning and do her all over again. But enjoy the rest of your night, and happy 4th, Silver. How's your night going? Hudson, having a really good night. We just got the boat banked up, or hooked up. We're out here. I'm just trying to get a fire smoldering here so I can